Chapter 133. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Ching Ching is my family's only daughter. Not only does she have her own happiness, but she also carries the glory and disgrace of the entire family on her shoulders. The future of thousands of people all depends on her. So, no matter how much her father and I love her, there are some things that we cannot allow her to do as she pleases. Leon, I don't oppose you being together, nor do I look down on you. But, from the moment you were born in different worlds. As I told you along the way, eating here is a normal matter for Ching Ching, but you have never come into contact with it. You and I have no topics of conversation, and neither do you and Ching Ching. Even if you were to walk together, you might not be happy. So, the reason I came to find you today is because I hope that you can accept these spirit stones and then stay away from Ching Ching. Perhaps she might be sad for a moment or confused, but believe me, Ching Ching will soon get better and she will have a beautiful future. Leon lowered his head. From the moment Madame Ching spoke, his complexion had paled to the point that there wasn't the slightest bit of blood left in him. Madam, you have misunderstood. Ching Ching and I, Miss Ching Ching, are only friends. There is nothing else. Madame Ching sincerely said, perhaps I am mistaken, but just think of it as a mother who dotes on her child and is worried about overreacting. Leon, can you promise Auntie? Leave Ching Ching. Leon was silent for a long time. Then, he slowly stood up. Madam, I will disappear. But you cannot accept this card. Madame Ching frowned. She thought that he hadn't given up yet. Her gentle voice became a bit more distant and indifferent. Leon, do you know how much it costs to eat a meal here? The card I gave you can only eat 3 times a day. It is only 3 meals a day. Do you think that Ching Ching can stay with you for a long time? Take it. Perhaps it can help you walk out of your predicament and help those who need help. After all, living isn't just for yourself, but also for your family. Leon suddenly froze. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled slightly as he held the card in his hand. Madame Ching revealed a warm smile. Let's go. Let's return to see Spirit Pavilion. As good friends, we should say our goodbyes before leaving. Of course, Leon, I believe that you are a smart child and will not hurt Ching Ching, right? Leon's ears buzzed. He subconsciously nodded and followed behind Madame Ching like a walking corpse. By the time he regained his composure, he could already see Spirit Pavilion's 9-layer building in the distance. A beautiful figure was pacing back and forth in front of the building, occasionally kicking her feet. Madame Ching sat down on a soft couch. Go. Tell Ching Ching that you are leaving. Once you become successful in the future, you can come back and look for her. Just think of it as leaving her with a beautiful memory. Let's rewind time a bit. When Madame Ching brought Leon away, in Grindwheel's Sea Spirit Teacher workshop, Leon was chased away, and the few sea race youths were secretly delighted. But soon after, they frowned. This was because there would be no more free cleaners in the future. They would have to pick up and distribute the cleaning work again. The few of them had finished what they were doing and gathered together to discuss who would be assigned to Ching Ching's group. They were all red in the face from arguing. Suddenly, the door of the studio was pushed open. A young man in a well-ironed long robe and meticulously combed hair appeared in front of them. Where is Grindwheel? I can't open his spirit shell. I have an important matter to discuss with him. His calm voice carried with it the standard air of the capital city. Although they didn't know who he was, the high-level status card he wore on his chest and his powerful aura was enough to shock several low-level sea spirit teachers. Please wait a moment. We will immediately inform teacher. There was a knock on the door. Grindwheel opened and frowned. He put on an impatient expression as if his work had been interrupted and said, What is it? The young man nodded. Grindwheel, I am looking for you. Seeing who it was, Grindwheel's smile instantly brightened. He thought that today was his lucky day. He had just managed to form a relationship with the powerful Qing family on Noble Court Avenue, and now Chief Manager Wu, the first section chief of the Secretariat, had personally come to visit him. Could it be that he was going to announce that his application to be promoted to the high level last month had been approved? Thinking of this, Grindwheel's fingers trembled. "Director Jean, please come in. I just happened to obtain some good tea. I would like to ask Director Jean to comment on it." Director Jean was expressionless. "There is no need for tea. I came here today for official business. There is a sea spirit teacher in your studio named Leon, and he has other work arrangements. Where is he? Follow me." His eyes swept around, and everyone was stunned. He couldn't help but frown. "He isn't at work today? Then please tell me, where is Leon's registered address?" This was the rhythm of someone knocking on his door. Grindwheel's forehead dripped with sweat. "Director Jean, about Leon's job change." Director Jean frowned. "You don't need to know the specifics. However, this transfer was personally signed by the chief manager. You had best hurry, I still have to go back and report." For the chief manager to personally sign it, one didn't need to use their knees to know that this was extraordinary. Grindwheel's face paled. He squeezed out a smile. "Leon is my most valued assistant, but since this is an order from the chief manager, I will definitely let him go. But he has been assigned to do something. Director Jean, please go back and report first. Once he returns, I will personally send him to report." Director Jin's eyes flashed. He sensed that something was wrong. But in the end, this was a middle-level sea spirit teacher, who also had the strength to rise to a higher level. He had to give him some face. "Then, I'll have to trouble Lord Grindwheel. Please find him as soon as possible and don't delay for too long." Grindwheel nodded again and again. When Director Jin's figure vanished, the smile on his face instantly vanished. He grabbed the closest assistant and hysterically roared, "Where is Leon?" He left." "Who said he could leave?" "Trash, go out and look for him. All of you, find him and bring him back." Walala, 5 assistants ran out. Grindwheel's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Then, he stamped his feet and also rushed out. But no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find Leon's figure. Lord Grindwheel brought people to the residence that Leon had registered. The address wasn't wrong, but he wasn't here. After waiting for an hour, Grindwheel found Director Jean, his forehead dripping with sweat. He stammered out the truth. Director Jean coldly said, "You will have to explain this matter to the chief manager yourself." He stood up and hurried over to the chief manager's study. He gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Director Jean lowered his head. He said in a soft voice, "Chief Manager, Leon has been dismissed this morning." Chief Manager Wu arched an eyebrow. He glanced at Blackrobe. Qin Yu frowned. He thought for a moment and slowly said, "Do you know why he was dismissed?" Director Jean replied, "I don't know the specific reason, but Grindwheel is outside. Do you want him to come in?" Chief Manager Wu nodded. "Let him in." Director Jean turned and left. Soon, Grindwheel pushed open the door and entered. As he saw that there was another person in the study, he was startled for a moment before respectfully bowing. "Greetings, Chief Manager." Chief Manager Wu lightly said, "Grindwheel, why did you dismiss Grindwheel?" Grindwheel was already prepared. Reporting to Chief Manager, Leon's work is perfunctory and his attitude is sloppy. Normally, there are many places where he is in a mess. This morning, he suddenly asked for half a year's salary in advance. After I refused, he spoke rudely, so I dismissed him. "You are lying." Beneath the black robes, a sharp gaze appeared. Grindwheel stiffened. He clenched his teeth and said, "Who are you? How dare you slander me like this?" Qin Yu didn't look at him. He lightly said, "Chief Manager, how a person is like is best understood by their colleagues. Perhaps you can investigate." Grindwheel was shocked and angry. Just who was this person that dared to speak to the chief manager like this? Moreover, what sort of status did the chief manager have? Why would he care about a low-level sea spirit teacher? But in the next moment, Chief Manager Wu's words caused him to fall into an icy lake. Grindwheel, you should know that if I order an investigation, I will absolutely find the truth. Grindwheel struggled in his heart for a second. Then, he let out a dejected sigh. He knew that if he continued to be stubborn, the result would only be worse. It was Madame Qing's idea. She wanted me to find a chance to expel Leon. He immediately explained the attitude of Leon and Qingqing, as well as Noble Court Avenue's Qing family. Chief Manager Wu's complexion was ugly. Of course, most of it was a disguise. With his status, if it weren't for Qin Yu, he wouldn't care about a mere low-level sea spirit teacher. Leave. I will order people to continue investigating this matter. Wait for the final result. Grindwheel opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. He left with a long face. Director Jean entered the study. Chief Manager, Leon has been found. Where? Director Jean opened the window. The 9th floor had an excellent view. One could see the entire Double Yang Street and even the distant royal palace. Qin Yu stood up and walked to the window. He saw a young man and woman standing together in front of 9-layer building. The girl was excitedly saying something. Leon slowly shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. After looking for a moment, Qin Yu looked into the distance. A luxurious carriage that had been hidden in a blind spot appeared in his line of sight. He never thought that just because he wanted to help Leon, he would actually see such a melodramatic and realistic scene of a couple being separated. Chief Manager Wu walked to the side. He looked around, a thoughtful look on his face. Qin Yu had a helpless expression. This fellow Leon, I don't know what stimulated him, but he actually said his goodbyes and left. What a stupid boy. Chief Manager Wu's eyes flashed. Mr. Qin was able to hear them from such a distance? What were they talking about? Qin Yu said, It's nothing. It's just that my 5 senses are a bit stronger than normal. He casually said. Chief Manager Wu smiled and didn't ask any further. His thoughts raced. 9-layer building was high, and at such a distance, he could clearly hear the whispers of 2 people. It clearly wasn't as simple as his 5 senses being a bit stronger. Within the sea races, those with extraordinary 5 senses were all races with powerful bloodlines. Although he didn't know Ning Qin's origins, he had at least narrowed down the range. As for the surname Ning, it was extremely rare in the sea region. It should be a disguise. This Ning Qin was truly incomparably mysterious and unfathomable. But Leon should be a breakthrough point. Perhaps he could use him to investigate Ning Qin's origins. Of course, this matter had to be carried out in secret. It couldn't be discovered. Without realizing it, Chief Manager Wu's heart had become even more cautious. Qin Yu suddenly said, I have just arrived at the capital city, so I don't know much about common sense. Chief Manager, could Sea Spirit Pavilion help him? Chief Manager Wu's thoughts stirred. He laughed, Mr. Qin, rest assured. Although Sea Spirit Pavilion doesn't dare to say that they can flatten the capital city, it shouldn't be a problem for us to move several mansions on Noble Court Avenue. Hashtag. When it came to the sea region, Leon was one of the protagonists, so he definitely wasn't just spouting nonsense. Also, I ask for subscriptions, monthly passes. Chapter 134. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Leon was saying his goodbyes to Qingqing. He wasn't a true blockhead, so he could certainly feel the feelings this girl had for him. It was just that he felt inferior, and the gulf between them made it so that he didn't dare to express anything. He could only pretend to be ignorant. But today should be the last time he saw her. Leon's heart ached. He tried to control the urge to cry and pulled her into his arms. Not too far away, 2 slender and sharp-eyed sea mantis youths frowned, a faint chill in their eyes. They turned to look at the carriage. Madame Qing was watching this, her expression calm. It's understandable for the young to be a bit impulsive. Consider this their final farewell. But after this, observe him for a period of time. If he does anything too extreme, he can be dealt with accordingly. The steward stood outside the carriage. He wore a new style of robes that separated his clothes and pants. He respectfully nodded. Leon took a deep breath, as if he would forever remember this girl's scent. He let go and was about to leave, but at this time, there was a sudden uproar behind him. Outside the main entrance of 9-layer building, countless people surged out. The reception consultants that maintained order all had excited looks on their faces. Chief Manager Wu stepped out. He nodded to the guests, a warm smile on his face. He was the master of Sea Spirit Pavilion's Capital City Branch Division. Even in the capital city that was filled with dignitaries, he was still a high and lofty figure. But at this time, what attracted the most attention was the tall and upright black-robed figure standing next to him. He walked alongside Chief Manager Wu. Although his figure was shrouded in the crowd, his every movement was free and confident. Without a doubt, he was also a great figure. Leon was stunned. As he looked at the tide of people surging towards him, he was a bit stunned. Qing reacted faster. She grabbed his hand and pulled him away. But before the two of them could dodge, Director Jean had already arrived. He said in a soft voice, "Leon, is it? Please wait a moment. The chief manager will publicly announce your new job." These words knocked Leon unconscious. He had already been dismissed by Lord Grindstone, so how could he have a new job? Moreover, he had even alarmed the chief manager. Qing's mouth fell open, joy surging in her eyes. No matter how she looked at it, this commotion didn't seem like a bad thing. If it weren't for Leon's stunned expression, she would have asked him just what he had done to cause such a commotion. Chief Manager Wu stopped. His smile became even warmer. "Leon, right? On behalf of the Capital City branch, I announce that what happened before was only a misunderstanding. If you are willing, you can join Mr. Ning's team." As he finished speaking, he looked around. "Here, I will also announce some important news. Sea Spirit Pavilion has obtained another high-level Sea Spirit teacher. That is Mr. Ning." Although high-level Sea Spirit teachers were respected, they didn't have the qualifications to have Chief Manager Wu introduce them so seriously. There could only be one explanation. This Mr. Ning was extremely strong, so strong that even with his status, he had to show enough respect. Countless gazes were filled with respect, but when their gazes landed on Leon, it turned into deep jealousy and envy. Behind him, on the 9-layer building, countless windows were opened. As the Sea Spirit teachers looked at the stunned Leon, they roared in their hearts. Why would Mr. Ning take a liking to this boy? Whether it was in strength or appearance, I could easily crush this boy. In the grinding wheel studio, several of the former employees opened their mouths wide at the same time, enough to stuff a huge turtle egg inside. Director Jean reminded him, "Leon, if you're willing, you can pay your respects to your teacher." After a pause, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. "You are the first assistant in Mr. Ning's studio." Whoosh! At this time, the crowd really did explode. According to convention, in every high-level Sea Spirit teacher studio, the first assistant was an absolute trusted aide. Their status was above everyone else, and they assisted the Sea Spirit teacher in managing the studio. Moreover, if they didn't have a teacher, they would automatically become the disciple of the Sea Spirit teacher. This was a true disciple that could be taught skills and taught with great care. If their eyes had been burning hot when they looked at Leon before, then now they were like magma, wishing they could burn him to ashes and turn him into nothing but dregs. This boy, could he have saved the world in his past life? Otherwise, why would such a great meat pie fall from the heavens and land in his mouth? What about us? There's still us. As for whether or not he had a teacher, where was his brain? Where was his brain? Even if he had a teacher, it would become none. Was there a need to say anything? Ching shook Leon. Leon, what are you doing here? Hurry up and bow to Mr. Ning. The pleasant surprise had come too quickly and she felt dizzy. But there was one thing that was clear. Leon didn't need to leave. Leon's lips trembled. He fell to his knees. Junior disciple greets teacher, the voice beneath the black robes was calm. Rise. Leon fiercely looked up, his face shaking. But the eyes beneath the black robes caused him to swallow back the words he was about to say. Chief Manager Wu saw all of this and became increasingly sure of his guess. There was definitely some connection between Leon and Mr. Ning. In the distance, Madame Qing let down the curtain. She lightly said, "Let's go." The steward drove away. The guards that were scattered around quickly gathered around. Sitting in the carriage, Madame Qing had a calm expression. But, in the depths of her heart, great waves were already rising. Regarding Leon, she had already investigated him thoroughly. He had no background at all. What was the meaning of Sea Spirit Pavilion's actions today? Was it to punish the Qing family for interfering with Sea Spirit Pavilion? She had already learned of the matter of Grindwheel just now. No, with Chief Manager Wu's shrewdness and status, even if he was dissatisfied with the Qing family, he still wouldn't use such a direct method to cause her and the Qing family to lose face. If so, then the reason was most likely because of Mr. Ning? Madame Qing rubbed her temples. She didn't like the feeling of things suddenly spiraling out of control. But no matter how much she disliked it, she could only temporarily suppress it. The Qing family had the qualifications to live on Noble Court Avenue, so their strength was naturally tyrannical. They also had a faint understanding of Sea Spirit Pavilion's background. Thus, she could only slowly investigate and make further plans. That night, the Qing family held an extremely high-standard family banquet. An invitation was sent to Chief Manager Wu's desk, but he used the excuse that he was busy and ordered someone to deliver a message. The content was simple. Leon's matter was a transfer of internal work within Sea Spirit Pavilion and was considered a normal matter. There was no intention of targeting the Qing family. Madame Qing and her husband revealed helpless expressions. If they really believed these words, then they would be fools. This was a story to be told in the future. Leon bid his farewells to the incomparably excited Qing and followed Mr. Ning into Sea Spirit Pavilion. The usually arrogant female employees all retreated to the side, bowing their heads in respect. Along the way, Leon received many fiery gazes. Unfortunately, his mind was filled with apprehension and he didn't have the mood to savor them. The newly organized workroom was fully furnished and furnished. The work table emitted the faint smell of glue. It was clear it had never been used before. He closed the door and activated the isolating array formation. Then, he lifted a hand and took off his black robe. He smiled and said, "Leon, hello?" Leon's eyes widened. "Big Brother Ning, it's really you." You. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. "I said that it wouldn't be long before we meet again." Qin Yu smiled. "What is there to be surprised about? Although sea spirits live in the sea, they are also spiritual objects of the heavens and earth. In essence, they are no different from spiritual plants on land. In the human world, I was an alchemist and I have some experience in caring for spiritual plants. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to change professions and become a sea spirit teacher." If others heard these words, they would definitely scoff. You're right, there is no difference between sea spirits and spiritual plants on land. But, how about grabbing an alchemist and having him look after a sea spirit teacher? Leon came from a low-level sea race background, and becoming a sea spirit teacher was a lucky chance coincidence. Because of his ignorance, he felt that Qin Yu's words made a lot of sense. So that's how it is. Leon revealed a worried expression. "Big Brother Ning, if you are discovered then things will be very troublesome." One didn't need to think to know that a human cultivator had suddenly become a respected high-level sea spirit teacher of the sea races. The sea race, who had extreme thoughts and hated the human race, we're going to explode. Qin Yu shook his head. I know, but there is a problem in my cultivation, and I need some treasures. I have no choice but to come up with this plan. His expression was dignified. Leon, are you willing to help me? Leon blurted out, Of course I'm willing to help Big Brother Ning, but, Qin Yu laughed. Silly boy, do you really think that I can have some sort of plot in the sea race capital city? That is no different from seeking death. I'm not stupid. Leon immediately relaxed. That's good. I was afraid that Big Brother Ning would end up harming the people in the capital city. He had a relieved expression on his face. What a naive boy. If he believed a single sentence, wouldn't he be sold off 800 times in the future? Qin Yu shook his head and let out a sigh of relief. A lone high-level sea spirit teacher was simply too eye-catching. He needed to keep a sea folk by his side so that he wouldn't arouse any suspicions. Originally, he only planned on helping Leon and improving his living environment as repayment for what he had done in the past. But when Qin Yu stood at the window on the 9th floor and realized this, he changed his plans. Of course, helping Leon was also Qin Yu's goal. But as he looked at the happy sea race youth in front of him, he secretly told himself that it would be best if he didn't reveal his identity before leaving the sea race capital city lest he implicate him. Big Brother Ning, thank you for today. Otherwise, in short, I'm really grateful, Leon said with gratitude. Qin Yu smiled. Who is that little girl? Leon blushed red. Her name is Qingqing. She is the young miss of Noble Court Avenue's Qing family. She is a very good person and doesn't have the arrogance of a noble at all. As he spoke of the girl, his eyes brightened. But as he thought of Madame Qing's actions today, his light quickly dimmed. Qin Yu sat down and pointed to his side. Tell me what happened today. Leon hesitated for a moment and then awkwardly recounted his experiences. Finally, he laughed at himself and said, Big Brother Ning, the truth is that Madame Qing doesn't need to remind me. I am well aware of my own status, and it is impossible for me to walk together with Qingqing. If I can stay here and occasionally look at her from afar, I will be satisfied. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then took out a black card. No matter what happens in the future, return the Qing family's spirit stones first. If you urgently need money, I will give it to you. Leon's eyes brightened. He had always felt bad about taking Madame Qing's card, so it would be best if he could return it. He gratefully said, Big Brother Ning, consider it as me borrowing it from you. I will slowly return it to you in the future when I work. But I don't need that much. 3,000 no, 2,000 spirit stones should be enough. Qin Yu laughed. Take it. If you can't spend it all, consider it your salary in advance. Don't decline. I know your mother's health isn't good, and the courtyard we share isn't good for the elderly's health. That's all for today. I will let you go home early. Come back to work tomorrow. Leon's face flushed red and his lips trembled. Finally, he bowed deeply and left. He lifted his hood and stood at the window, watching Leon leave with a happy expression on his face. Only then did Qin Yu feel relieved. It wasn't that his thoughts were dark, but that he was in a dangerous situation and he had no choice but to be cautious. Then, as long as he played the role of a sea spirit teacher well, he would be able to earn what he needed from the sea races. Thinking of this, Qin Yu smiled. Chapter 135. Genius in a Second Remember? Go. To provide you with wonderful novels to read. The arrival of every high-level sea spirit teacher meant that they would be able to establish a brand new independent workshop. To the wandering middle-level sea spirit teachers, this was a chance for them to soar into the heavens. Thus, in today's Sea Spirit Pavilion, all sorts of godly methods were used, jumping up and down in a lively manner. Although a disciple spot had been taken away by some unknown boy, according to rumors, Mr. Ning hadn't brought his original team. In other words, all of his assistant spots had to be chosen from Sea Spirit Pavilion. Not only did their chances of being chosen rise, but this also meant that they had a chance to become Mr. Ning's direct subordinate. This was simply too wonderful. The The Human Resources Management Department was immediately packed to the brim. The supervisor even invited everyone to a banquet, and even a small assistant position was being rushed over. For a time, everyone ate until their mouths were oily and they were all smiles. They had a favorable impression of Mr. Ning, who they had never met before. He originally thought that he could quietly use some methods to drag out the selection process a bit longer and maximize the benefits of this opportunity. But when the first list of candidates was sent up in the afternoon, everyone in the Human Resources Management Department, from the supervisor to the staff, received a vicious blow to their heads and their vision darkened. If they couldn't be chosen, then that would be fine. At worst, they could just send up another batch of candidates. In any case, there were many middle-level C spirit teachers waving their spirit stone cards around. But Mr. Ning's reply was, he didn't need them. The supervisor's face turned green. He had already accepted what he should have accepted. Now that the old man was doing this, it was obvious that he was going to be crippled. Moreover, which high-level C spirit teacher didn't have at least a dozen or so assistants? Otherwise, how could they carry out their work? They were already busy enough with all sorts of miscellaneous matters every day. So, could they just stop messing around? The supervisor hesitated again and again before drawing up another list. He clenched his teeth and placed several strong middle-level C spirit teachers on it. He thought that he should withdraw some of them and settle this matter first. He sent someone to deliver the list, thinking that they should be satisfied this time. But after a while, his subordinate came back with a distressed expression. He said that he wasn't even allowed to enter the door before being sent back. With this, the news couldn't be suppressed any longer. All of the middle-level C spirit teachers were left dumbfounded. Didn't they say that they didn't have their original team? If they didn't recruit people, how could they carry out their work? Moreover, they had handed over so many benefits and they had eaten them all. Now they wanted to wipe their mouths and pretend that nothing happened? What a joke. The Human Resources Management Department was instantly in a difficult position. The people who were smiling and trying to curry favor with them yesterday were now all gloomy and unfriendly. Love go small say, Netku. From the looks of it, this matter would not end without an explanation. When he had received the benefits, he had taken the lion's share. Now that something had happened, he had no choice but to grit his teeth. He took the third list of names that he had carefully drafted and went to find Chief Manager Wu's secretariat. Director Jean, these are all the outstanding Middle C spirit teachers that we have chosen. If Mr. Ning is still not satisfied with them, then there is nothing we can do. Looking at the mournful supervisor, Division Chief Jean took the name list and entered the chief manager's study. Soon, the door to the study opened and the chief manager walked out. You go back first. I'll talk to Mr. Ning about this. The supervisor was overjoyed. He bowed repeatedly and excused himself. However, when he thought about how most of the benefits he had received would have to be returned, and some would even have to be subsidized, he felt his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache. As many people saw this, they thought that Mr. Ning's methods were truly fierce. With just a casual move, he had caused the arrogant Human Resources Department to be thrown into a complete mess. Of course, there were even more people who sneered inwardly, cursing the Human Resources Department for being greedy by nature. They actually wanted to swallow up such a massive amount of benefits for themselves. No wonder Mr. Ning was so angry at them. Chief Manager Wu's thoughts weren't much different from theirs. He thought that Qin Yu was using this opportunity to establish his prestige. He thought that if he supported him a bit and gave him a way out of this embarrassing situation, then things would be fine. Halfway there, he met Clearwood. When she heard that they were going to Qin Yu's place, her eyes brightened and she followed. After the scandal, Chief Manager Wu's attitude towards Clearwood had greatly changed. He nodded and the two of them chatted as they arrived at the 7th floor workshop. Seeing the array formation at the entrance light up, Chief Manager Wu frowned. He thought that he hadn't issued any missions to Qin Yu yet, so he knocked on the door. Soon, the runes of the array formation extinguished and the thick door swung open. Leon was startled and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Chief Manager, Steward Clearwood." Chief Manager Wu nodded. "What is Mr. Ning doing? Is it the Chief Manager? Please enter." A calm voice sounded out, bringing with it a faint fragrance of tea. Chief Manager Wu's eyebrows arched up. He stepped into the workshop and bitterly smiled at the sight before him. A black-robed man was sitting with his back to him. Steam rose up in front of him, and as the water flowed, the fragrance of tea filled the air. The workbench that Sea Spirit Pavilion had spent a great deal of money to build hadn't even been used once, and yet it was being used to make tea? Clearwood frowned, a cold light flashing in the depths of her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Chief Manager Wu. He walked over and took a seat. "Mr. Ning seems to be in quite a good mood." Clearwood's expression was cold, not saying a single word. Qin Yu waved his hand and took out the tea set. He filled his hand and gestured for them to taste. "It was because I was bored that my hands were itching for a moment. I hope you two don't take offense. The workbench is where sea spirits are handled. To every sea spirit teacher, it is a solemn and sacred place. Mr. Ning, do you not think it is a bit disrespectful to use it to make tea?" Clearwood's eyes were sharp and her voice was cold without any warmth. Chief Manager Wu didn't seem to hear her. Qin Yu took a sip of tea. His tone was light. "In my opinion, the workbench is only a platform. The respect for sea spirits and their profession should be in their hearts and not on the surface. If every sea spirit teacher could calm their hearts and not only pay attention to the surface, then there wouldn't be so few high-level sea spirit teachers." These words were arrogant and even contained a bit of a lecture. Clearwood's complexion turned even colder. Just as she was about to retort, Chief Manager Wu coughed and interrupted her. "Mr. Ning's words are reasonable. We came here for proper business." He smiled and laid down the document. "The Human Resources Manager is about to be forced to tears by you. You've established your prestige to this point. Later I will have him send you a large red envelope. You can choose some from there to stop. Don't worry, I've already looked through them. They are all skilled and won't drag you down." Qin Yu shook his head. "I don't want them." Without waiting for Chief Manager Wu to respond, he continued to say, "Since you've come, I might as well make things clear. My inheritance does not need the help of others. Leon is only helping me deal with some miscellaneous matters, so there is no need for these people to come." A sharp light burst out from Chief Manager Wu's eyes. "May I ask where Mr. comes from?" Qin Yu lightly said, "Forgive me for not being able to tell you. If Chief Manager thinks this is inappropriate, then I will leave right now." These words were of course false. He had spent so much effort to come here and was just about to reap the harvest, so how could he leave? The key was to express this attitude. Chief Manager Wu was a clever person. He immediately laughed and said that their Sea Spirit Pavilion didn't have a habit of checking people's accounts before changing the topic. Since Qin Yu really didn't need an assistant, Chief Manager Wu spoke a few more words. Once the atmosphere returned to normal, he bid his farewells and left. Clearwood had a cold expression. She looked at Qin Yu from the back of her head. It could be seen that although she was capable, her temper hadn't changed at all. Leon respectfully sent him out. After bowing, he closed the door with a bang, and the runes of the array lit up. Seeing Clearwood's ugly complexion, Chief Manager Wu put away his contemplative expression. He said, "Manager Clearwood, perhaps our Sea Spirit Pavilion has really dug up a treasure this time. I have looked through ancient texts and once saw a record of a certain line of sea spirit teachers. They practice their own strength and everything they do has to be done by themselves." He paused for a moment. Seeing Clearwood's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "You might not be able to figure it out, but if I tell you their name, you will understand. This line of sea spirit teachers call themselves sky spirit beings. They live in seclusion and do not concern themselves with the matters of the outside world. In the records, even if they occasionally step into the outside world, they will hide their identity. Thus, even to this day, no one knows just who a sky spirit being is or what race they come from. Clearwood was shocked. Sky spirit being. Chief Manager Wu's eyes brightened. Saving that coral represents a supernatural ability. He appeared alone in the capital city and hid his true appearance. Moreover, he doesn't need an assistant. If all of this is a coincidence, then it is far too much of a coincidence. Clearwood's expression shook. She thought for a long time. Can you think of a way to determine his identity? Chief Manager Wu looked back. In the rumors, sky spirit beings possess an unknown strength that can repair and heal all sea spirit. If Mr. Ning is one of them, he will definitely have such an ability. Clearwood's eyes brightened. Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire are unwilling to be wounded. I have received news that they will be making some small moves to attack our reputation. Chief Manager Wu smiled. It seems that Mr. Ning will be very busy for the next period of time. They had used the spies that they had planted many years ago to take advantage of Sea Spirit Pavilion, but in the end they had fallen into a trap and were now stained with blood. Of course, they couldn't let things end like this. Whether it was to make up for their mistakes or to regain some face, the high-level figures of Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire discussed and prepared for several days before finally making their move. 13 precious sea spirits flowed into Sea Spirit Pavilion through different channels. All of them had to sign a supreme treaty and pay 100,000 spirit stones in advance. With 2 great sea spirit influences joining forces, the strength they could muster was beyond imagination. Even Sea Spirit Pavilion couldn't refuse them. After a brief stalemate, they could only accept all of them. For a time, all the high-level sea spirit teachers were on high alert. After a series of inspections, they couldn't help but secretly cry out in bitterness. These precious sea spirits had naturally been tampered with. It wasn't easy to find the root of the problem, much less solve it. Sea Spirit Pavilion was dignified. All the high-level sea spirit teachers stopped what they were doing and clenched their teeth to tackle the problem. It was normal for the 3 great sea spirit influences to play tricks in the dark. Most of them had experienced this before. But this attack was far too fierce. When the 6 high-level sea spirit teachers met, they had already begun arguing. They had diagnosed countless problems with the 13 precious sea spirits, but the crux of the problem was that their opinions weren't unified. In fact, they even diverged in different directions. No one could convince the other, so they couldn't come up with a treatment plan. Goldrin fiercely argued with his opponent. His opponent was at a disadvantage and his face flushed red as he blurted out, "If you can't even cure the red coral, what qualifications do you have to argue with me?" These words instantly dealt 100,000 points of critical damage to Grandmaster Goldrin. Before he could even catch his breath, he nearly fainted. He clenched his teeth and nearly stormed away. Hashtag, 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 I thank my daughter Enuo for her support. Chapter 136. Genius 1 second. Remember love go away? This is the network that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Enough! Clearwood's face was icy cold. Grandmasters, who here is confident that they can cure the 13 sea spirits according to their own strategy? The room instantly fell silent. The Grandmasters were either deep in thought or lost in thought. In short, they didn't even look at you. What nonsense! They were fierce, but no matter how fierce they were, they wouldn't dare to make such a guarantee. In particular, the ones who did this were Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire. Who knew what disgusting methods they used? Grandmaster Goldrin angrily said, "Why does the contract have to be signed within 3 days? This is simply nonsense. If we had enough time, we could slowly explore it and definitely cure it." The door to the meeting room was pushed open. Chief Manager Wu said without expression, "I was the one who signed the contract." Grandmaster Goldrin was instantly embarrassed. He coughed and lowered his head, pretending that the words just now had nothing to do with him. His opponent immediately revealed a look of disdain. Chief Manager Wu stepped aside. He gestured, "Mr. Please." Grandmaster Goldrun's ears pricked up. He looked up at the black-robed figure and clenched his teeth. This bastard! If it weren't for him, how could he have fallen to the point of being laughed at by others? That's right, that red coral had been cured, but so what? It was something that belonged to him to begin with. Who knew what he had done in secret? He really didn't understand why Chief Manager Wu would recruit him into Sea Spirit Pavilion. He should have sent people to hunt him down instead. Beneath the black-robed figure, Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. He didn't understand why this pale-faced fatty would have so much resentment towards him. No, this was simply monstrous resentment. Chief Manager Wu coughed. "This is Grandmaster Goldrun. He was the one who first discovered the problem with the red coral." These words were definitely giving him face. Even so, Goldrun's face still flushed red with anger and resentment. This fellow was definitely doing this on purpose. He was using the chief manager's hand to slap his face. "Endure, I will endure. I cannot be fooled. If I really clashed with him now, then I would truly become a joke." Qin Yu revealed a look of understanding. So this was that unlucky stepping stone. All right, perhaps this wasn't the right thing to say. After all, Grandmaster Goldrun had used his own face to help him pave the road to Sea Spirit Pavilion. But this seemed to be the truth. If Grandmaster Goldrun knew what Qin Yu was thinking right now, he would have fallen unconscious. So, sometimes silence represented kindness. Qin Yu walked in front of the table and observed the 13 sea spirits placed on the table. However, in the eyes of Grandmaster Goldrun, this act of goodwill was nothing more than naked contempt and disregard. If it wasn't for his breath, he would have either fainted or gone berserk. "Surnamed Ning, aren't you amazing? Let me see what you're going to do. There are 13 sea spirits here, so which one can you save?" Just as Grandmaster Goldrun was fuming with rage, Black Robe stood up straight. "No problem. Send it to my studio." Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Even the other masters, who had no grudges against him, had ugly expressions on their faces. You casually bowed your head, and you hadn't even determined the species of the 13 sea spirits, and you already had a way to treat them? What kind of joke was this? Moreover, what you're doing is really too unscrupulous. Aren't you clearly saying that we're all useless good-for-nothings? This was simply intolerable. Grandmaster Goldrun was the first to jump out. "Grandmaster Ning, do you know where these 13 sea spirits came from? What agreement did they sign? With such an irresponsible style, once a problem occurs, who will take responsibility? Don't forget your own surname just because you're in a moment of glory." Qin Yu lightly said, "Although I don't know much, I should know more than Grandmaster Goldrun, so please don't worry. Also, my surname is Ning." He turned and walked out. "Chief Manager, we've already wasted a great deal of time. If you want me to help, then please hurry up." How arrogant. We are inspecting them. Wasting time? You actually say we are wasting time. Surnamed Ning, don't be too arrogant. Facing a common enemy, Goldrun quickly forgot all of the previous unpleasantness. Even the red-nosed old man who had insulted him became friendly. He loudly said, "Chief Manager Wu, reconsider your actions. If you are dragged down by others, you will be beyond redemption." Qin Yu stopped. He turned and swept his eyes around. "Everyone, do you want to make a bet?" Goldrun angrily laughed. "If you can cure the 13 sea spirits in 3 days, then I will give you my head with both hands." Qin Yu shook his head. "I have no interest in Grandmaster Goldrun's head. How about I exchange it for spirit stones? How about 500,000? As soon as spirit stones were mentioned, Grandmaster Goldrun's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys twitched. He had paid 600,000 spirit stones for red coral's mistake. 600,000 spirit stones was something he had painstakingly accumulated over many years. As he thought about how it was all in this black-robed man's pocket, his eyes turned red with anger. "I will bet 1,000,000. Grandmaster Goldrin roared. "Brother Goldrin is so heroic. Chief Manager Wu, we aren't targeting this matter, but we are dissatisfied with this surname Ning's arrogance. 500,000 spirit stones. There's also me. I will also join in." 6 high-level C spirit teachers immediately placed a bet of 5,000,000 spirit stones. Clearwood's complexion was icy cold. As she looked at this group of red-faced fellows, all she could do was stare at them. She wished she could strangle them all to death. As she looked at Qin Yu, who had provoked this bet, she found him even more displeasing to the eye. If looks could kill, he would have already been chopped into 70 to 80 pieces. Qin Yu smiled. "Chief Manager Wu, please act as a witness." Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled and nodded. For some unknown reason, as he watched the two leave, Grandmaster Goldrin suddenly shivered. He felt an inexplicable sorrow for his own pocket. But soon, he expelled this thought and told himself not to be frightened by him. He took a deep breath. Beneath the anger in his eyes, a trace of happiness flashed. The 600,000 spirit stones he had lost would soon be returned, and he would also be able to bring back an extra 400,000. As he thought of this, he felt much better. It was unknown who spread the news that Mr. Ning had taken over the 13 sea spirits, but it was likely related to the 6 grandmasters. Of course, no one dared to speak carelessly about this bet. They were all people with status and reputation, and in this sort of crisis where everyone was working together, they had to take care of their face. One day passed. Then another day passed. Everything was calm. The door to the workshop didn't open even once. No one knew just how far things had progressed. Several spirit shell calls were made by Leon. Facing all sorts of probing questions, he could only helplessly say that he didn't know either. In the blink of an eye, the final day arrived. On the 7th floor, in the corridor outside the workshop, Chief Manager Wu and Clearwood sat across from each other. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. This floor was also used by 2 high-level sea spirit teachers. From time to time, assistants would pass by and be infected by the heavy atmosphere. They would hurriedly bow and pass, often looking back with anxious eyes. Although they had heard their teacher angrily reprimanding this surname Ning for being arrogant and conceited, they still didn't want Sea Spirit Pavilion to fail. In the silence, Clearwood couldn't help but ask, "Can he really do it?" Chief Manager Wu lightly said, "I don't know." Clearwood had a worried look in her eyes. "Aren't you taking too many risks this time? If, not to mention Sea Spirit Pavilion's reputation, just the compensation alone will be enough to bankrupt the capital city branch division." Chief Manager Wu narrowed his eyes. "In 3 days, if my Sea Spirit Pavilion can cure the 13 sea spirits, I will pay 20 times the price for each one. This is a great gamble. They are betting on their own methods being brilliant, and I am betting on my eyes being sharp enough. If we win this battle, the 3-way balance of power in the capital city will be broken and Sea Spirit Pavilion will truly reach the top. I can retreat, but I don't want to." Clearwood revealed a look of admiration. She whispered, "There's only an hour left." Before she finished speaking, the sound of a spirit shell in his chest rang out. Chief Manager Wu took it out, his expression calm. On the other side, a calm voice sounded, a bit weary. "All right, come and take it." Pada, the call was hung up. Chief Manager Wu laid down the spirit shell. All the pores on his body opened up and sweat gushed out, soaking his robes. His hair stuck to his forehead, and he looked incomparably distressed. Clearwood's smile bloomed like a snow lotus. "Congratulations!" Chief Manager Wu wiped away his sweat. "I originally wanted to collapse, but it seems I overestimated my own character. I've let Manager Clearwood see me make a fool of myself. But now let's inspect it first." The array formation runes on the workshop's door dimmed. Leon held up a sea race storage shell in his hand. Teacher said that everything is inside. Please take a look. Chief Manager Wu took it and probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, he took a deep breath and handed it to Clearwood. He picked up the spirit shell and said, "Help me connect to number 287. The connection was connected. He could hear the breathing of the other side. "All right, come and take it." Qin Yu's words were delivered word for word. Bang! There was an explosive sound. Presumably, the spirit shell had been smashed to smithereens. Moreover, before the connection was cut off, Chief Manager Wu could clearly hear something heavy fall to the ground. He couldn't suppress the great waves in his heart, and he reared his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha! Clearwood grasped the storage shell, her eyes bright and beautiful. Her eyebrows were filled with joy as if she had just picked up a golden ingot. Not too far away, several assistant sea spirit teachers saw the appearance of these two great figures and felt a chill run down their spines. An electric current swept through their bodies, and they screamed out in unison as they turned and ran. Success! Mr. Ning succeeded! Waves of ecstasy rapidly spread through Sea Spirit Pavilion. But what left the assistants puzzled was why the teachers all had constipated expressions on their faces. Their smiles were uglier than crying. Soon after, an ambulance rushed into Sea Spirit Pavilion. This was because Grandmaster Goldrun had fainted once more. In a courtyard within the capital city, the coral was crimson like fire. This indicated that it was noon, the time when the temperature was at its highest. But the two people beside it were shivering with a cold intent. They had taken this opportunity to attack, and should have been able to complete their mission without leaving any traces behind. But who would have thought that something unexpected would occur? Not only did they fail, but they had almost exposed themselves. A black-clothed seafolk coldly said, "Investigate everything related to this Mr. Ning." The other seafolk cupped his hands together and quickly left. In the following period of time, the capital city was surging with dark wave. The ordinary seafolk were at a loss, but Blue Sky Spire and Earthfault Spire had suddenly stopped business. This became the hottest topic of conversation for the people of the capital city, and countless rumors wildly spread out. Sea Spirit Pavilion took advantage of this opportunity to launch a series of activities. There were promotions, rebates, discounts, and so on and so forth. If one observed carefully, they would discover that during these activities, many dignitaries of the capital city, who rarely interacted with Sea Spirit Pavilion, sent flower baskets to express their congratulations. In this way, they expressed their apologies for some matters that had occurred some time ago. Chapter 137. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? This is the network that provides you with wonderful novels to read. Compared to this, the minor changes within Sea Spirit Pavilion didn't arouse much attention. For instance, two high-level Sea Spirit teachers were moving out of the 7-layer building. At first they fiercely opposed it, but after entering Chief Manager Wu's study they calmed down and expressed their strong support for the relocation. In Chief Manager Wu's words, if anyone could earn 10 million spirit stones at once, they would be given the same treatment. No matter how thick one's skin was, they couldn't withstand such a beating. Afterwards, Sea Spirit Pavilion's 7-layer building was marked with a clear mark, Mr. Ning. All the Sea Spirit teachers looked at him with a deep awe in their eyes. At this time, in the empty workroom of Mr. Ning, the fragrance of tea overflowed from the worktable. Chief Manager Wu smiled as he laid down a storage shell. There is a small token of my appreciation inside. I ask Mr. to accept it. Clearwood's complexion relaxed, as if she hadn't seen anything that had angered her before. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He probed the storage shell with his divine sense. Although he knew that Sea Spirit Pavilion had earned a great deal, he was still shocked by this. He hesitated for several breaths of time and said, "Chief Manager is too kind." Chief Manager Wu's smile widened. After this matter, he had determined that there was a sky spirit being. As he reported this to headquarters, he also made up his mind to keep Qin Yu here. Since this was the case, he had to show his gratitude. Spirit stones. 6 million. For 13 sea spirits, he had signed a supreme treaty and received 3 million spirit stones. If the treatment was completed within 3 days, an additional payment of 20 times that amount would be 26 million spirit stones. 427. 3 million spirit stones. He had given Qin Yu over 20%. This sort of act of winning the hearts of others left even Clearwood shaken. But she clearly didn't oppose it. Mr. Ning deserves this. After all, if I fail, you will have to run away with me. After a rare humorous remark, Chief Manager Wu stood up and cupped his hands across his chest. I thank Mr. once again for being willing to take such a great risk with me. In the future, as long as I am here, Mr. Ning will be the chief representative of Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Chief Manager Wu really knew how to conduct himself. With 6 million spirit stones and such an attitude, how could he not be moved? Unfortunately, he was only a fake sea folk. He was destined not to stay in Sea Spirit Pavilion for too long. He feared his efforts would come to nothing. He nodded and didn't speak further about this matter. He put down the storage shell and said, My cultivation has been hindered recently and I need some soul-strengthening treasures. I'll have to trouble Chief Manager to exchange for them. In addition, if possible, it would be best to prioritize this type of treasure when you pay for your work in the future. Chief Manager Wu secretly praised Qin Yu's calmness. He was truly worthy of being someone from the Sky Spirit Sage lineage. Even his carefully prepared methods weren't able to move him at all. There was no rush. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. As for soul-strengthening treasures, Sea Spirit teachers had extremely high requirements for the soul. He didn't doubt this at all. He took back the storage shell and smiled. That's easy. Our Sea Spirit Pavilion purchases all sorts of soul-strengthening treasures all year round. We will exchange them for Mr. Qin at the purchase price. Clearwood suddenly said, Mr. Ning, in response to your situation, Sea Spirit Pavilion has drafted a special edition of the Supreme Book. The minimum payment is 100,000 and the profits will be equally divided with you. In addition, if there is an accident, you only need to bear 30% of the compensation. If you are willing, this special edition booklet will be available to more than 50 million customers in the 379 cities of the Sea region. Of course, in order to ensure that you can rest, we have set up a maximum number of orders. At most 50 orders per month. Mr. Ning, do you have any objections? Qin Yu's voice was filled with joy. As long as you pay with soul-strengthening treasures, there won't be any problems. Chief Manager Wu smiled, a heroic spirit gushing out from his chest. Perhaps he would be able to lead the capital city branch division to unimaginable height. That's right, the result of my bet with the 6 Grandmasters is already clear. Isn't it about time to honor it? Chief Manager Wu's smile stiffened. 5 million spirit stones is not a small number. The several Grandmasters will need some time to gather this amount. How about, Qin Yu interrupted, it's fine as long as you don't renege on your debt. Then, I'll have to ask Chief Manager Wu to handle this matter. Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. He knew that Qin Yu wouldn't be lenient with them. He couldn't help but mourn for the 6 Grandmasters. Love go small say, netku years of blood and sweat, all of it was gone. In particular, Grandmaster Goldrun. He hoped that he wouldn't live the rest of his life in debt. When Sea Spirit Pavilion's special Supreme Book was released, it instantly set off monstrous waves in the Sea Spirit world. Countless people stared with wide eyes. The minimum payment of 100,000 and the compensation of 20 times the original amount left them in a daze. Even the 10 most respected purple card Sea Spirit teachers might not dare to sign such an agreement. Had Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city branch division gone mad, or did they really have something to rely on? Those that had the qualifications to know the truth behind Blue Sky Spire and Earthfault Spire's suspension of operations all looked at Sea Spirit Pavilion with burning eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Sea Spirit Pavilion had a deep background and had always operated independently, they would have immediately waived their Spirit Stone cards and wantonly purchased Sea Spirit Pavilion's shares. Soon, the special Supreme Book found its first customer, the mother of the Royal Guard captain. This revered old woman was said to have once been His Majesty's wet nurse. She was quite famous in the sea spirit world, and the reason for this was because of the 300-year wisteria in her hand. This sort of spirit-gathering treasure was able to create a tide of spiritual strength out of thin air. It was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. The several outstanding juniors of the Royal Guard captain's family were the best evidence of this. Someone had once offered 10 million spirit stones, but had been rejected without hesitation. From this, one could see just how precious it was. However, over a decade ago, this wisteria seemed to have run into some trouble. It often went in and out of various sea spirit organizations, and the situation had never been brought under control. It was unknown whether it was because she had placed too much hope on this or because she wanted to use the wisteria to make a final profit, but after Sea Spirit Pavilion confirmed that they would accept this business, the old woman paid 1 million spirit stones on the spot. If they breached the contract, Sea Spirit Pavilion would have to pay 20 million. It was unknown who was secretly adding fuel to the fire, but news of this matter quickly spread throughout the capital city. Countless eyes gathered on Sea Spirit Pavilion. They all wanted to know whether or not Sea Spirit Pavilion would soar into the heavens or fall into the dust. 5 days later, the wisteria was returned to the customer. Everything was done in secret and no one knew what the exact situation was like. But according to the servants of the Royal Guard captain's family, the tide of spiritual strength deep within the residence had suddenly returned to its peak, and it was even stronger than before. Afterwards, the Royal Guard captain personally paid a visit to Chief Manager Wu to thank him and present him with generous gifts. This news completely ignited the situation. A second special edition Supreme Book, a third special edition Supreme Book, a fourth. The monthly quota of 50 orders was sold out in 3 days. As the Sea Mausoleum with difficult and stubborn diseases was cured, Sea Spirit Pavilion's Mr. Ning broke into the world of sea spirit teachers with a disdainful attitude. For a time, his limelight was unrivaled. No one knew just how many spirit stones Sea Spirit Pavilion earned in this grand banquet. But, looking at Chief Manager Wu, who was so calm and composed that he revealed his 2 front teeth, one could imagine just how astonishing the profits were. And half of this terrifying profit was exchanged for soul-strengthening treasures that were continuously sent to the 7th floor. In that tightly shut workroom, it was already late at night. Leon was sitting on a workbench, carefully processing the corals in the culture fluid. After a long time, he straightened up and looked at the corals that were gradually recovering their vitality. He stretched his body and smiled. Leon had never truly treated a sea spirit on his own before. He didn't know that he was actually hiding such a formidable talent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could attempt to apply for the middle-level sea spirit teacher examination. Leon turned to look at the tightly shut workroom, his face full of admiration. His teacher hadn't come out for over a month. The spirit plants that were treated were all transmitted out through a small array formation. Even someone as powerful as his teacher was diligently working and cultivating, so what reason did he have not to work hard? Leon rubbed his temples. When his weary mind recovered a little, he took out an ancient seashell and probed it with his divine sense. Although his teacher hadn't taught him anything, he had given him the authority to become a high-level sea spirit teacher, so that he could freely search through the ancient texts of Sea Spirit Pavilion and absorb the nutrients within. To Leon, this was an unimaginable matter. After he inadvertently spoke of it, the envious gazes he attracted nearly killed him. There was also Lionheart. He was already a handsome young man who was learning to adapt to his human form. Under the envious gazes of countless people, after they moved out of that small and cramped courtyard, his mother's illness miraculously began to recover. Now, she was receiving the best treatment possible, and it wouldn't be long before she was completely cured. And all of this was a gift from his teacher. Sometimes, Leon would silently thank the heavens that such a person had appeared in his life. Not only had his destiny been changed, but he had also obtained the qualifications to pursue his dreams. Moreover, he had a chance to grasp the person he loved the most. Qingqing often met with him, but Madame Qing never appeared again. There was also no mysterious person stopping him on his way home to have a good chat. Did this mean that Madame Qing had temporarily acquiesced? Leon didn't know. All he could do was try his best to improve himself and keep this dreamlike dream by his side forever. In the workroom, Leon saw Qin Yu, who was diligently working and cultivating, sitting cross-legged, refining and absorbing the blue amber-like treasure in his hands. Faint traces of pale golden energy fused into his soul through his nose and mouth. It was like he was soaking in a hot spring, slowly but surely becoming stronger. Beneath his feet, above his head, and on the four walls, besides the tight array formations that were set up in the workroom, there was also a slightly messy array formation revolving around him. Not too far away, on a workbench, the little blue lamp floated in the air. A foot of sea blue light quietly bloomed, covering the 3 sea spirits and even the soul mushroom. After refining the 5-element spiritual objects, Qin Yu realized how important it was to have a powerful soul. And during this period of time, he had constantly refined treasures to enhance the intensity of his soul, allowing him to experience the benefits of a powerful soul. His senses became sharper and his control of magic power became smoother. Every inch of his mortal body, flesh, blood, and bone seemed to clearly appear in front of him. Although his strength hadn't changed, the current Qin Yu could erupt with all his strength. It was over 10% stronger than before. One couldn't underestimate this 10%. It was superimposed on Qin Yu's 9th-level golden core cultivation and the strength of the demon body's mortal body. The increase could be called astonishing. He already knew the function of the soul mushroom. Qin Yu naturally hoped that it could mature as soon as possible and reach the level of a partner soul. Kacha, with a light sound, Qin Yu absorbed the last several wisps of pale golden energy. He opened his eyes and looked at the fragments in his palm, a helpless look on his face. Chapter 138. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The soul was the most mysterious part of a cultivator's body. Even now, no one had been able to completely comprehend its hidden secrets, so improving it was extremely difficult. This sea marrow crystal that was worth over 200,000 spirit stones was completely absorbed in less than half a day. Luckily, even with such a terrifying cost, his soul had risen much faster. He flipped his hand and took out a jade box. He took out a palm-sized purple flower, swallowed it, and continued to refine it. According to this speed, he might be able to refine the third 5-element spiritual object in several more days. 5 days later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. A sharp light surged within them and a divine light burst out. With a flick of his sleeves, the fleeting flame furnace appeared. Metal, water, wood, fire, earth. Since he had started refining the water attribute spiritual object, he had to follow the order of mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements recorded in the 5-element sword diagram. What he needed to refine next was the fire attribute spiritual object. The furnace opened and a red sphere of light flew out. It wanted to escape, but it seemed to sense something. After a moment of hesitation, it flew around Qin Yu. The burning aura caused the surrounding temperature to rapidly rise. This was only a natural release. If it were to detonate completely, the entire sea spirit pavilion would be burnt to ashes. Qin Yu lifted a hand. Magic power gushed out from his palm, rapidly forming a 3-legged furnace. The red sphere of light cheered and flew into it on its own initiative. His eyes brightened. The 5 elements came from the same source, and indeed, they possessed an overwhelming instinct to fuse together. Perhaps the 5-element fusion recorded in the appendix of the 5-element sword diagram really did exist. Suppressing this thought, Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to refine with all his might. The world was crimson red. A terrifyingly high temperature wreaked havoc everywhere. Magma flowed everywhere and the air distorted from the heat. This was a world of fire and magma. Buried deep beneath the vast earth, it had never had any contact with the outside world for hundreds of millions of years. This sort of stability continued for countless years. Then, one day the world changed. The earth was struck and a terrifying strength pierced through the ground. The calmly flowing magma instantly turned into a tyrant. A world-destroying strength erupted, rushing out from the cracks in the earth and tearing apart the ground. Crimson magma wrapped around a crystal that had been nurtured for countless years and shot into the skies. Then, flames swallowed up the forest and flowed into the distance. Wherever it went, all life was erased, leaving behind only death and destruction. Qin Yu's complexion was red. Steam rose from his body. Even though the ground could withstand all sorts of extreme environments, it was still scorched black. The 3-legged cauldron in his palm trembled slightly before dispersing into magic power and merging into his body. Within his Dantian sea, it suddenly became much brighter. A palm-sized 16-sided crystal appeared. It emitted a red halo of light like a small sun. It resonated with the lotus seed and willow branch, finally synchronizing with Qin Yu's breathing. Fire attribute spirit item refinement complete. Shuar Qin Yu opened his eyes. After a brief daze, he quickly composed himself. He carefully sensed his surroundings and smiled. Sure enough, after the soul became stronger, it could hold more memories and was less affected. With the 3rd spiritual object, he was one step closer to success. He lifted a hand and swallowed down a pill to restore his losses. He wanted to continue refining treasures to strengthen his soul force, but he soon received 2 pieces of news and had no choice but to interrupt his cultivation. First, because Sea Spirit Pavilion had recently bought up a massive amount of soul-strengthening treasures, the capital city's market was in short supply and the price had sharply increased. It seemed as if someone had secretly interfered in the market, causing the price to nearly double. If he continued to buy under such circumstances, not only would it cost him a lot of money, but it might also cause an even larger scale of people to be reluctant to sell and maliciously raise the price. After Chief Manager Wu investigated the matter, he suggested that he temporarily stop buying and wait for the market to stabilize before buying again. Alternatively, he could borrow Sea Spirit Pavilion's channels to buy from other Sea Race cities. Qin Yu expressed his understanding. He asked the chief manager to borrow Sea Spirit Pavilion's channels to purchase the treasures. Of course, he would need to pay a fee and he would also need to wait for a period of time before they could be transported to the capital city. The second piece of news could be said to be neither good nor bad. Every 10 years, the Sea region would hold a large-scale Sea Spirit Teacher competition. The final winner would obtain the chance to challenge the 10 Great Purple Cards. If they won, they would replace their position and become an incomparably revered Purple Card Sea Spirit Teacher. If this were just empty fame, Qin Yu wouldn't have considered it at all. But the key point was that once a Sea Spirit Teacher became a Purple Card, they would be able to obtain a Sea Spirit Baptism. This was an ancient ritual, and the cost to activate it was at least 10 million spirit stones. But one shouldn't think that this was the reason why it was so precious. This was because countless Sea Spirit Teachers waved piles of spirit stone cards in the air. No matter how much they paid, it was impossible for them to obtain a chance to undergo a Sea Spirit Baptism. It was only open for Purple Card Sea Spirit Teachers. This sort of ancient ritual could enhance a Sea Spirit Teacher's overall abilities. According to the secret investigations of Sea Spirit Pavilion, it had a particularly great effect on the soul. Looking at Chief Manager Wu, who was smiling happily, Qin Yu felt that these last words were specifically meant for him to hear. But he was well aware that Chief Manager Wu wouldn't speak nonsense about this matter. The sea spirit baptism would definitely be able to strengthen the soul, but there was a certain risk that this matter would be exposed. As he read through the introduction of the competition, he remained silent. How about it, Mister? Have you considered it carefully? Do you want to participate in this competition? Chief Manager Wu smiled. According to the usual practice of our Sea Spirit Pavilion, there will be a spot that will directly enter the finals. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Directly enter the finals? Chief Manager Wu's smile widened. That's right. If Mr. wishes to participate, then I will handle the rest. You only need to participate in the final competition. If you win, then you will obtain the chance to challenge a purple card. This won't take too much time, and there will also be a reward for the sea spirit baptism. He paused. At the very least, I believe that Mr. shouldn't miss this opportunity. All right, I agree. Chief Manager Wu's eyes brightened. Mister, rest well for the next few days. Before the competition begins, I will personally notify you. He stood up and hurried away. Qin Yu leaned back on the sofa. He could guess why Chief Manager Wu was trying his best to encourage him to participate in the competition. But he couldn't help but admit that the sea spirit baptism was indeed a powerful temptation to him. Of course, the most important reason was that Qin Yu had already looked through the competition procedures. When sea spirit teachers operated, they had to do so in a sealed environment, and it was impossible for the outside world to observe them. Otherwise, even if he was directly given the chance to participate in the sea spirit baptism, he still wouldn't dare to interfere. He rubbed his temples, thinking that he would have to be a bit more careful and not expose himself. After refining the last soul-strengthening treasure in his storage ring, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something. He sneered at his poor memory and took it out. This was a transparent bead. There seemed to be tumbling clouds within it, and it contained a massive amount of pure soul strength that could be absorbed. This was the soul bead that he had obtained after killing a high-level specter with the Sky Thunder bamboo in the Netherworld realm. Looking at it, Qin Yu regretted once more that he hadn't been patient and drawn in several high-level specters to attack together. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so distressed right now. Qin Yu had already examined the soul strength within the soul bead and could directly absorb it. But just as he was about to do so, he suddenly discovered that there was something else that was very interested in it. It was currently daytime. The little blue lamp was put away and the soul mushroom was placed side by side with the two sea spirit treasures. At this time, the gray mushroom body was gently shivering. The degree of shaking was extremely small. If it weren't for his sharp eyes and careful observation, he wouldn't have discovered it. Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised. He brought the soul bead to the side. The gently fluctuating clouds within suddenly began to violently tumble about. The soul bead shattered. Qin Yu's soul instinctively expressed a longing desire. He forcefully suppressed the urge to swallow it and watched as the soul mushroom completely absorbed it. A moment later, a trace of blue appeared on the surface of the soul mushroom. It rapidly spread outwards, and after several breaths of time, the entire body turned blue. This blue was a bit dim, like the first color that appeared on a tree branch after a deep winter. It represented the birth of life. Blue, 100 years. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with joy. He never thought that a soul bead would be able to help the soul mushroom cross a critical step in its transformation. Although the little blue lamp's illumination had definitely played a role in accumulating energy, no one could deny the miraculous effects of a soul bead on the soul mushroom. He regretted once more that he hadn't been able to kill several more high specters, and with the old turtle's words when he left the Netherworld Sea region, even if he knew the function of a soul bead, he still wouldn't dare to rush in. Whatever, since things had come to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He comforted himself and put away the soul mushroom. Then, He sat down for a long time and finally calmed his thoughts. He took out a pill and swallowed it. Even if he couldn't continue refining treasures to enhance his soul, he could still cultivate. It was a shameful waste of time. Moreover, although the star pill was slow in strengthening his soul, it would still have an effect if it accumulated. Under Leon's admiring gaze, Qin Yu continued to go into seclusion. The Sea Spirit Teacher competition was like a raging torrent, tyrannically sweeping through the entire sea race world. During this period of time, it became the undisputed king of topics. From the capital city to the remote sea race tribes, from the dignitaries to the common people, everyone was enthusiastically discussing this matter. The 10 great purple-card Sea Spirit Teachers were the words that appeared the most in their mouth. Their eyes often revealed the deepest awe and reverence. There were only 10 purple cards. They were known as the incarnations of the Sea Spirit in the world, the walkers of the mortal world. The Sea Spirit here didn't refer to the spiritual beings of the sea, but to the invisible will of the entire sea region. It was the sea region that gave birth to the sea races. It provided them with a place to live and flourish, bestowing them with wealth and the right to live. The incarnation of the Sea Spirit naturally had a revered status. In some remote and ancient tribes, they were even more worthy of respect than the ruler of the capital city's royal palace. All Sea Spirit Teachers, no matter how high or low their talent or how weak or strong they were, participated in this competition as an honor. This was because this represented that they had pursued their dreams and were also expressing their efforts and struggles to the invisible Sea Spirit. They hoped to obtain the favor of the Sea Spirit so that it could bestow them with greater strength. The preliminary competition was on a massive scale. After 10 consecutive days of competition, the top 10 in each competition area would obtain the qualifications to participate in the semi-finals. In the semi-finals of the competition area, the degree of excitement would rise dramatically. A new generation of powerful Sea Spirit Teachers would constantly emerge, revealing their brilliance in the competition. The various Sea Spirit influences, tribes, and family clans would send out observers. They would stare with wide eyes as they selected their competitors. Even if they failed, it didn't matter. This was because in the next moment there might be a rich contract delivered to them. This Sea Spirit Teacher competition that swept through the entire sea region meant a chance to stand out. Of course, this didn't conflict with what the Sea Spirit Teachers said before, because in the eyes of the Sea Spirit Teachers, this was also a gift from the Sea Spirit. Chapter 139. Genius in a Second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet to provide you with wonderful novels to read. After half a month of intense semi-finals, 170 Sea Spirit Teachers were selected from the 17 competition zones. They obtained the qualifications to come to the Sea Race capital city and participate in the finals. These 170 people were nearly all high-level Sea Spirit Teachers, and all of them possessed formidable strength. Before they even entered the capital city, they had already attracted the attention of countless people. As they rode giant seabed whales that had been specially arranged for them to arrive from all directions, Chief Manager Wu knocked on the door of the 7-layer workroom. He smiled and told Qin Yu that the competition was about to begin. "Mr. Ning, please follow me. An honored guest has been waiting for you for a long time." Chief Manager Wu gestured. After entering the 9-layer workroom, Qin Yu saw that this person wore purple robes and had a purple card hanging from his waist. He instantly understood who this person was. This was the strongest existence amongst Sea Spirit Teachers, a purple card Sea Spirit Teacher. His silver hair was neatly combed and his warm eyes were deep. As he looked Qin Yu up and down, he didn't seem annoyed at all. Chief Manager Wu bowed. "Old Sea, this is Mr. Ning." He turned and said, "Mr. Ning, Old Sea is ranked 7th of the 10 great purple cards. He is an exalted of my Sea Spirit Pavilion, and he has come especially to explain the judging and specific procedures of the competition." This was certainly an excuse. Qin Yu could sense the probing look in Old Sea's eyes, as well as a bit of excitement. He calmly cupped his hands together and said, "Greetings, Old C." Old C waved his hand. "Although I haven't seen your strength before, I have seen the small leaf wisteria from the Royal Guard captain's residence. It was far too time-consuming and I had other important matters to attend to at the time, so I declined. Since you were able to cure it, that is already proof of yourself. It is fine if you treat me as an equal." His eyes blazed. "I heard that Mr. Ning comes from the Sky Spirit Sage lineage. I wonder if this is true?" Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He lightly said, "So what if it is? So what if it isn't? In the end, we are all Sea Spirit teachers. We were born to save Sea Spirit." Old C suddenly became excited. Yes, that's right. You all really do uphold this most traditional belief." His expression suddenly became friendly. He laughed. "Mr. Ning, perhaps you don't know, but the reason I have my current achievements is because I have a connection with the Sky Spirit Sage lineage." Qin Yu didn't know how to respond, so he casually made up a few random words. He never thought that he would have such thoughts, so he simply kept quiet. Since he had confirmed his identity, the old man would naturally help him cover it up. As expected, Elder Hai slapped his forehead. "I forgot that you never admit your identities outside. Rest assured, this old man won't leak any of it." As he spoke, he glanced at them. Chief Manager Wu hurriedly bowed. "Old Hai, don't worry. My lips are sealed." Elder Hai waved his hand. "It's good that you understand. Don't be an eyesore here and go busy yourself. I'll entertain Mr. Ning." As he spoke, he placed Qin Yu on the same level as him. In the eyes of ordinary sea folk, the 10 great purple cards were the most formidable sea spirit teachers. But they were well aware that there was a lineage of inheritance that was even more formidable than them. That was the Sky Spirit Sage, a legend that was passed down amongst sea spirit teachers. As they sat down, Old C began to chat. "With Mr. Ning's strength, I won't speak too much about anything else. I'll mainly remind you of some things you need to pay attention to in the competition." As Old C spoke, the originally blurry Sea Spirit Teacher competition suddenly became clear in Qin Yu's mind. Their conversation continued for 2 hours. Qin Yu had a much more favorable impression of this kind and smiling old man. As he thought about how he had deceived this old man in the end, he could only apologize in his heart. "Alright, if we continue, you'll probably get annoyed. I just happen to have some matters I need to deal with, so I won't keep you here any longer." Old C took out a jade box. "I heard little Wu say that you were collecting things to strengthen the soul. Some time ago, I obtained a 3,000-year-old sea blue flower. Consider it a greeting gift." Qin Yu waved his hand. "It's too precious. I cannot accept it." Old C smiled. "Mr. Ning shouldn't be too old. Even if we are of the same generation, I am still a big brother to you. Do you really want to refuse a little gift from me? If you think you've taken advantage of me, then after the competition ends, find some time to discuss it with me. In these past years, I've had many new experiences, but I find it difficult to share them with others." He patted Qin Yu's shoulder and turned to leave. Qin Yu looked at the jade box on the table and bitterly smiled. If Old C really wanted to discuss it with him, then perhaps he would be exposed. However, a 3,000-year-old sea blue flower was indeed a rare treasure. He had refined one before, and it was 1,300 years old. It was worth 300,000 spirit stones. This one was worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. This was a generous gift. As Qin Yu put it away in his storage ring, he furrowed his eyebrows. How could he make Old C give up on looking for him? In order to ensure fairness in the competition, the participating sea spirit teachers were given 3 days to rest and make sure that their performance wouldn't be affected. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In front of the royal palace, the Prosperity Square was used for sacrificial ceremonies. There were 20 luxurious coral houses that had been temporarily moved over, all of them shining with a brilliant light. The preliminaries and semi-finals had screened out 170 people. There were also 10 people that had been recommended by various parties. Qin Yu was one of them. Of course, no one would be dissatisfied with this, because those that had the qualifications to be recommended were at least famous sea spirit teachers of their own region. They were absolutely strong. On the day of the competition, the entire capital city was emptied out. All of the sea folk gathered together like a flood, gathering from all directions. The temporarily built stands were a dense black mass, causing the light of the array formation to distort. The dozens of sea folk responsible for maintaining the array formation were sweating profusely. They were barely able to maintain the operation of the array formation and avoid the tragic fate of the stands collapsing. And this was only the number of people that had bought tickets. Many more people couldn't obtain tickets and were blocked outside of Prosperity Square. Luckily, the organizers were already experienced in this. Several dozen-foot large shells floated in the air. When the competition began, they would be activated and broadcast the progress of the competition in real time. The more business-minded peddlers had already taken up their spots ahead of time. All sorts of signs decorated the crowd, all of them gearing up for a great deal of money. Within Sea Spirit Pavilion, a long line of carriages drove out. A massive number of guards followed behind them as they followed the empty streets towards Prosperity Square. Within the luxuriously decorated carriage, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. Across from him, Chief Manager Wu's complexion was dark and uncertain. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Ning, I know that I shouldn't say too much at this time lest I affect your condition. But, if possible, I hope that you can obtain the qualifications to challenge a purple card." Qin Yu opened his eyes. "What happened?" Chief Manager Wu said in a low voice. "Yesterday, Old C went out to handle some matters and was ambushed outside the capital city. His injuries are heavy." Qin Yu was startled. If Old C was ambushed at the critical juncture of the finals, it was clearly related to the struggle for a purple card. It was no wonder that Chief Manager Wu was so nervous. With Old C's condition, can't he apply to the organizers to refuse the challenge or postpone it? Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. He can't. The Sea Spirit Baptism ceremony can only be opened at a specific time. Once it is chosen, it cannot be changed. In the past, there have been cases of purple card Sea Spirit teachers being ambushed before they challenged. Old C was cautious enough, but he never imagined that. His face was filled with anger. It was clear that there was more to the matter of Old C being ambushed. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He nodded. "I will do my best." Chief Manager Wu cupped his hands across his chest. "I will leave everything to Mr. Ning." The carriage arrived at the edge of Prosperity Square. Following the prepared passage, it directly entered. As the place where the sacrificial ceremony was held, Prosperity Square was extremely large. Even the 20 coral houses only occupied about half the area. Currently, carriages were parked in empty spot. Those that could drive straight in were at least dignitaries of the capital city. For instance, the Qing family on Noble Court Avenue. 3 carriages were placed side by side. Although there were fewer carriages than the surrounding ones, the degree of extravagance still surpassed them. In the eyes of outsiders, it was an extremely imposing sight. But only the people of the Qing family knew that ever since the old master passed away, the Qing family's situation had deteriorated with each passing year. Those that would normally greet them warmly would now only lightly greet them before turning to leave. The Qing family members were gathered together. They were bound by an invisible barrier, isolated from the circle of top families in the capital city. Madame Qing held her husband's hand, her expression graceful and her eyes calm. This caused his complexion to improve a little, but he simply lowered his head. Qingqing stood at the side, as if she didn't notice the distress of her family. She stood on her tiptoes, aimlessly looking for something. Madame Qing's eyes flashed. She softly said, "Qingqing, will Leon also come?" The girl blushed red. She looked at her father and nodded. He said that Mr. Ning would bring him along today. The Qing family patriarch coldly snorted. Qingqing, you are now a young lady. You should act with discretion in the future. Don't get too close to some people. Madame Qing pulled on her husband's arm. That's enough. You also know that Qingqing has grown up and she has her own judgment. It's always good to make more friends. As she spoke, she patted the woman's shoulder. I think I saw Sea Spirit Pavilion's carriage. I know you are bored here, so go and talk to Leon. Remember to come back when the competition is over. Qingqing cried out in joy. She rolled her eyes at her father in dissatisfaction and then ran away. The Qing family patriarch frowned. Madam, how can you allow your daughter to do as she pleases? Not just anyone can be the son-in-law of my Qing family. Madame Qing smiled. She patted his hand. Perhaps Master can think of it this way. Leon is Mr. Ning's disciple, and for him to be brought to such an occasion today, it's clear that he values him greatly. In this competition, many people are optimistic about Mr. Ning's chances. If he is able to leap over the Dragon Gate, then Leon won't have his current status. The Qing family patriarch's complexion changed. Madam, do you also think that Mr. Ning has a chance? Madame Qing shook her head. I am just a woman, so how could I understand such things? I only think that since Mr. Ning has a chance, we might as well take a look. If he succeeds, then Qingqing and Leon will be together. That will be the same as my Qing family having a powerful helping hand outside of Noble Court Avenue. Sea Spirit Pavilion's 9 carriages neatly drove into the square. The competition staff had already respectfully received them and helped them park the carriages. Leon was the first to jump out. As he looked around, he was immediately given a fright. There were so many people. It was true that there were many people in the capital city, but in his memories, he had never seen so many people gathered together. He rode in the last carriage. Even so, the people inside were all high-level Sea Spirit teachers. After these people got off the carriage, they gathered together and began to speak with each other. Leon scratched his head, a bit embarrassed and at a loss. Chapter 140. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak net to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Leon. Hearing this voice, a happy expression lit up his face. He looked up and saw the sea race girl running towards him and immediately smiled. Qingqing, why are you here? Humph. Why can't I come? Ever since you became Mr. Ning's disciple, how many times have we seen each other? All right, if you don't want to see me then I'll leave. Leon hurriedly pulled her back and said many good words to make her unwillingly stay. Even so, his lips couldn't help but curl up in a smile. As the two of them were whispering to each other, a bell suddenly rang out in Prosperity Square. Looking towards the source of the sound, one could see a large bell hanging in front of the royal palace's entrance. It was mottled all over. No one knew what sort of treasure this bell was or when it was hung there. It seemed as if it had been here since the capital city existed. The bell's ringing was deep and resounding, so loud that the entire capital city could hear it. This meant that the finals were about to begin and the participating Sea Spirit teachers were about to step onto the stage. The carriage door opened and Chief Manager Wu stepped out first. Qin Yu followed behind him. At the same time, the other Sea Spirit teachers from the other Sea Spirit Pavilion branch divisions also stepped out. Including Qin Yu, there were a total of 11 people. Out of the 170 spots, Sea Spirit Pavilion had managed to obtain 10. From this, it could be seen just how tyrannical their strength was. Several of them had participated in the Sea Spirit Teacher competition more than once and had great seniority, so they didn't have any good impressions of Qin Yu. It was true that they could also rush into the finals with their own ability, but why would they recommend him? At this time, they proudly walked towards the center of the square and nodded towards Chief Manager Wu. As for Qin Yu, he was completely ignored. Cheers rose up like a tsunami from all directions. The fiery atmosphere caused one's heart to race and their spirits to soar. Qin Yu looked around and his eyes fell on Leon and Qingqing. After a moment of thought, he smiled and waved his hand. Leon hurried over. Qingqing hesitated for a moment and then followed behind. "Leon, this is Miss Qingqing, right?" Qingqing hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Mr. Ning." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. He turned his hand and took out a pair of sky sea wings. This sort of sea monster that lived in the depths of the sea had a low spiritual intelligence, and it was difficult for them to take human form. After hunting and refining their wings, one could obtain a powerful defensive treasure like the sky sea wings. This was what Grandmaster Goldrun had used to settle a debt. It was said that when he had no choice but to take it out, he had fainted again. People had given him the nickname of Fainting Grandmaster. "You're Leon's friend, so you're my junior. Take it as a greeting gift." Qingqing's mouth fell open. As she looked at the palm-sized wings that shined with a halo of light, her heart filled with love. But she knew that it was far too precious. She shook her head again and again. "Grandmaster Ning, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Qin Yu tossed it to Leon. "How can you take back something you've already given away? Think of a way to have Miss Qingqing accept it, otherwise I won't forgive you." He turned around and left. Although the sea sky wings had powerful defenses, it was a pity that only the sea tribe could use them. Furthermore, no one would be willing to sell such a rare treasure unless they had no other choice. It wasn't easy for Qin Yu to take action, so he might as well send him out to help this brat Leon. After all, no matter what, this was still his first disciple. He couldn't lose face in front of the Qing family. Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled again and again. What kind of situation was this? And yet he was still in the mood to play matchmaker with his disciple. But his mood was much more relaxed now. After all, the more casual Qin Yu appeared, the more confident he was. Leon held onto the sea sky wings, his face filled with excitement. He could guess the reason his teacher was doing this, and he couldn't help but feel even more grateful. Qingqing whispered, "You're really giving it to me?" Leon hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "Teacher never takes back the words he says. If you really don't want it, I can think of a way to return it." Qingqing snatched it back. She stroked it, liking it no matter how she looked at it. "First, let me take a look. So this is what the sea sky wings, known as the most beautiful magic tool, looks like." Seeing her happy expression, Leon brightly smiled. In the distance, the Qing family patriarch's lips twitched. "Sea sky wings? Or did I see wrong?" Madame Qing nodded. "That's right." The Qing family patriarch smacked his lips as if he were having a toothache. "This Mr. Ning is quite generous. I haven't even treated my daughter this well." Madame Qing glared at him. "You cannot accept this gift." The Qing family patriarch smiled. "It is disrespectful to refuse a high-level sea spirit teacher in front of him. You can take it first, and then it won't be too late to return it." Madame Qing thought for a moment. This seemed to make sense and wouldn't affect her daughter's reputation too much. She nodded and didn't say anything else. "Honored sea spirit teachers, all of you now have a number in your hands that represents your status. You will be randomly assigned your positions. Please enter according to the result." A voice echoed through the square. The ground gently shook and a pure white altar rose up from deep underground. The jade walls were engraved with endless waves and millions of sea monsters. Countless seafolk knelt down in front of the altar, worshipping it. This was an object used to worship the sea spirit. In the legends, it had a mystical strength that could communicate with the sea spirit. A seafolk priest flew onto the altar. His feet were bare and he had an incomparably devout expression. With a flick of his sleeves, he placed 20 sea spirits onto the altar tray. As he flew back, there was a loud humming sound as the tray containing the sea spirits flew up and floated above the altar. Shwa, shwa, beams of light shot out from the altar, falling into nothingness and forming bubbles. Numbers flowed on the surface of each bubble. Those that had the qualifications to enter the finals were either outstanding individuals that had been selected through layers of selection or those recommended by various influences. Every one of them was a master, so there was no need for a basic test. Thus, the process of the finals was simple and crude. There were 20 trays floating above the altar, and whoever could grab one would be able to unravel it. There was a time limit of 1 day. If one failed, the tray would automatically fly back to the altar, and the remaining sea spirit teachers could continue fighting over it. Of course, this wasn't a fight to the death, but a competition of soul force. Honored sea spirit teachers, let the competition begin. As his voice fell, there was the sound of breaking air. In order to become a high-level sea spirit teacher, one's soul had to be at least at the golden core realm. Thus, the cultivation of these high-level sea spirit teachers wasn't weak. Beneath the black robe, his eyes instantly locked onto the number in his hand. 67. Shuar Qin Yu stepped forwards. His figure was as fast as lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Cries of alarm sounded out from the audience stands and outside. It was clear that many people had noticed his astonishing speed. In his peripheral vision, the complexions of several sea spirit teachers changed and fear appeared in their eyes. Revealing his strength was one of the tricks that Old Sea had taught him several days ago. It could cause fear in the hearts of competitors and make them not dare to compete for it. Now, it seemed that Old Sea hadn't been wrong. The effects were indeed excellent. As the bubbles touched his body, they parted like water, allowing Qin Yu to enter. The numbers on the surface began to shine. Bubbles lit up one after another. The dazzling light reflected off the snow-white altar, causing the entire area to become incomparably dazzling. Qin Yu suddenly frowned. He coldly snorted, and a powerful divine sense howled out, ruthlessly colliding with the divine sense coming from the left. There was a faint buzzing sound in his ears. Even with Qin Yu's powerful soul, his eyebrows twitched and he felt a bit sour. It was clear just how strong his opponent was. He could faintly hear a pained cough. It was clear that the sneak attacker had suffered a loss in the collision of divine senses. Qin Yu took a deep breath and quickly stabilized his soul. Without delay, his divine sense howled out. It turned into an invisible hand that shot towards the trays on the altar. Currently, within the range of the altar, over 100 divine senses wove together. As soon as one entered, they could feel a suppressive pressure coming from all directions. If one's divine sense was weak, they wouldn't even be able to approach the trays before they were forcefully crushed. From time to time, there would be pained howls, indicating that someone had already suffered a calamity. When the soul damage was too heavy, the surrounding bubbles would isolate and protect the sea spirit teacher. Of course, this was the same as losing the competition. Qin Yu's divine sense was incomparably condensed. It forcefully pushed open a path and locked onto the trays. There was a purple flower placed on top of it, its surface shining with a brilliant light. Before he arrived, 2 powerful divine senses had already spread out, expelling the other divine senses as they fiercely fought for control of the trays. The trays trembled, sometimes moving left and sometimes moving right. It was clear that the 2 sea spirit teachers were evenly matched and no one was able to quickly gain the upper hand. The arrival of Qin Yu's divine sense immediately attracted the attention of the 2 sea spirit teachers. Out of my way! This was a roar of divine sense. It directly shook the soul. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be directly wounded. Qin Yu didn't say a word. His divine sense swept out like a fist, smashing into the roaring sea spirit teacher's divine sense. Bang! His body trembled. The opposing divine sense was like a block of ice, directly smashing apart. Ah! A miserable scream echoed in his ears. It was clear that this sea spirit teacher wasn't too far away. The other divine sense clearly didn't think that Qin Yu would be so fierce. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly retreated. He had seen his opponent's fate and naturally didn't think he could compete with Qin Yu. If he retreated, he would have other options. If he was severely wounded, then the finals would be over for him. Boundless divine sense swept out, wrapping around the trays and rapidly pulling them over. Chief Manager Wu smiled. Mr. Ning had always been purchasing soul-enhancing treasures, and his soul was truly formidable. Without accident, he would soon be able to seize this tray. As long as he obtained the spiritual object, then with Mr. Ning's strength, advancing would be a matter of course. But at this time, Chief Manager Wu could clearly see Mr. Ning frown. The trays that flew towards him came to a sudden stop and began to sway back and forth on the altar. Chief Manager Wu's heart skipped a beat. Time slowly passed and Mr. Ning still hadn't defeated his opponent. He couldn't help but reveal a gloomy expression. In the struggle for the trays, what one feared the most was this sort of stalemate. Sea spirit teachers who originally had no intention of snatching the trays would find a chance to interfere, causing the situation to become chaotic and dangerous. If one wasn't careful, then even if their soul was formidable enough, there was a chance they would fail miserably and even be pushed out. Leon gripped his fists, a nervous expression on his face. He was worried about his teacher's identity. If he were to be discovered in the competition, then there would be a great deal of trouble. Chief Manager Wu could sense Leon's anxiousness from the corner of his eyes. His heart fiercely shrank as a bad guess appeared in his mind. Could it be that Leon knew something? Mr. Ning was recklessly purchasing soul treasures. He could use them to enhance his soul, but there was also a chance he could use them to heal his wounds. As Chief Manager Wu thought of this, his complexion paled. He had studied the participants of this competition. Of the 11 people from Sea Spirit Pavilion, only Mr. Ning had the qualifications to take first place and reach the purple card. If he were defeated, then Old Sea would be in danger. But with things having come this far, it was already too late to be angry. He could only hope that his guess was wrong and that Mr. Ning could turn the tide. Chapter 141. Genius 1 Second. Remember if you want to go? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Chief Manager Wu was naturally overthinking things. But the situation Qin Yu was facing right now was indeed extremely difficult. His divine sense was fighting with others, and his complexion gradually darkened. Just as he arrived at the edge of the altar, a powerhouse had sneak attacked him. At the time, Qin Yu hadn't thought too much about it, because Old Sea had told him that this sort of thing would happen in order to suppress his opponents. Although it was rare, it still happened in every competition. Strictly speaking, it didn't violate the rules of the competition. Since competing for the Sea Spirit was a competition, there was nothing one couldn't do. All one cared about was the result, not the process. But now, when his divine sense wrapped around the tray and pulled it closer to his eyes, 2 strands of divine sense suddenly jumped out, forcing him to think more. Of these 2 divine senses, he was somewhat familiar with one of them. It was the person who had ambushed him earlier. The other strand was slightly weaker, yet it was extremely cold. It seemed to have cultivated some sort of mysterious technique, causing divine sense to actually become sluggish when colliding with it. It was rather troublesome to deal with. If they were joining forces to steal the Sea Spirit, then that would have been fine. But the problem was that these 2 people didn't care about the tray at all. They were only blindly attacking his divine sense. They were simply aiming for him. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu's soul was powerful enough, then his soul would have been greatly damaged under the joint attack of the 2, and he would have been forced to withdraw from the competition. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. The first people he thought of were Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire. These were 2 formidable sea spirit influences. Because of his existence, they had suffered a great loss, so it was reasonable for them to retaliate. Thinking back to when Old Hai was ambushed, it didn't take him long to figure out the crux of the matter. Someone thought he was a hindrance and wanted to get rid of him in advance. A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He spread out his divine sense that was wrapped around the tray. The other sea spirit teachers were overjoyed. They thought that Qin Yu was tired and had no choice but to let go, so they hurriedly spread out their divine sense. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 divine senses tangled together and collided with each other. The tray swayed as it flew away. Although no one could take it away for a time, they had a tacit understanding to keep it as far away from Qin Yu as possible. The 2 attacking divine senses paused for a moment, as if they never imagined that Qin Yu would simply give up on the tray. In the next moment, a cold chill rose up in their hearts. The altar tray was a special treasure. It could withstand the pressure of a powerful divine sense, and also protect the sea spirit from damage. Dragging it required a great deal of strength. In addition, there were many other sea spirit teachers that had rushed over to take advantage of the situation. This had tied up too much of Qin Yu's strength. At this moment, he let go of the tray, which was equivalent to freeing himself. Bang! His boundless divine will was like a tidal wave, brazenly rushing towards the 2 divine wills that he had previously injured. 2 tyrannical divine senses collided together. A deep explosion sounded out in the void, clearly spreading throughout Prosperity Square. Countless seafolk gasped, their jaws dropping open. Divine sense shaking the void was a strength that only those at the nascent soul realm possessed. It represented the sublimation of the illusory into reality. But now, the divine senses of 2 sea spirit teachers had actually produced such an effect. Didn't that mean that their souls were so powerful that they approached the nascent soul realm? Countless gazes looked towards the source of the voice and quickly locked onto the 2 fighting. Black robes fluttered without any wind, and an aura rose around them. Not far away, a skinny old man vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, his complexion pale. This black-robed figure had recently been in the limelight of the capital city. Almost everyone instantly recognized him as the chief sea spirit teacher of Sea Spirit Pavilion. Countless people sighed. Grandmaster Ning truly lived up to his name. For him to have such fierce methods, his soul was naturally extremely strong. As they looked at the old man who was vomiting blood, they couldn't help but reveal a look of pity. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had to provoke this person. As they were secretly sighing for him, they saw the skinny old man's eyes suddenly widen. So much strength actually caused the tiny blood vessels in his eyes to burst open, causing his eyes to turn crimson red. This was a sign that his soul had been stimulated to the extreme. Countless seafolk were frightened. This was only a competition, not a life or death grudge, so was there really a need to go all out like this? The crushed divine sense immediately rushed up once more. Without any scruples, it crazily bombarded Qin Yu, stubbornly holding him back. At the same time, another cold divine sense swam about like an icy snake, ruthlessly piercing into Qin Yu's divine sense. An extremely cold aura constantly poured in. It was actually able to use the divine sense as a channel to invade Qin Yu's body. Kacha, a layer of black ice rapidly condensed on the surface of the black robes. Even from far away, one could still feel the terrifying cold aura it contained. Chief Manager Wu angrily shouted, "This is murder! This is naked murder! Where are the people from the competition committee? I demand that the competition be stopped immediately." With his eyesight, how could he not see that besides the skinny old man, there was another sea spirit teacher that was crazily attacking Qin Yu? This sort of situation absolutely wouldn't occur in a normal competition. As he thought of old C's injuries, his entire body turned icy cold. He no longer cared about maintaining his composure and angrily waved his arms and roared. The competition committee staff member who was responsible for maintaining order on the competition field had a flustered look on his face, asking this important figure to maintain restraint. As he was spat on, he paled in fright and hurriedly used a spirit shell to report this matter. Outside the competition field, the seafolk watching the competition also noticed something was wrong. Loud boos swept through the entire square like a tsunami. But with the competition having reached this step, There were already sea spirit teachers who had exhausted all methods to seize the sea spirits on the trays. If they were to stop the competition now, they would definitely be opposed. So at this time, the competition committee members were arguing with each other. The decision to stop the competition still hadn't been made. Chief Manager Wu clenched his teeth. He turned and rushed towards the competition committee members. Soon, there was a loud explosion. It was clear that a fierce conflict had occurred. For a time, the scene was in chaos. Beneath his black robes, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. He could feel an icy cold growing in his soul, and his eyes were cold. This was no longer stopping him, but severely wounding him or even killing him. No matter who the mastermind behind the scenes was, they had successfully enraged Qin Yu. Within his Dantian Sea, the 16-sided crystal suddenly erupted with a blazing light, like a sun rising from the earth. Qin Yu's eyes turned crimson. It wasn't blood red, but tumbling waves of blood, like blazing flames. Ah! Not too far away, a handsome and young sea spirit teacher suddenly screamed out in pain, his face filled with fear. Blazing flames gushed out from his head. These flames weren't real, but were the manifestation of a burning aura. Their killing might was even more terrifying. In an instant, this sea spirit teacher's flesh was scorched. The bubble wrapped around him shrank and wrapped around him, extinguishing the flames with it. The competition committee members reacted quickly. Someone immediately rushed over and dragged him back. They inadvertently touched his body and grimaced in pain. The ambulance wasn't too far away. The healer was experienced and knowledgeable, but as he saw the sea spirit teacher's burnt appearance, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He put on sterilizing glove. After inspecting the sea spirit teacher, he revealed a sympathetic expression and waved his hand for them to carry him away. No matter how terrifying the mortal injuries were, as long as one was willing to pay the price, they could be healed. But what was terrifying was his soul. It was like an eggplant roasted over fire, shriveled up into a ball. It was unknown whether or not he would be able to maintain his sanity in the future, much less continue being a sea spirit teacher. This person had been thoroughly crippled. The skinny old man's face was filled with fear. He fiercely retracted his divine sense, wanting to break away from Qin Yu's slaughter. But it was already too late for him to leave. Boundless divine sense divided into several strands, each one carrying with it a searing heat. They were like invisible flame blades that instantly cut apart his divine sense. Puff, the skinny old man spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The competition committee members didn't have time to rest. They rushed over and dragged him away. After the healer inspected him, his condition was better than the previous one. But he would still be unable to avoid the fire poison invading his soul for the rest of his life, and he would die in pain. If that was the case, it was not as good as the previous one, who would be able to suffer less. Outside his black robe, the black ice shattered into pieces. Qin Yu looked around, like a tiger sitting on a high mountain. Wherever he went, the sound of gulping filled the air. The divine senses that were fiercely fighting for the tray all withdrew in the blink of an eye. With everyone watching, Qin Yu slowly pulled the tray into his hand. No one dared to fight for it. The nearby sea spirit teachers nearly cried. Holy shit, just who was this fellow? How could he be so ruthless? This was only a competition, so was there a need to play around with others until they were crippled? As for those that were far away, they let out long breaths of relief. They rejoiced that they weren't the ones that bumped into this ruthless person. These were two high-level sea spirit teachers. But in just a short period of time, they had both died. Let alone the participating sea spirit teachers, even the spectating seafolk of the capital city were left dumbfounded. They had originally been dissatisfied that Qin Yu had been attacked from all sides, but now all of them had their mouths tightly shut. Well, they had indeed made an error in judgment just now. If this person was so vicious and evil, then provoking him was the same as seeking death. With the tray in hand, The air bubble automatically fell down, sending Qin Yu away from the range of the altar. Just as he took several steps, a group of sea folk rushed over. The old turtle man in the lead was sweating profusely. He took out a handkerchief from time to time to wipe his sweat, but he couldn't keep up with the speed at which it gushed out. His originally dignified and magnificent committee member robes were now sticking to his body, leaving him in an extremely distressed state. "Wait, don't go yet." A group of sea folk gathered around. Qin Yu turned around, his voice cold. "What is it?" The Turtle Clan committee members' aura stagnated. Everyone had seen what happened just now. Although he had been a bit ruthless, it was absolutely self-defense. But this matter was far too vile. Ever since the beginning of the Sea Spirit Teacher competition, besides the first few chaotic times and the change in the capital city, there had never been a case where two high-level Sea Spirit Teachers were crippled. If they weren't punished and everyone was like this in the future, how could the competition continue to be held? The Turtle Clan committee member's eyes turned. He said in a low voice, "Sea Spirit Teacher, you are suspected of using a treasure that violates the rules in the competition and causing serious injuries to others. I ask that you temporarily suspend the competition and return with us to be investigated." Before Qin Yu could respond, a chair came flying through the air and smashed into the Turtle Clan committee member's head. Luckily, he had retreated quickly enough so that his tortoise shell didn't suffer any damage, otherwise he would have been badly battered. Chief Manager Wu led the Sea Spirit Teachers from Sea Spirit Pavilion over. Before he even arrived, he was already cursing out loud. "Investigate? I will investigate your face. If you want to investigate, then investigate those two damned Sea Spirit Teacher scum and find out just who ordered them to attack Mr. Ning." Without waiting for the Turtle Clan committee member to speak, Chief Manager Wu continued to roar, "Mr. Ning is very tired right now and his condition is very poor. If your actions cause him to have an abnormal performance in the next competition, then I can tell you with certainty that all of you will be finished. Just wait for Sea Spirit Pavilion's court summons. Believe me, if I don't sue you until you all go bankrupt and I have to beg for the rest of my life, I will never rest." ######. It was the end of the month. Chapter 142. Genius 1 Second. Remember if you want to go? Shua.net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The councilman's face immediately paled, and he began to sweat profusely. "Chief Caretaker Wu, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We are only doing our duty, and must clearly investigate this matter. Love Go Small say, Netku, we do need to investigate and see just who it is that dares to brazenly attack Sea Spirit Pavilion's chief Sea Spirit Teacher in front of everyone. Mr. Gudra, please open your eyes wide and look at what day it is today. Not only is this a provocation to Sea Spirit Pavilion, but it is the greatest blasphemy and affront to the sea spirits themselves." Chief Manager Wu aggressively glared at Qin Yu. "Mr. Ning, you only have a day to treat this sea spirit. Please do not delay any further and leave everything here to me." Committee member Gudra still wanted to say something, but he was immediately stopped by his angry roar. "Let's go now. I want to find the committee members and get justice." The pitiful and shriveled committee member Gudra was dragged away by Chief Manager Wu. His feeble rebuttals could still be heard from afar, but they were immediately crushed into pieces by an even louder roar. The 20 coral treehouses were prepared for the Sea Spirit Teachers that managed to obtain a sea spirit. The entrances were guarded by the seafolk, and as they saw Qin Yu walk over, they were at a loss as to what to do. The cold eyes beneath the black robe helped them make their choice. The two seafolk trembled and retreated to the side. Although this job paid well, it was far from enough for them to risk their lives for it. Qin Yu stepped in. With a flick of his sleeves, he closed the door, isolating all auras from the outside world. This sort of coral house was directly carved out of a giant coral. Because of the special materials used, it was an excellent array formation material that could isolate all outside prying eyes. It was specially prepared to protect the privacy of high-level sea spirit teachers. Although Old Sea had said that the coral house had been thoroughly inspected before it could be used, there shouldn't be any problems. Even so, Qin Yu still carefully inspected it with his divine sense. After determining that there weren't any problems, he took out a black stone. This was a special stone that the sea race called the Silent Stone. It could completely seal off all qi within a radius of 10 feet, not letting even the slightest bit leak out. After completing this, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and casually laid down the disc. He took out a pill and swallowed it, closing his eyes to cultivate. That's right, under the gazes of everyone present, the ferocious Qin Yu who had crippled 2 high-level sea spirit teachers was currently cultivating. The reason was simple. It was daytime and the little blue lamp was sleeping. At this time, the competition outside was still in full swing. Sea spirits were taken away one after another, and as the number of trays decreased, the competition became increasingly fierce. 2 hours later, over 20 sea spirit teachers had been forced to withdraw from the competition due to severe soul damage. The sea spirit teachers that had successfully seized a sea spirit no longer cared about recovering from their wounds. They swallowed down some medicines to suppress their injuries and immersed themselves in their work. Chief Manager Wu stood like a crane in a flock of chickens. He stood at the end of the round conference table, engaging in a war of words with a group of competition committee members. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. However, the back of his robe was already soaked with sweat. It could be seen that as he sneered and cursed, he was under incredible pressure. The Sea Spirit Teacher Competition Committee represented the strength behind them. Even with his status, it was difficult for him to deal with them. Luckily, it was a fact that Qin Yu had fought back in self-defense. Even if his methods were a bit violent, it was still barely justifiable. As they were fiercely arguing, soothing music began to spread out from Chief Manager Wu's chest. He took out a spirit shell and placed it to his ear, a respectful expression on his face. The several committee members who didn't want to let this matter blow up and use Qin Yu as a model suddenly lowered their voices. With Chief Manager Wu's status, the only person that could make him act like this was that noble lady from Sega City who had left the capital city for 70 years and hadn't returned once. Yes, I understand. I am currently explaining things to the committee members. Yes, I understand. Please wait a moment. Chief Manager Wu looked up. Chairman Su, my family's mistress has something to say to you. Chairman Su's eyebrows arched up. He calmly received the spirit shell and walked several steps away. He began to speak in a low voice with the noblest and most powerful woman in the sea region. From time to time there would be light chuckles. It was clear they were chatting happily. After a moment the conversation ended. Chairman Su returned the spirit shell and returned to his seat. Everyone, we are currently in the finals. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, shouldn't we temporarily suppress this matter and wait until the end to investigate? Several committee members cursed inwardly. If the competition ended and the committee was dismissed, how would they investigate? They glanced at each other and could see the helplessness in their hearts. And as expected, a group of neutral committee members immediately expressed their support for Chairman Su's idea. As for the committee members that had spoken up for him, they all quieted down. Seeing this, several committee members had gloomy expressions. They lowered their heads, not saying a word. Chief Manager Wu silently praised the mistress 99 times in his heart. Although she hadn't been in the capital city for many years, her fame still spread far and wide. With a single spirit shell, she had immediately reversed the situation. He cupped his hands across his chest, his face cold and arrogant as he bid his farewells. Then, his complexion darkened. He turned and gave some orders. A sea spirit pavilion cultivator hurried away. Even the mistress had been alarmed and had no choice but to intervene. It seemed that the one who had secretly acted this time was a powerful character. If so, then it was clear that this other party's goal was the purple card sea spirit teachers. Only such a massive harvest could drive such a powerful character to the point of becoming enemies with Sea Spirit Pavilion. He looked up at the coral house where Qin Yu was. Chief Manager Wu took a deep breath. Now, he could only place his hopes on Mr. Ning. If he could win, then he could slowly investigate this matter. Otherwise, once Old C's position was lost, there would surely be a chain reaction that would set off and things would become truly troublesome. Time slowly passed. The first sea spirit teacher to successfully heal a sea spirit emerged from the coral house nearly 6 hours ago and took away the first promotion spot. Afterwards, every once in a while, another sea spirit teacher would appear. Those that came out ahead of time had already solved their problems, and those that hadn't were still working hard. Qin Yu wasn't one of them. It wasn't just Chief Manager Wu, but also the majority of the people present. With the release of the special edition of the Supreme Book, Grandmaster Ning's reputation had spread far and wide. There were even some busybodies that called him the #1 sea spirit teacher beneath the purple card. But now, 6 out of the 20 spots had been taken. The #1 sea spirit teacher beneath the purple cards, Grandmaster Ning, still hadn't shown himself. Had he encountered a problem, or had he been injured in the battle to cripple 2 high-level sea spirit teachers? There were many sea folk that were inclined towards the latter. After all, killing 2 sea boars required a great deal of effort, much less 2 high-level sea spirit teachers with formidable souls. The human race had an old saying that killing 1,000 enemies would damage 800 of one's own. This was quite reasonable. Chief Manager Wu's complexion darkened. His body was so cold that it seemed as if it would freeze over at any moment. In the entire Sea Spirit Pavilion area, the sound of breathing became much quieter. Qingqing was anxious. Although she didn't know too much, she knew that the relationship between Grandmaster Ning and Leon was destined to be one of them. If he were a purple card, then her mother absolutely wouldn't interfere in the matters between her and Leon. In fact, she might even vigorously promote them. But on the other hand, the result might be completely different. Although she was simple, she didn't lack wisdom. She could clearly see through all of this. She swept her eyes over. Leon was actually daydreaming. After knowing him for so long, she absolutely couldn't be wrong. He was daydreaming, and he was completely and utterly gone. His eyes were empty and his mouth was slightly open. From time to time, it would move a few times, as if he were saying something in a low voice. Qingqing immediately puckered her lips and stomped down. Leon cried out in pain, his face filled with grievance. He had no idea how he had offended this girl, but she had actually stomped down so heavily. In the quiet environment, this miserable cry was particularly clear. All eyes that were focused on Sea Spirit Pavilion were instantly drawn over. As they saw a young man and woman playing around, their lips couldn't help but twitch. Qingqing's face flushed red. She lowered her head in embarrassment, but she didn't forget to glare at him. It was all this blockhead's fault for causing her to lose face. Chief Manager Wu's complexion was ugly. As Mr. Ning's disciple, in such a critical moment, he was actually so indifferent and even had the mood to play around. This was simply outrageous. Just as he was about to reprimand Leon, his thoughts stirred and he softened his tone. Leon, Mr. Ning still hasn't come out. Aren't you worried? Qingqing's heart tightened. She quickly looked up. Leon had a blank expression. He looked at the ghostly blue time-sensitive coral and whispered, "So it's already been a day. No wonder I'm so tired." Seeing Chief Manager Wu's unhappy expression, Qingqing clenched her teeth and said, "If Mr. Ning doesn't come out soon, he will fail." Leon scratched his head. It shouldn't be. With teacher's strength, it should be easy for him to deal with the competition. He glanced at the coral house. "Chief Manager, have you sent someone to open the door? Teacher might have overslept." Overslept? Was this fellow really Mr. Ning's disciple? After not seeing him for such a short period of time, he had actually activated his silly side. Chief Manager Wu grit his teeth. Seeing that the time was almost up, He stamped his feet and walked towards the coral house. In any case, the time was almost up. Even if he failed, he still needed to know just what had gone wrong. The two competition committee guards saw his pale complexion and hesitated, not daring to stop him. They had all seen how Mr. Gudra had been struck with a chair. If he even dared to beat up a committee member, then there was no need to mention them. Moreover, if someone wanted to disturb him, it would be someone from Sea Spirit Pavilion. They could just let him be. Standing in front of the door, Chief Manager Wu took a deep breath and knocked. He was the chief representative of Sea Spirit Pavilion's Capital City Branch Division, an existence exclusive to the special edition of the Supreme Book, and someone who had crippled two high-level Sea Spirit teachers in a contest of souls. In truth, Qin Yu was extremely famous right now. Thus, as the time approached, more and more people looked at him. Could it be that this fierce character had inexplicably failed? When Chief Manager Wu knocked on the door, the attention reached the limit. Nearly everyone on the martial field was waiting for what would happen next. There was no response. Could he have fainted? Just as Chief Manager Wu was about to lift his hand again, there was a light creaking sound. The door to the coral house opened from within and a black-robed figure appeared. He stretched his waist and seemed to yawn. "Chief Manager, you've come at just the right time. You set the same alarm as me." As he spoke, he waved a clam in his hand. It was a clamshell called a time clam. After one poured magic power into this clamshell, it would become a natural alarm clock. Once magic power was exhausted, it would ring out and one could control the time based on how much magic power was poured into it. At this moment, all the seafolk that saw this were left in a state of disarray. Even someone as calm and astute as Chief Manager Wu couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He stuttered, "Grandmaster Ning, you really were sleeping." Chapter 143. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Qin Yu nodded. It only took me a bit of time to complete the treatment. I was too bored, so I took the opportunity to sleep. You should know that I was ambushed just now and I was injured, so I decided to take this time to recover. Of course, these words were false. The reason he had waited until now to come out was because only when night fell would the little blue lamp be able to play its role. When he was at Sea Spirit Pavilion, Clayan had once asked him why he hadn't treated a sea spirit during the day, causing a guest to be worried. Qin Yu had used this reason to gloss over it, and now he was casually using it again. Leon looked as if he already knew it and said happily, "I knew it. Teacher must have overslept. I told him to pay attention to his rest and not to overwork himself." The surrounding Sea Spirit Pavilion cultivators all had strange looks on their faces. Was it really a good idea to focus on something like this? Why did they want to beat this brat up? "What, you're saying I'm jealous?" "Ha ha ha ha, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. Woo woo, why do I feel tears in my heart? Grandmaster Ning, why can't you see me? Whether it is in looks or intelligence, I can completely crush that brat Leon." Chief Manager Wu was someone who had experienced many trials and tribulations. With great willpower and perseverance, he slowly closed his jaw. After a moment of daze, he thought of something important. It's almost time. Grandmaster Ning, should we hand over the sea spirit first?" Qin Yu rubbed his eyebrows. "I've slept too much. Then, let's ask the committee cultivator to come." In truth, they had already arrived, but they were hesitating. One had crippled two high-level sea spirit teachers, and the other had smashed up committee member Gudra, slamming the table and cursing at the committee. Both of them were violent and ruthless individuals. Who knew if the results would be good or bad? If they bumped into the muzzle of a gun, wouldn't that be far too dangerous? Seeing Chief Manager Wu wave his hand with a smile, the committee cultivator relaxed. He hurried over. "Congratulations, congratulations. It seems that Grandmaster Ning has smoothly completed the treatment." Chief Manager Wu regained his composure. With a reserved expression, he said, the sea spirit is here. I'll have to trouble you all to inspect it. Of course, of course. The staff member waved his hand, and someone immediately received the sea spirit with both hands, placing it on a square jade plate. Tiny lines lit up on the surface, emitting a halo of light that covered the tray and the sea spirit. In the previous great competition, there had been sea spirit teachers who had used special medicines to revitalize the sea spirits and cover up all their problems. Finally, they had obtained the qualifications to advance and had achieved a good result. After this matter was discovered, it caused an uproar throughout the entire city. Even though the sea spirit teacher involved was severely punished, he still refused to admit that someone had framed him. This caused the competition committee to fall into a passive position and even caused the sea spirit teachers to question the fairness of the competition. In order to prevent similar things from happening again, the competition committee had specially created this sort of detection treasure. It could keenly sense the composition of the medicine. Although no sea spirit teacher had dared to take the risk again in the last 100 to 200 years, this was still a tradition that had been preserved. The halo of light on the square jade board was calm, without any fluctuations at all. The staff member revealed a smile. There is no problem. Chief Manager can lead Grandmaster Ning to rest. After watching the staff leave, Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. Mr. Ning, you really scared me. Let's not do this in the future. Qin Yu nodded, not speaking. He thought that the excuse of sleeping was convenient, but in this sort of situation, it seemed a bit too much. Sure enough, as he swept his eyes around, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange look and a deep awe. A sea spirit teacher from Sea Spirit Pavilion was trembling, looking as if he would collapse at any moment. He was the one who had been the most disdainful of Qin Yu. This old fellow was quite strong, but his luck was too poor. When he was competing for the sea spirit, he had encountered a powerful enemy and had been severely wounded several times, forcing him to withdraw from the competition ahead of time. As he looked at Qin Yu walking towards him, his old face paled and he fainted. After a moment of chaos, he was carried away by others to be treated. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to lose face, but he was also too embarrassed to stick his face in front of others and let them hit him. Thus, he fainted and temporarily avoided the limelight. Chief Manager Wu had a radiant smile on his face the entire way. His every movement was filled with confidence. But when he and Qin Yu boarded the carriage and avoided the eyes of the outside world, his complexion darkened. Grandmaster Ning, are you really not injured? Qin Yu shook his head. I'm fine. His eyes flashed. It seems that the chief manager already knows. Chief Manager Wu coldly said, I'm not blind. It seems that someone is eyeing Old C's purple card position. How bold. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised that Chief Manager Wu could guess this. He lightly said, those two sea spirit teachers might be able to find some problems. Love go small say, Netku. Chief Manager Wu nodded. I've already sent people to investigate, and there's also the competition committee, hee. If it wasn't a deliberate arrangement, how could those two people have coincidentally appeared beside Mr. Ning? When I was raging with them just now, I carefully looked over them and locked onto the approximate target. I've also sent people to investigate them. Qin Yu frowned. Will there be trouble if they hurt someone? Also, what about the sea spirits that were handed over to the competition committee? Chief Manager Wu sneered. They've already been pressed down. Until the competition ends, no one will come to inquire about them. Once the competition ends, the competition committee will be useless. If they dare to investigate them, then let's see if they can even enter the gates of my Sea Spirit Pavilion. As for the sea spirits, I've already left behind a mark so they won't dare to do anything. Otherwise, the reputation of the competition committee will be ruined. He revealed a hesitant expression. Mr. Ning, I won't hide anything from you. Those who covet Old C's position must be powerful figures of the sea races. The reason I said that the matter of hurting someone has been pressed down is because my family's mistress personally brought a spirit shell from Sega City. Otherwise, things would have been far more troublesome. Chief Manager, are you saying that I am in great danger right now? Yes. Chief Manager Wu's complexion was solemn. In order to arrange today's situation, they must have used countless methods. Old C has already been taken by them, and Mr. Ning is the only obstacle. If it were me, I wouldn't have failed at the last moment. I would have eliminated Mr. Ning. Qin Yu lightly said, since Chief Manager is so honest, I believe you have a way to calm my heart. Chief Manager Wu's eyes brightened. That's right. Mr. Ning, please rest assured. I guarantee with my life that no matter who they are, they won't be able to touch you. His eyes were wild and arrogant. Many people are curious just what sort of background my Sea Spirit Pavilion has that we were able to develop to our current scale in just 100 years. Soon they will find out. A day passed. Of the 20 sea spirits, 7 had been healed. The remaining 13 sea spirit teachers walked out of the coral house with weary expressions, helplessly handing over their sea spirits. On the altar, the second round of competition began. In this round, 6 sea spirits were healed. The third round of competition was incomparably brutal and brutal. Every several breaths of time, a sea spirit teacher would spit out blood from their nose and mouth. They would be blocked by the bubble and forced to retreat. In the end, almost half of the sea spirit teachers were injured, and the final 7 sea spirits were brought into the coral house. In normal circumstances, after 3 rounds of competition, the 20 spots in the finals would have been divided up. But, perhaps because some sea spirit teacher was too heavily injured or had consumed too much soul force, at the end of the third day, there was still a sea spirit placed on the altar. The reason for the previous round of competition was because after the first 20 sea spirits were taken away by sea spirit teachers, information about them would be placed on the altar at a high price. As long as one was willing to pay a high price, they could obtain the information they wanted. Thus, the success rate of the next 2 rounds would constantly rise. The third round was also a failure. It was either because they didn't manage to buy any information, or it was as the 2 mentioned possibilities. The fourth round began. Even with Qin Yu's willpower, he was secretly shaken by this brutal round. He thought that he had been ruthless enough to obtain a promotion spot ahead of time. Otherwise, if he had fallen to the 4th round, even if he had tried his best, he still wouldn't have been safe. A sea spirit teacher was overjoyed. Just as he was about to obtain the last sea spirit, his body stiffened and his eyes popped open. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and fainted. In that moment, he had withstood at least 10 divine senses, all of them mercilessly attacking him. It was already good enough that he had managed to keep his life. And this was just a very normal scene in the whole crazy fight. High-level sea spirit teachers left the stage one after another with serious injuries. Everyone's eyes were red with killing intent and the scene began to gradually spiral out of control. The committee began to sweat profusely. If there were too many casualties, then the next sea spirit teacher competition would inevitably be affected. It might even be stopped by His Majesty. This time, the committee reacted quickly and quickly came up with a solution. The last sea spirit would be determined by pure soul strength. The sea spirit teachers gasped for breath. After a short period of thought, they accepted this proposal. The soul-testing treasure that had been urgently borrowed from the royal palace appeared. All of the sea spirit teachers that could still move struggled to leave the stage. This included the old sea spirit teacher from Sea Spirit Pavilion who had fainted. After hearing the announcement on the broadcast, he leapt up from his bed and ran so quickly that several seafolk who were taking care of him couldn't help but widen their eyes. The final result was that a sea spirit teacher who believed that he was lacking in strength and had been frightened by the tragic situation of the 4th round, so he hadn't dared to do anything, had taken advantage of the situation and won by a hair's breadth. Looking at his wide smile, It was clear that he was overjoyed by this result. The committee had already temporarily changed the rules of the competition. If there was a fifth round, then things would truly be out of control. This was especially true when the soul-testing treasure had arrived just now and His Majesty had issued a strict verbal decree. Thus, this sea spirit teacher with an obviously sloppy strength only used half a day to heal the last sea spirit. The committee carefully inspected it and announced in front of everyone that there were no problems. Of course, as for whether or not there were really no problems, only they themselves knew. There were some sea spirit teachers who raised objections. For instance, the second-place finisher in the soul-testing competition, who had nearly been eliminated, was forcefully expelled by the committee for ruining the progress of the competition. He was also banned from the competition for 30 years. Then, the entire world fell silent. At this point, the 20 competitors in the finals had all been decided. Chairman Sue's deep and low voice echoed through the square. Now, I would like to invite the altar to make a final judgment on the 20 sea spirits. The top 2 will undergo an additional competition to determine who has the qualifications to challenge for the purple card. The surface of the white jade altar erupted with light. The 20 trays seemed to be summoned. They instantly flew up from the hands of the committee cultivators and flew straight towards the altar. Chapter 144. Genius 1 Second. Remember, if you want to go? Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. The sacrificial altar was the same as the ancient bell outside the royal palace. It was an object from ancient times and had some strange and unimaginable uses. For instance, it could appraise the quality of sea spirit. The 20 sea spirits used for the examination had been carefully selected. They were all of the same rank and the difficulty of the questions was also on the same level. After the 20 trays entered the range of the altar, almost at the same time, they emitted a faint greenish-white light, just like the altar itself. This meant that the 20 sea spirits had returned to their normal range. But as time passed, the light that the trays emitted began to change. A few of the trays had a greenish-white color, and the white color was fading away, eventually turning into a dense green color. This meant that the sea spirits in the trays had surpassed the normal range of quality and had reached an outstanding level. A powerful sea spirit teacher could not only heal the wounds of a sea spirit but also help it increase its strength. Of course, there were very few that could accomplish this. It could be said that they were the peak existences amongst sea spirit teachers. In normal circumstances, the top 2 finalists would be born from these sea spirit. But at this time, countless seafolk cried out in alarm. Inside and outside the Prosperity Square, there were nearly 1 million sea race members gathered. Their cries of alarm were like rolling thunder, constantly reverberating in the air. Amidst countless shocked gazes, a tray that was green to the extreme suddenly glowed with a bit of purple. Like a purple ink spot falling into water, it quickly spread. The faint purple was extremely thin, but it was so noble and extraordinary amidst the green and white, like the clouds overlooking the earth. Because this represented a completely different level. The seafolk revered purple. This purple light in front of them indicated that the sea spirit on the tray had not only risen in strength, but had also made a qualitative breakthrough. Quality. First there was the quality, then the quality would be revealed. On the other hand, the sublimation of quality also represented a leap in quality. This sea spirit had surpassed its original grade. It had surpassed the other sea beads and reached a completely new level. The Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition had been held many times, but the number of times where purple had appeared could be counted on one hand. Love go small say net kuan of these few protagonists, the vast majority of them would successfully defeat their chosen purple card Sea Spirit Teacher in the following examination, becoming a new legend. In other words, the person who saved the master of this konjac flower had a high chance of becoming a new purple card. Countless gazes converged on a corner of the Prosperity Square. There were 7 or 8 carriages parked there, and they had long since been surrounded by a vast crowd. Each and every one of them was a dignitary of the capital, and they were not stingy with their smiles and congratulations. Their faces were full of respect and awe. Purple cards didn't need to pay their respects when entering the palace. The 100 tribes of the sea domain bowed to them. They were truly major characters who stood above the clouds. The Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing squeezed through the crowd, trying their best to blend into the circle of people congratulating Qin. But before they could approach, an indifferent gaze fell upon them, forcing them to halt their steps. The Qing family patriarch revealed an angry expression. Madame Qing held onto his hand, but this graceful woman still maintained an impeccable smile on her face. They absolutely could not leave. Because even if they stood here, in the eyes of outsiders, the Qing family still belonged to the peak of the capital city. In the middle of the carriage, a young man sat cross-legged. He seemed to have heard the noise outside, and his brows furrowed slightly. On the opposite side, the chubby old man stroked his beard and smiled. "They are congratulating you, young Master Jean. You are even more powerful than before, this time there should be no mistakes." The young man had an indifferent expression. "I know." His calm words were filled with confidence. The chubby old man smiled, a look of longing in his eyes. Once this matter succeeded, the plan that his family had been working on for so many years would finally be able to step onto the right track. Suddenly, an even louder roar came from outside the carriage. All of the dignitaries of the capital city, who had hurried over to congratulate Qin Yu, had their jaws drop open, completely dumbfounded. On the altar, another tray gushed out with a halo of purple light. Contrasting with the precious purple soul flower, it became even more dazzling. From the start of the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition until now, there had never been a scene where two purple lights shine together. All of the seafolk watching the competition went crazy. Their cheers nearly tore apart the seawater and reached the heavens. First, they saw Mr. Ning waste 2 high-level sea spirit teachers. Then, they saw Chief Manager Wu attack the competition committee and smash committee member Gudra with his chair. Now, they actually saw 2 purple lights appear one after another. It was worth it, the ticket price was worth it. Countless seafolk who had been short on money or had acted too late were left with no choice but to stamp their feet in frustration. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have had a topic they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Chief Manager Wu's taut face instantly bloomed into a smile. As he looked at the calm Qin Yu across from him, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is what true confidence looks like. As he thought about how nervous he had been just now and how Qin Yu must have seen him, Chief Manager Wu revealed an embarrassed expression. But he soon calmed down. As long as Qin Yu could win, let alone making a fool of himself, he was willing to do something even more shameful. Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. She hugged Leon, laughing and jumping around. Only like this could she vent the joy in her heart. Leon clumsily responded to the congratulations of the seafolk around him. These high-level sea spirit teachers had completely swept away their previous arrogance and pride. Looking at the intimate atmosphere between them, it was as if they wished they could pull him over and become sworn brothers. The Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing suddenly discovered that they were surrounded by people. The nobles of the capital city who had been looking at them with warning glares were now all smiling and greeting them, apologizing for their rudeness just now. The atmosphere seemed incomparably harmonious. After a short period of time, the two of them received a massive wave of invitations. Although their hearts shook, they still maintained a calm smile on their faces as they laughed and chatted with them. Some people asked why Miss Qingqing was at Sea Spirit Pavilion. It seemed that she had a good relationship with Mr. Leon. The Qing family patriarch looked at his daughter, who was hugging Leon and cheering. His eyelids jumped up, thinking that this wasn't nonsense. But, besides a bit of jealousy, he didn't feel any anger. Mr. Leon? It seemed that nobles were truly shameless. Before this, they had all been referring to Mr. Leon as a boy who had walked into some dog's hit luck. Madame Qing casually said that her daughter and Grandmaster Ning's disciple were friends that she had met at work and that they only had a good relationship. In the high society circles, this sort of concealment was popular. The more one tried to explain, the harder it was to explain. And sure enough, the envy in those eyes became increasingly thick. In the middle carriage, the young sea spirit teacher paled. Mr. Ning, how could he still be alive? The fat old man bitterly smiled. We've already sent people to deal with him, but we underestimated his strength. 2 high-level sea spirit teachers that we worked so hard to raise have already died. That's right, they had indeed died. He had personally given the order, so there shouldn't be any accidents. This was because only a dead person could keep a secret. Even his master didn't want to face that noblewoman in Sega City. The young sea spirit teacher clenched his teeth. Let him die. I don't want to see him again. The fat old man hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He sighed inwardly. The situation in the competition had already aroused attention. Many people suspected that once Mr. Ning died, it would surely set off a massive storm. Even the arrangements that his master had made over the years would be exposed and greatly damaged. But with things having come this far, it was impossible to retreat. As he thought of the orders his master had given him before he arrived, his eyes darkened. He gently knocked on the carriage. The 4 guards that had been standing guard outside all took several steps back. A powerful aura erupted, sealing off all signs of life. The fat old man took out a spirit shell and coldly ordered, "Have the spies take action. No matter what price we have to pay, erase this obstacle." He hung up the spirit shell and placed it in his chest pocket. Then, he revealed a warm smile. "Young Master Jean, I've finished." The young sea spirit teacher humphed. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Several committee members paled. It was unknown what thoughts were racing through their minds. The result was clear and no one dared to argue. So, a moment later, Chairman Su announced the results. Dinghai City's Jing Guanjin and Sea Spirit Pavilion's Mr. Ning were tied for first place. 3 days from now, there would be an additional match to determine the final winner of the Sea Spirit Teacher competition. Leon bid farewell to Qingqing and boarded the carriage. Sea Spirit Pavilion's 9 carriages slowly drove out of the square. Countless seafolk cheered like a tide. Their eyes followed the carriages, sending out the highest awe and worship. But not long after the carriages left the square and entered the main road leading to Sea Spirit Pavilion, the windows on both sides of the street shattered and 20 black-clothed assassins jumped out. They were wrapped in black robes and the blood that covered their bodies left one shivering. In just several breaths of time, the guards of Sea Spirit Pavilion had suffered heavy casualties. The 20 assassins were like ghosts as they rapidly approached the carriage. This scene shocked all of the seafolk that followed the carriages. Countless young noble ladies screamed out in pain as they were dragged away by the guards. The crowd fell into chaos as if they were in a riot. It had been many years since someone had been assassinated on the streets of the capital city. Some old seafolk's lips trembled, as if they were thinking back to those bloody times. In the carriage, Chief Manager Wu had a callous expression. As he watched the guards die, he didn't reveal the least bit of emotion. Qin Yu opened his eyes. "You were waiting for them?" Chief Manager Wu nodded. Ever since they moved against Old Sea, it was impossible for things to calm down. Since Mr. Ning revealed enough of a threat, they naturally had to take action. After a pause, his eyes turned even colder. "Although I made preparations, it was only a precaution. I never thought they would really dare to kill people in public in the capital city." He reached out a hand and made a gesture. Rumble, rumble, the earth trembled and the chaotic seafolk were brutally knocked to the side. Countless people fell to the ground, howling in pain. As they were about to curse, they saw the tall and sturdy seahorse behind them, a knight wrapped in armor. They quickly shut their mouths, a cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The royal family had whale monster guards. This was a symbol of their status. But the strongest defensive strength was publicly recognized as the royal family's Black Riders. This was a mysterious strength. No one knew who controlled it, and no one knew where it was stationed or how many members it had. The most famous battle was in the year when the throne of the capital city changed. 3,000 Black Riders had entered the capital city and surrounded and killed 7 peak masters of the old royal family. In this battle, the Black Riders had suffered heavy casualties, but they had also established their unsurpassed status. Thus, even though the Black Riders hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, legends about them still circulated in the capital city. Chapter 145. Genius 1 Second. Remember if you want to go? This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. The crowd fell eerily quiet. Countless seafolk's jaws dropped open. They looked at this hell-like flood that came from all directions, surrounding all the assassins. Without needing orders, the orderly Black Riders suddenly divided into 20 smaller groups. Each group had 3 riders surrounding an assassin, and the black dragon spears in their hands thrust out. The unstoppable assassins instantly fell into a bitter struggle. Their exquisite killing skills couldn't be displayed in front of the Black Riders. If they wanted to escape, they would be blocked at all costs. The Black Riders bled and the assassins died. The smell of blood wafted through the streets of the capital city. Faintly, one could see the days of bloodshed in the capital city. In the past, the Black Riders had also fought like this. Puff, the last assassin, was simultaneously pierced through by 7 dragon spears. Terrifying strength wreaked havoc, tearing apart his body from within. His eyes widened, filled with unwillingness as he died. No one was left alive. This was because since these elite assassins dared to openly attack in the capital city, they had already prepared themselves to die. Even if they tried to capture them, they would only obtain bodies that had died from poison. With the cruel and direct methods of the Black Riders, they naturally chose to use the smallest price to directly slaughter them. At one end of the street, atop a tall building, a fat old man shivered. He closed his eyes and several drops of tears flowed out. His heart ached. After dozens of years of painstaking cultivation, the assassin squad that had finally taken shape had lost nearly half of its members. Moreover, he could only watch helplessly as they were killed without being able to rescue them. Black Riders, damn it, they had actually sent out the Black Riders. No wonder the master feared that woman from Sega City so much. She actually held such a terrifying strength in her hands. Just what was the master of the royal palace thinking? After ascending to the throne, he actually handed over such an important strength of the royal family to her to control. But now there was no meaning in thinking about these things. His wrong judgment not only caused the assassins to suffer heavy casualties, but it also meant that it was impossible for him to directly erase this obstacle. This was because the Black Riders were the most formidable protectors of the sea region. Up until now, no one had been able to break through them. The chubby old man turned and left. Although he wasn't worried about being discovered and arousing suspicion, time was of the essence, and he had to work on other aspects. The long street returned to silence. The 60 black-clad riders lined up once more. Even though some of them were severely injured and blood flowed down their black armor, their backs were still straight and the black dragon spears in their hands didn't tremble in the slightest. Under the awe and reverence in the eyes of the guards, they replaced the guards and slowly circled around the carriage towards Sea Spirit Pavilion. On this day, the appearance of the Black Riders caused countless people to guess the true background of Sea Spirit Pavilion. Their minds were shaken to the extreme. Yu looked at the quiet Black Riders outside. They were completely one with their mount. Besides the sound of hooves, even their breathing was in the same rhythm. This kind of well-trained sea species army was unbelievably strong. He even suspected that as long as there were enough Black Knights, they could even kill nascent soul cultivators. In comparison, The so-called Cultivator Alliance army in the war between the righteous and the evil in the south was like a motley crew. They didn't need too many. 5,000 Black Knights would be enough to crush both the righteous and demonic paths. Perhaps only a race with supreme royal authority like the sea races could truly control such a terrifying strength. Chief Manager Wu's face was full of praise. The Black Riders are one of the strongest forces of the sea races. Their appearance is enough to ensure that Mr. Qin is not harmed by the outside world. His eyes were full of desire. There was no one who didn't want to control such a formidable strength. But besides the royal family, only a small number of powerful tribes had the qualifications to form their own battalions. It wasn't that the other sea race influences didn't want to, but that they couldn't afford it. For an army composed entirely of powerful seafolk, the losses would be an astronomical figure that couldn't be calculated. They smoothly arrived at Sea Spirit Pavilion. The Black Riders finally dispersed, vanishing from sight once more. But no one doubted that once Sea Spirit Pavilion was attacked, they would appear as soon as possible. Chief Manager Wu stepped down from the carriage, a solemn expression on his face. The Black Riders can defend against frontal attacks. Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise and ensure Mr. Qin's safety. Old Xiao was the head chef of Sea Spirit Pavilion's dining hall. He had worked diligently for dozens of years, and because of his sincerity and diligence, his cooking skills, and his simple and honest smile, he was well received by the staff of Sea Spirit Pavilion. He was a character that didn't have a high status but was extremely popular. The higher-ups had ordered him to cook a pot of nourishing medicinal cuisine. Even though Old Xiao had spent his entire life dealing with smoke and fumes, he was still shocked by the ingredient. Disregarding everything else, just the several main ingredients that nourished the soul were good enough to be auctioned off. Old Xiao roused himself. After carefully washing up, he changed into a new chef's robes, shaved his face, and cleaned his hands. Then, under the watchful eyes of several guards, he began to carefully process the ingredients. Even if the ingredients were good, they had to be matched with a good chef. Only then could they reasonably control the heat and stimulate all of the medicinal properties without being too violent or difficult to absorb. After washing, cutting, and placing the ingredients into a 30-year-old soup pot, he poured water over it and covered it. Old Xiao looked at the several guards around him, an awkward expression on his face. Which chef didn't have some unique skills? Most of them were passed down from their ancestors. If their children weren't outstanding, they wouldn't even be able to look at them, so they certainly didn't want to teach them to outsiders. The guard captain smiled. He helplessly said, "Old Xiao, we all know your rules. Let's turn around and hurry up, all right?" Old Xiao nodded again and thanked. When the guards turned around, he began to mix in the soup that stimulated the medicinal properties. His movements were smooth and graceful, and after a moment, he smiled. "It's done." He lifted a hand and poured in the soup. As the heat increased, a rich fragrance began to waft out. The several guards gulped. The guard captain laughed and scolded, "You bastards, you really dare to dream. Just smelling something like this is your luck. Wake up early." Old Xiao smiled. 2 hours later, the medicinal cuisine was ready. He lifted the pot and carefully looked at the color of the soup. After smelling it, he smiled and said that this was just right. But he had to drink it while it was hot, otherwise the medicinal effects would fade away. The guard captain waved his hand, and someone immediately brought out a new food box and placed the medicinal cuisine inside. He smiled and said, "Old Xiao, if you have time tonight, let's drink a cup. I will prepare the ingredients and you can make it." Seeing Old Xiao nod, the group of guards wanted to join in on the fun, but after being scolded several times, they hurried away with the medicinal cuisine. After they left, Old Xiao began to clean up the traces of his work. Once everything was done, he turned and left, vanishing from the small door where he purchased materials and cleaned up the trash. Old Xiao didn't return that day. It was said that he had retired due to old age. That night, the guard captain died in his home. No one mentioned the dinner party again. Sea Spirit Pavilion operated as usual. Perhaps it was because of Grandmaster Ning, but business was even more lively than usual. The consultants at the entrance were so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. There was a family of 3 customers. The hostess and her daughter were very beautiful, and the short man who looked like a winter melon was the subject of many envious gazes. He was proud of himself, but he was also a bit vigilant as he swept his eyes around. Whenever someone looked at him with a burning gaze, he would fiercely glare back. It was the classic appearance of someone who was protecting their food. The reception consultant stepped forward and asked. Both sides had a pleasant conversation and they arrived at the counter to register. As they were talking to the counter staff, the beautiful woman blushed red and whispered something. The reception consultant smiled brightly and gestured with her hand. The man had a bad look in his eyes, but he couldn't leave right now. He could only bitterly nod and urge her to come back earlier. Humans had 3 needs, and the sea races were no different. Even an extremely beautiful young woman gently swayed her hips as she walked, causing the consultant to stare at her. The 2 people's eyes met several times. The young woman's blushing face was evasive and filled with anticipation, causing the consultant to feel restless. They arrived at the restroom. That's right, the sea races called it a restroom. It was a very clean and elegant name. The young woman looked at the tall and handsome consultant and turned to walk in. A quarter hour, half an hour. The consultant waited for a long time, but the beautiful woman didn't come out again. As for the short man who looked like a winter melon, he seemed to have taken care of everything and left early with his daughter. In truth, the sea races that had taken human form weren't any different from humans. They ate, drank, and had everything they needed to do. With so many sea races gathered together in the capital city, sanitation was certainly important. Thus, beneath the massive capital city, there were extremely well-developed sewage pipes that led to the distant trenches to ensure that the capital city and its surrounding environment wouldn't be affected. Every day, a massive number of cleaners would enter the temporarily closed sewage pipes to repair them in order to ensure that they could continue to live. A group of seafolk responsible for cleaning the pipes laughed and joked. They walked into the pipes shrouded in darkness. In the distance, one could hear the sound of laughter, as if someone were telling a joke. This group of stinky members of the sea tribe gradually disappeared into the depths of the pipe. Then, they dispersed according to the division of labor and went to different work areas. 6 members of the sea tribe suddenly became silent after they left the crowd. They turned off the lighting equipment above their heads. Like a group of mice in the dark, they carefully and quietly opened a gate that should have been sealed and walked in. Qin Yu was really sleeping. After entering the sea race capital city, he had been tense and cautious. It was only now that he was sure that there were people guarding him that he could relax a little. After a dreamless sleep, Qin Yu opened his eyes in high spirits. He felt as if his entire body had been cleansed and his soul had become much clearer. This was the path of relaxation. As for the upcoming competition, was that something he needed to consider? Leon hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed towards his teacher. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Teacher, the sky-sea wings." Qin Yu waved his hand. "I said I would give them to you, so just accept them." Leon's face was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Qin Yu walked over to the workbench where the tea set was placed. He lit the flames of the void and began to boil water for tea. Leon respectfully stood to the side. He knew that when his teacher brewed tea, he was also meditating and didn't want to be disturbed. But the process of brewing tea had been interrupted. Leon quickly opened the door, revealing Chief Manager Wu's slightly tired face. As he walked in and saw Qin Yu brewing tea, he was startled for a moment before bitterly smiling. "Mr. seems to be in a good mood." Qin Yu smiled. "Chief Manager, you came at the right time. Please sit down." Chief Manager Wu took out a box of food. This is some medicinal cuisine. Mister, please drink it, it will be good for your body. As Chief Manager Wu watched Qin Yu pour tea, he couldn't help but shake his head. Mister, do you know that in order to make this medicinal cuisine, from the time it was purchased to the time it was delivered to the time it was made? Among them were many years of ingredient suppliers to my sea spirit pavilion, internal guards, and even a chef that could make my favorite dish. Chapter 146. The voice beneath the black robe was calm. Did Chief Steward not find any clues? I've found them, but most of the clues were cut off with the deaths of the people involved. The only thing we can investigate is the 20 assassins who tried to assassinate him on the street. Perhaps the instigator behind the scenes also knows how vile it is to assassinate someone on the streets of the capital city. They will need to give an explanation, even if it is only to shut everyone's mouths. Chief Manager Wu's complexion was ugly. But does Mr. know where this trail leads? It's an escort agency in the capital city that relies on Sea Spirit Pavilion's orders to make money all year round. That's right, it's a business of Sea Spirit Pavilion. It was no wonder Chief Manager Wu was so angry that he was investigating the assassin. Qin Yu shook his head. It seems that the person who wants to kill me is extremely meticulous. Chief Manager Wu said in a low voice, Mister, rest assured that with the Black Knights outside, they won't dare to act recklessly. As long as you stay here, I guarantee that no one will be able to harm you. Time was unpredictable. Sometimes it was unbearably long, and sometimes it was like a rushing river, passing in the blink of an eye. The third day. On the surface, Sea Spirit Pavilion didn't seem any different from before, but the internal defenses had been raised to the highest level. There were even people standing guard in the sewage pipes buried deep underground. But the pervasive methods of the last 2 days had suddenly vanished without a trace. As noon approached, everything was calm and tranquil. The Sea Spirit Pavilion guards looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that the other party had given up? Chief Manager Wu coldly sneered. He ordered for everyone to be on high alert. He believed that this was their opponent's plan to numb them. Before the finals ended, they couldn't relax their defenses for even a moment. But on this day there was no assassination. Rather, a guest appeared and asked to see Mr. Ning. Chief Manager Wu personally handled the situation. It was unknown what the two sides said, but his complexion was clearly extremely gloomy. He lowered his voice and roared a few times before taking out a spirit shell and striking out. After a while, he hung up. He took a deep breath and said, I'm going to ask Grandmaster Ning now. You had best guarantee that there won't be any problems. The guest was bald and had a bulging stomach, looking like the Maitreya Buddha. His small eyes were full of calmness and indifference. Since he could sit here, he would not be afraid of such threats. He smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you, head butler. Chief Manager Wu flicked his sleeves and left. He soon arrived at the 7-layer building, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Leon opened it and respectfully retreated to the side. Qin Yu didn't cultivate. Although Sea Spirit Pavilion was heavily guarded, it was always better to be a bit more cautious. Looking at the manager's complexion, his eyes flashed. Chief Manager, is there something wrong? Chief Manager Wu opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He forced a smile and said, Mr. Ning, I came here to invite you out to meet a guest. Qin Yu frowned. Chief Manager Wu hurriedly explained, someone is holding the Sea Spirit token that my master sent out in the past. They are asking Grandmaster Ning to see the holder of the Sea Spirit token. The Sea Spirit token is a special token that the master sent out when Sea Spirit Pavilion was first established in order to thank everyone for their help. With this token, one can request that Sea Spirit Pavilion agree to a condition. In these past years, the Sea Spirit cards have been taken back one after another. I never thought that this person would actually obtain one. Master cannot break his promise, but I have agreed to give Grandmaster Ning 3,000,000 spirit stones as compensation. The Black Knights will follow you, and I will also bring experts with me. As long as I don't die, you won't be in any danger." Qin Yu's eyebrows relaxed. He thought for a moment and said, "All right, I agree." He was also curious as to just who it was that wanted to kill him. Chief Manager Wu had an apologetic expression. "In short, it is my Sea Spirit Pavilion that has let Mr. Ning down this time." Please wait a moment. I will immediately arrange everything." Qin Yu thought for a moment. He called Leon over and gave him a few instructions. Leon nodded and hurried away, soon returning with a black box. Chief Manager Wu returned. "Mr. Ning, please come in." There wasn't a massive commotion as expected. There were only 4 people outside the door. Their faces were simple and unsmiling, and behind them were 2 long swords, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. As he approached, he felt a faint pain all over his body, as if there were invisible thorns growing all around them. "There are spies among the guards, so we cannot allow them to stay close to protect us. These 4 sea mantis swordsmen come from Sega City, so we can trust them completely," Chief Manager Wu explained. After boarding the carriage and leaving, the Black Knights quietly gathered around. They followed the carriage in front of them along the main streets of the capital city. This conspicuous group instantly attracted the attention of countless people. As they guessed the identity of the person in the carriage, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. In such a dangerous time, this person wasn't hiding in Sea Spirit Pavilion but actually dared to come out and wander around. At 4 Seas Restaurant, the carriage came to a stop. The Black Knights dispersed, distancing themselves from the surrounding environment. Chief Manager Wu got off the carriage first. He swept his cold eyes around and then drew back half a step to allow Qin Yu to step down. The bald and chubby seafolk had a warm smile on his face. "Grandmaster Ning has taken the time to come and my master is overjoyed. He is already waiting for you in the banquet hall. Please." Several people from the Black Knights dismounted and followed. Chief Manager Wu and the 4 Sea Mantis swordsmen stepped into 4 Seas Restaurant. The seafolk faintly smiled, not minding this at all. When they arrived outside the private room and saw the similarly silent Black Knights, Chief Manager Wu's pupils shrank. "Little Wu, the one treating is me. I have some words I wish to speak with Mr. Ning alone. Wait outside." An old voice sounded out from inside. Chief Manager Wu revealed a bitter expression. He respectfully bowed. "Yes, I understand." He turned and looked at Qin Yu, his eyes cryptic. "Mister, rest assured that since the old man is treating you, there is no need to worry about your safety. I will wait for you outside." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He nodded and pushed open the door. The private room was large. The table was large and there were many dishes. Hot steam wafted out and a fragrant aroma wafted out. There were 2 chairs placed opposite each other. In the seat of the sect master, there was an old man in silk robes. His face was pale and his eyes were penetrating, as if they could see straight into one's heart. As he saw Qin Yu enter, he smiled. "Mr. Ning, please sit and have a taste of the dishes I have prepared. I borrowed the chef from His Majesty today. I hope it will suit your taste." He spoke in an understated manner, displaying his superior demeanor. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and picked up a bowl and chopsticks to eat. The taste was indeed good. The thin slices of meat melted in his mouth, and the fragrance penetrated straight into his heart and lungs. There were several beautiful scales between the old man's eyebrows. Unfortunately, Qin Yu wasn't too familiar with the sea races, so he couldn't guess his identity. At this time, his eyebrows arched up, a bit of appreciation in his eyes. The 2 didn't speak. There was only the sound of chewing and swallowing in the private room. It seemed the old man's appetite wasn't too good. After a while, the old man put down his chopsticks and looked at Qin Yu, who was still gorging himself. He let out an envious sigh, but he didn't rush him. Instead, He smiled as he watched Qin Yu eat to his heart's content. With his successful demon body, Qin Yu's appetite was far more terrifying than it seemed. The table was a mess and most of the food had entered his mouth. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He let out a comfortable breath and said, "Thank you for your hospitality." The old man smiled. "Being able to eat is a blessing. When I was young, I ate more than you. Unfortunately, I am old now and I have the heart but not the strength. So, young people should enjoy themselves now so that they don't regret it later. For instance, a poor old man like me." Qin Yu didn't know what this old man was thinking, but he smiled and nodded. "Mr. Ning is young and promising, so why waste your time on a Vanity Fair like the capital city? How about you follow me out to the sea and have some fun? This is the first time my shark ship has entered the water after I finished refining it. It has all sorts of fun and delicious things to eat on it. Moreover, there is a treasure house built on it where most of my life's collections are stored. Mr. Ning, you can choose as many as you like from there." Qin Yu lightly said, "I thank you for your good intentions. If Mr. isn't in a hurry, you can wait a few days for me. After the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition ends, I might agree." The old man shook his head. "I can't wait. The ship enters the water today. I've already chosen a good day." Qin Yu said, "Then I can only disappoint Mr.'s good intentions." The old man frowned. "Mr. Ning, do you not want to consider it?" Qin Yu stood up. "There's no need." When he reached the door, the old man's voice sounded out from behind him. "Mr. Ning, you are still very young, so there is no need to be impatient about anything. My collection on the ship is worth tens of millions each. In particular, there are some soul-strengthening items that will surely satisfy you." Qin Yu didn't turn around. "Although the treasures are good, the promise is even heavier. Since I promised first, I can only apologize." He pushed open the door. The bald man suddenly approached. He lowered his voice and roared, "Grandmaster Ning, I thought you were a smart person, but I never thought you would make such a stupid choice. I am very disappointed." Qin Yu glanced over. "Who are you?" The bald man's breath caught in his throat and his complexion became even uglier. "I respectfully call you Grandmaster because I think highly of you. Do you really think you have a chance to become a great figure above the highest heavens? How could young Master Jin be?" He suddenly stopped, realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have. He clenched his teeth and said, "Surname Ning, this is your last chance. Don't blame me for not warning you." Chief Manager Wu had a worried expression. He was pacing back and forth not too far away. When he heard the door open, he hurried over. As he saw this, he coldly said, "Steward Wang, what are you doing?" It was clear he had already recognized this person. Steward Wang coldly sneered and turned to leave. Chief Manager Wu wanted to say something, but hesitated. Qin Yu lightly said, "Let's go." After leaving 4C Hall, the carriage quietly drove down the road. Without waiting for Chief Manager Wu to speak, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Chief Manager, do you know someone from the Sound Shell Station?" Chief Manager Wu was stunned. He couldn't keep up with Qin Yu's thoughts and simply nodded. The carriage turned. A moment later, Qin Yu emerged from a small sound shell station under the protection of black armored guards. A moment ago, there had been a suicide attack. Chief Manager Wu had a gloomy expression as he interrogated a survivor he had managed to catch with great difficulty. "Mr. Ning, let's hurry back." Before he could ask what Qin Yu was doing, the meticulous Chief Manager Wu noticed that there were several cold and callous black armored guards looking at Qin Yu with a strange expression. Let's go." They boarded the carriage. Before long, Director Jin hurriedly knocked on the window and passed in a sound shell. He looked at Qin Yu with shock in his eyes. Chief Manager Wu opened it. After a short period of rustling noise, this finely crafted sound shell displayed its function and broadcasted a clear audio message. The conversation in the box wasn't too out of line. But after they left, Steward Wang's low voice roared out, leaving one's imagination running wild. Young Master Jean, everyone knew that the sea spirit teacher competing to challenge for one of the purple cards was Jing Guanjin. This is an audio message that our station's spies risked their lives to send to us. According to our voice experts, the Grandmaster Ning in this audio message is Sea Spirit Pavilion's Mr. Ning. It is hard for us to imagine just what sort of person would dare to so brazenly threaten a high-level sea spirit teacher that is about to participate in an important competition. As for what sort of story is behind this, we will continue to pay attention and broadcast it for you. The solemn voice of the announcer in the sound shell continued. But Chief Manager Wu couldn't hear anything at all. His head was ringing. Chapter 147. When one's status and identity reached a certain level, there would be a tacit understanding between them. This could also be called unspoken rules. In the last 2 days, Sea Spirit Pavilion had suffered many assassinations, but the outside world didn't know about them, and they were all quietly erased. This was one of the manifestations of these unspoken rules. Those of the same level needed to abide by them. Otherwise, if they acted recklessly, they would be rejected by the entire level and eventually disappear or be destroyed. For instance, Qin Yu's current actions. Although he didn't know what the situation was like in the outside world, he didn't need to be an idiot to know that once such a shady scandal was exposed, it would inevitably cause great wave. That sound shell station that didn't hesitate to broadcast this news had easily achieved its goal. It had become the most popular program, without a doubt. Mr. Ning Yu. Chief Manager Wu was incoherent. He didn't know what to say. Qin Yu lightly said, "I am very angry." These words blocked off all of Chief Manager Wu's complaints. As he thought about how this person came from the Sky Spirit Sage lineage that was isolated from the world and rarely communicated with the outside world, it was understandable that he would do such a thing that broke the rules. With a bitter smile, Chief Manager Wu picked up a spirit shell and called it several times in the hopes of suppressing this matter. But he had clearly underestimated how gossipy the people of the capital city could be. With such a great inside story exposed, it instantly became the hottest topic. The matter had completely blown up. As the old man in silk robes walked out of 4C Hall, he heard his subordinates report and bitterly smiled. He never thought that this old man would play such a trick. Steward Wang stomped his feet and cursed, his entire body shaking with anger. Although the sound shell station didn't mention the identities of the 2 people in the broadcast besides Qin Yu, the nobles of the capital city were well aware of this. Not only did he not handle this matter well, but he had lost a great deal of face. The old man waved his hand, interrupting the torrential words of revenge. Enough. I have already made my move and returned the favor from the past. No matter what the result is, this matter has nothing to do with us. Pass down the order for the whale ship to set sail ahead of time to avoid this storm. Steward Wang didn't give up. Old Master, are we just going to let this go? It won't look good on you. The old man had a faint expression. Wang Gui, you grew up together with me and I don't think I've mistreated you. The wealth I've accumulated over the years can be considered considerable in the capital city. Return the things you've received and don't mention this matter again. Steward Wang dripped with a cold sweat. The carriage went straight to the docks. The old man in robes looked out the window, his eyes slightly dazed. It had been many years since such a person had appeared in the capital. This Mr. Ning was truly a bold and interesting person. He was really curious as to what the final result of this matter would be. At the pier, the magnificent ship was anchored. It was built with the skeleton of a giant shark as the foundation. Under the coral's radiance, a large shadow was scattered down, creating a majestic sight. "Master, where are we going?" the captain asked respectfully. The old man smiled. "Since there are no guests boarding the ship, there is no need to find an excuse to rest. Let's begin the hunt." He glanced back at the capital city before stepping onto the ship. The shark boat quickly started moving, silently squeezing through the seawater and disappearing from sight. Chief Manager Wu soon obtained this news. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and let out a long breath. If this old mister didn't blame him, then things would be much easier to deal with. He actively ran around to explain. In interviews, he inadvertently mentioned that Mr. Ning had been attacked several times in the last 3 days and that he had repeatedly encountered danger. He defended Qin Yu and exonerated him, allowing him to gain the upper hand in public opinion. Things had already been discovered. Since there was no way to suppress it, he could only take this chance to attack his opponent. Perhaps that young Master Jin's temperament wasn't good, so he was greatly affected. If so, then Mr. Ning's chances of victory would be much higher. Just as all the doubts and accusations gathered on Jing Guanjin and he was about to become a street rat, someone finally stood up to refute him. Chief Manager Wu had already expected this. After all, it was impossible for the other party to simply pour dirty water on him, even if this was the truth. But he never imagined that the one who did this would be such a powerful heavyweight. The third ranked of the 10 great purple cards, Grandmaster Wu Zetian, who was known for his fiery temperament and abhorrence of evil, had personally appeared to reprimand Sea Spirit Pavilion for being despicable and shameless, and for maliciously slandering his disciple, Jing Guanjin. Like a star falling into the sea, great waves were set off. All of the seafolk that were denouncing Jing Guanjin fell silent. The 10 great purple cards stood proudly in the highest heavens. To the ordinary seafolk, they were supreme existences of legends. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's endorsement became the strongest evidence to exonerate them. For a time, rumors rose in all directions and all sorts of conspiracy theories began to clamor. Sea Spirit Pavilion went from being persecuted to being despicable villains that would do anything to win. Although there were countless holes in the rumors, with Grandmaster Wu Zetian's appearance as well as the countless people secretly adding fuel to the fire, the momentum of the rumors grew greater and greater. As everyone focused on this matter, Grandmaster Wu Zetian was interviewed by the capital city's media. He spoke once more. The 10 great purple card sea spirit teachers are the representatives of the sea spirits in the world. Not only do they need to have superb skills, but they also need to have a noble character. In view of the actions of Sea Spirit Pavilion's sea spirit teacher surnamed Ning, I have already obtained the agreement of 2 other purple cards to activate the examination authority. The media was in an uproar. Like a madman, they spread this news throughout the capital city at the fastest speed possible. Paper, sound shell stations, video channels, all sorts of channels were opened up. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's cold and callous expression, his stern voice, and his powerful and resonant attitude were spread to all the seafolk. There were some seafolk that didn't know what this news meant, but they were immediately looked down upon by a large group of people. Then, they began to explain. The so-called examination authority was a test that purple card sea spirit teachers gave to new purple card. It required the agreement of at least 3 purple cards to activate, and the leader would personally conduct the examination. In other words, once Qin Yu obtained the qualifications to challenge and successfully became a purple card, he would welcome Grandmaster Wu Zetian's personal examination. If he failed, his purple card would be revoked. Purple card sea spirit teachers had a revered status, and they had a formidable influence on ordinary seafolk. Behind their birth and change were countless struggles. Activating the examination authority was the same as trying to knock someone into the dust. This was a great enmity that would not end until one side was dead. In history, this had only occurred twice. The result of these 2 times was that a top influence had vanished into thin air, and there were also aristocratic families that had become mortal enemies. Grandmaster Wu Zetian successfully stole the limelight and attracted everyone's attention. The uproar caused by the black screen soon disappeared. The small sound shell station that played this recording was purchased by someone the next day with a large sum of money. All those involved had their mouths sealed, and it was as if nothing had happened. Chief Manager Wu's forehead was dripping with sweat. He had already investigated this matter, but he never imagined that Jing Guanjin had hidden himself so deeply that he was actually Grandmaster Wu Zetian's disciple. It was said that the third-ranked purple card was because this Grandmaster was too impatient. His true strength was no weaker than the first two purple cards. It could be said that in the Sea region, Grandmaster Wu Zetian was the strongest peak sea spirit teacher. Even if Mr. Ning came from the Sky Spirit Sage lineage, he was still too young. How could he possibly be Grandmaster Wu Zetian's match? To put it bluntly, Chief Manager Wu was worried that Grandmaster Ning wouldn't be able to obtain any harvest in this competition. Would he still persist? After all, on one hand he wouldn't obtain anything and would become Grandmaster Wu Zetian's enemy. On the other hand, he could see extremely rich rewards. It was clear that his worries weren't unfounded. Someone went to the Qing family and sent a message to Leon through Qingqing. If Mr. Ning withdrew now, he could obtain 30 million spirit stones as compensation. This was an astonishing amount of wealth, especially in the current situation. It could be said that it was filled with sincerity. When Chief Manager Wu hurried over, Qin Yu was drinking tea. After these past 2 days of leisure, he had become increasingly fond of relaxing his mind. Seeing his anxious expression, Qin Yu lightly said, "Chief Manager, rest assured that since I have promised you, I will not go back on my word. I will give it my all in the competition." Chief Manager Wu revealed a grateful expression. After thinking for several breaths of time, he clenched his teeth and said, "Mister, please rest assured. As long as you can help Old Sea maintain his purple card status, my Sea Spirit Pavilion will definitely give you sufficient compensation." He took out a spirit shell and headed for Sega City. After a moment, Chief Manager Wu returned. He took out a storage shell and said, "Mister, my master is extremely grateful to you for your decision. There are 10 million spirit stones inside. No matter who wins or loses in tomorrow's finals, they will belong to you. In addition, if Elder Hai is safe, we will give you another 20 million spirit stones." Qin Yu didn't refuse. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, this was what he deserved. Although in his heart, he had never placed Wu Zetian in his eyes. So what if he was ranked third among the purple cards? With the little blue lamp in hand, he could ignore anyone when it came to spirit plants. The right to start the assessment? A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. "Perhaps I won't give you this chance." Prosperity Square, the final match. In the carriage, a fat old man had a worried expression. "Young Master Jean, it seems that Sea Spirit Pavilion has promised great benefits to the other party, and that's why he refused. Do you have confidence in today's competition?" Jing Guanjin had a confident expression. "Father, pour all of the remaining Sky Spirit strength into my body. I will definitely win today's competition." The fat old man calmed down a little. He reminded, "Even so, young Master Jean should still give it your all. After all, this matter is far too important." "I know what I'm doing." Beneath the royal palace, the sound of a bell rang out. Jing Guanjin coldly sneered. He pushed open the door and stepped out of the carriage. Not too far away, Sea Spirit Pavilion's carriage opened. The black-robed figure's eyes collided with his. Needles and threads, both of them could feel the chill in each other's eyes. Jing Guanjin stood tall and straight. His appearance was handsome and his callous expression added a bit more to his bearing, as if he were a dragon amongst men. In comparison, the black-robed Qin Yu seemed to be hiding his head and showing his tail. Perhaps all intelligent races couldn't avoid the subconscious factor of appearance. Thus, the countless screaming noble young ladies and the bashful daughters of humble families caused Jing Guanjin to explode with cheers. The two of them walked side by side towards the altar. 2 coral houses that were several sizes larger were placed on the altar, and there was a barefoot white-robed priest standing beside them. With a voice that only the two of them could hear, Jing Guanjin coldly said, "Mr. Ning, as long as you are my enemy, you will never have a good ending. I guarantee that appearing here today will be your greatest mistake. Qin Yu suddenly stopped. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he took out a black wooden box from his chest and opened it, releasing the words he had just recorded. The recording box had clearly been amplified, and it was of excellent quality. After being amplified, there wasn't the least bit of distortion, allowing Jing Guanjin's words to be broadcast to the public. Closing the recording box, Qin Yu lightly said, "You've already been recorded once, so why don't you remember? Moreover, please make sure that your character is proportional to your appearance. If you want to speak, then speak openly." Qin Yu left behind the trembling Jing Guanjin and strode forward. The countless cheering noble young ladies and daughters of humble families suddenly came to a halt. At this time, the glorious image in their hearts suddenly collapsed. Chapter 148. All of the dignitaries watching the final competition felt their lips twitch. This Grandmaster Ning had actually become addicted to recording. Jing Guanjin was also a good-for-nothing trash. He clearly knew that his opponent didn't play by common sense, yet he still gave them a handle to use against him. This was a competition for the right to challenge a purple card, so all 10 purple cards were present for this competition. They were in one of the main halls of the palace, and through an array, they watched the city enter at the same time. Old C's complexion was pale, and he found it hard to conceal his weariness. As he looked at Qin Yu walking towards the altar in the light, he faintly smiled. There are some people, so what if they use all their schemes and schemes? You'll be slapped in the face eventually. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear him. Wu Zetian's face darkened and his eyes shined with a cold light. What is the point of playing some petty tricks and trying to win with words? What matters is one's own strength. Elder Hai's expression was indifferent. It's just a small slap in the face now. What comes next will be a big slap in the face. That's why I said that some people have to be slapped in the face eventually. I'm sorry, I'm a little talkative when I'm injured. Please don't take offense. The purple cards all had strange expressions on their faces. How could the atmosphere be like this at such an important moment? Wu Zetian wanted to say something, but someone interrupted him. All right, the match is about to begin. On the projection, Jing Guanjin and Qin Yu had already stepped onto the altar. The white-robed priest said lightly, "Everything inside the 2 coral houses has been prepared. In order to ensure fairness and justice, the altar will be activated to monitor. I hope the 2 of you won't use anything you shouldn't. In addition, the duration of the competition is 2 days. Both of you are free to decide the specifics." After saying that, he drifted away. Jing Guanjin snorted coldly and walked straight to the coral house on the left. Qin Yu turned right. He entered the coral house and searched carefully as usual. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he took out the silent stone and his face darkened. This was because he wasn't sure whether or not the existence of the little blue lamp would be sensed by the altar. The 10 great purple cards couldn't see what was happening within the coral house. But the 2 sea spirits had already absorbed the sensing culture fluid ahead of time. Through special methods, they could borrow the power of treasures to sense the changes occurring within the 2 sea spirit. At the start, the 2 sea spirits didn't change at all. This was normal. Sea spirit teachers weren't gods. No matter how powerful they were, they still needed time to examine and judge. An hour later, the strength of one of the sea spirits began to fluctuate. After a brief stalemate, it began to slowly rise. This meant that the negative problems of the sea spirit itself were being resolved. It was Jing Guanjin. The purple cards all had dignified expressions. To be able to stand out amongst the countless sea spirit teachers, there was no need to doubt his strength. Even they didn't dare to underestimate him. Moreover, through careful observation, with their rich experience, they could roughly judge the strength of the healer, which was crucial for the next challenge. After all, in theory, every single one of the 10 great purple cards could be challenged. Of course, as they were thinking about this, they inadvertently glanced at Old High. After feeling sympathetic, they also secretly felt gratified. Old C remained expressionless, but he cursed inwardly as a whore. That's right, that was exactly what he was cursing. The dazzling halo of a purple card C spirit teacher was something added by the outside world. They were also ordinary sea folk, and had their own selfish desires and likes and dislikes. For instance, Grandmaster Wu Zetian. At this time, he was stroking his beard and smiling. His domineering face was filled with satisfaction. Occasionally, he would glance around, revealing a bit of coldness. Jing Guanjin came from a noble background and possessed an extremely formidable talent as a sea spirit teacher. After being carefully taught by Lin Ming, he was absolutely an outstanding figure amongst high-level sea spirit teachers. In addition, in order to ensure the victory of the competition, that big shot poured in. Even Lin Ming's eyes burned with desire, so how could he possibly lose? Time slowly passed. Jing Guanjin's progress was extremely smooth. He had basically solved the problem of the sea spirit and was now increasing its strength. Thus, a scene that left all the purple card sea spirit teachers shocked appeared. The light from their sensing treasures grew increasingly bright. This was a sign that the sea spirit's strength was increasing. They could easily accomplish this, but what startled them was that the sea spirit's strength didn't stop at all. Rather, it was terrifyingly stable, as if it didn't slow down at all. Everyone knew that for a sea spirit with a strength of 100, it was easy to raise it to 110. But, to raise it to 120, the difficulty would increase. Then, as the sea spirit grew stronger, the difficulty would also increase. A stable increase in strength only proved that Jing Guanjin had formidable strength and was deliberately controlling the rate of increase. To the purple card sea spirit teachers, they knew what this meant. He wanted to increase the rank of the sea spirit. Only like this could he maintain stability and lay a solid foundation for the sea spirit's transformation. Many purple cards were startled. They were well aware of the rank of the sea spirits used in this competition. Even if they were to help, it would be difficult for them to increase their rank in 2 days. This Jing Guanjin, what formidable self-confidence! Grandmaster Wu Zetian's eyes shined with a burning heat. The reason he agreed to teach Jing Guanjin was because of his superb talent. But it was also because that great figure promised to give him the strength he yearned for in his dreams. If he could grasp this strength, he could leap into the ranks of the most formidable sea spirit teachers in the sea region. Even the other purple cards wouldn't be able to compare with him. Of course, expelling sea spirit from the top 10 purple cards was also a driving force in his heart. These two old things had an old grudge many years ago, and it was rumored that it involved a woman. As for the specifics, no one knew. Or, even if they did, they wouldn't dare to say it. Old C sensed Jing Guanjin's gaze. He sneered and closed his eyes, secretly anxious. Little friend Ning, don't disappoint me. The position of one of the top 10 purple cards wasn't as simple as whether he wanted to or not. As long as he reached this position, he would have to shoulder the responsibility. Once a purple card failed, there would be a series of reactions. Even with Old C's shrewdness, he still couldn't help but panic. But this time, Old C's expectations didn't come into effect. Jing Guanjin had left everyone in the dust. The treasure that represented the spiritual plant in his hand was shining with a dazzling light. But beside it there was another treasure. It still had a gray appearance, as if it hadn't changed at all from the start until now. This caused the complexions of the purple cards to become increasingly strange. Today's competition had truly opened their eyes. There were some people who were extremely powerful, but there were also some people who seemed to have given up and still hadn't made a move. Could it be that they had really given up? Grandmaster Wu Zetian received many congratulations. Several purple cards that were on good terms with him had looks of envy on their faces. Not to mention the fact that they had a good relationship with each other, but with Old C at the bottom today, They didn't need to worry about Jing Guanjin's challenge. Instead, they paid more attention to his vision of accepting a disciple. For both master and disciple to enter the purple card ranks, just what sort of glorious scene was this? For someone like them to have such a high status, to be able to find such an outstanding inheritor was something that left one's eyes red with envy. Grandmaster Wu Zetian was incomparably humble, but no matter how one looked at him, he revealed a carefree expression. He glanced at Old Si, thinking that after competing for so many years, it seemed that he, Old Wu, had the last laugh. Under Old Wu's gaze, no matter how shrewd Old Si was, he still couldn't help but feel anxious. He coldly snorted and stood up, taking out a spirit shell from his chest. As Chief Manager Wu heard this news, he was left dumbfounded. His first thought was that Mr. Ning had fallen asleep again, but he didn't need to think about it to know that this was impossible. He was well aware of just how important this match was. Then why hadn't he made a move yet? Suddenly, Chief Manager Wu stiffened. He thought about how that old mister had quietly left without any intention of blaming him. Could it be that Mr. Ning had already agreed to the conditions and everything that happened afterwards was all an act? As this thought rose, it was impossible to suppress it any longer. Chief Manager Wu paled and sweat dripped down his forehead. Clearwood, who had disappeared several days ago for some unknown reason, frowned. "Chief Manager, what is it?" Chief Manager Wu hurriedly asked Old Si what had happened and also vaguely mentioned his own speculations. Of course, his voice was extremely low so that only the two of them could hear him. Clearwood's complexion changed, as if she were even more nervous than Chief Manager Wu. The two of them urgently discussed this matter, and also ordered someone to find Leon. Leon, during these past 3 days, has there been anything strange about Grandmaster? For instance, hesitation or something? Leon carefully thought about it. He shook his head. No, teacher has been very normal. Chief Manager Wu spat on the inside. If even he hadn't seen anything strange, then how could a young boy like Leon possibly know? Clearwood took a deep breath. She waved her hand for Leon to leave. Leon walked out several steps and then suddenly turned back. He cupped his hands together and said, "Chief Manager, Steward Clearwood, although I don't know what happened, teacher is worthy of your trust. He will definitely win." With that, he bowed deeply and strode away. Chief Manager Wu's complexion darkened for a long time. He said, "At this point, we can only choose to believe him." Clearwood turned and left. "Steward Clearwood? Even if you choose to believe him, you still need to prepare for the worst." Clearwood didn't even turn around. "I don't want my preparations to be used, but if Grandmaster Ning betrays us, then he will definitely pay the price for his actions." The gradually suspected Grandmaster Ning certainly wasn't sleeping at this time. He sat in his coral house, a vexed expression on his face. As he looked at the competition committee that had suddenly changed the rules, he gave his deepest regards. The little blue lamp was his greatest secret. Even if he had to give up this competition, he couldn't expose it. But the problem now was that if he didn't do anything and just admitted defeat, what would Sea Spirit Pavilion think? He didn't know that the icy-faced Steward Clearwood had already made preparations to deal with him, but it wasn't hard to guess. He feared that Sea Spirit Pavilion would really fall out with him at that time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, accidents could happen. Minor things that he didn't expect could lead to a crisis. After thinking for an entire day, in a corner of the coral house, when the time-sensing coral emitted its first trace of blue light, he suddenly covered his face and bitterly smiled. Recently he had been refining treasures to enhance his soul. But as his soul became stronger, shouldn't he become increasingly intelligent? How come he felt that his intelligence had been pulled down instead? That's right, if the little blue lamp appeared in the outside world, there was a chance that it would be discovered by the altar. If so, then it was fine if he didn't take it out. Zhang Xian reached out and picked up the jade box placed on the large workbench. It was filled with the best nutrient fluid, releasing a faint fragrance. A stalk of 7-leaved grass was suspended within it, its roots swaying rhythmically, as if it had its own consciousness. He grabbed the jade box and with a flash of light it vanished from sight. Qin Yu sensed with rapt attention. If there was anything wrong, he would immediately take out the jade box. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the altar was silent. Chapter 149. Jing Guanjin revealed his formidable strength. As the ghostly blue light of the time-sensing coral radiated outwards, the magic tool finally stopped emitting an intense strength and fell into a long period of silence. The purple cards didn't relax. Rather, their gazes became even more complex. This was because they knew that Jing Guanjin wasn't stopping here. Rather, he was resting and restoring himself so that he could complete the sea spirit promotion in a single go. In just a single day, all of his preparations had been completed. This speed was faster than they had expected. Indeed, the sea region had a new generation of heroes, and the waves from the front would overturn the beach. Yes, these two sentences didn't match, but this was what the sea races said. Even though the humans had pointed them out countless times, they still arrogantly ignored them. These despicable creatures that had stolen the language of the sea races and created a sea race civilization, did they really want to point fingers at the noble sea races? Dream on. Even now, the sea spirit hadn't changed at all. In fact, the light of the treasure had dimmed a bit. This meant that as time passed, its problems had become even more serious. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's smile widened. Assassins had besieged him on the streets, countless methods had been used in secret, and he had even spared no cost to persuade that old shark to help him. But in the end, he had returned in defeat. Instead, he had been disgraced by his actions that didn't follow common sense. But now the other party had clearly bowed his head and compromised. What was the reason? Of course it was because of him. It seemed that his words about activating the examination had scared away that so-called Mr. Ning. This caused Grandmaster Wu Zetian to feel disdain in his heart, but he was also increasingly satisfied. He swept his eyes around and finally couldn't help but say, "Sealingdu, could it be that this Mr. Ning of your Sea Spirit Pavilion has fallen asleep again? Unfortunately, the altar has been sealed off and no one is allowed to enter or leave. If no one wakes him up soon, I fear he will lose." At that time, it would really be a slap in the face. Old C's complexion paled. When it came to arguing, he had never crawled up to anyone. Although he had grown older and his status had risen over the years, he rarely spoke out against anyone. But when someone mentioned Spirit City's god Rebuke from many years ago, who wouldn't shiver? In the past, he had scolded 37 sea spirit teachers by himself, and 9 of them had been taken away by ambulances. Even now, no one could surpass that. But now, he really had nothing to say. He knew that the more he said, the more shameful he would be. He simply closed his eyes and pretended he didn't hear anything. Although his expression was cold and his back was straight, his heart was dark. Had the celestial spiritualists also learned to fight against cheating in the competition? The world had completely changed. Perhaps he was really old and it was time for him to give up his position. Right at this moment, an exclamation of surprise suddenly sounded out by his ear. Old Hai opened his eyes abruptly and saw that the dark and gloomy sensing treasure that he wished he could smash into pieces was now emitting a faint light. He was excited and thought to himself, "You brat, you've finally made your move." Right at this moment, the sensory treasure suddenly vibrated and buzzed. Old C was startled for a moment before a happy expression appeared on his face. This was a situation that would only occur when a sea spirit received a powerful infusion of energy. Old Hai's heart dimmed, and the thought of giving up his position was immediately crushed. Old Hai felt that the world was beautiful, in particular Wu Zetian's gloomy face. He lightly coughed, his expression indifferent. There are some people who just can't change after so many years. That wild and arrogant temper of theirs, they like to come to a conclusion early on. How many times have they been slapped in the face? Why don't they learn their lesson? Old High straightened his clothes and leaned back in his chair, finding a more comfortable position. This competition is far from over. They were all intelligent characters and could see that Si Lingdu was pretending to be calm. But at this time, they couldn't care about any of this. Their minds were filled with question marks. The infusion of energy was so fast that it actually caused the sensory treasure to tremble. Just what had Sea Spirit Pavilion's Mr. Ning done? Wu Zetian masked. He was as calm as water as he coldly watched the light of the treasure gradually brighten. The change at this moment naturally proved that what he had just thought was just a joke. Even the 10 great purple cards wouldn't be able to easily increase the intensity of energy. Perhaps the reason he had been silent all this time was because he was preparing for it. Yes, there were indeed some obscure sea spirit teacher inheritances that contained some inconceivable secret technique. Wu Zetian had once seen one of them. After several days of preparation, a special energy could be injected into a sea spirit in a short period of time to achieve the effect of healing and enhancing the sea spirit. It seemed that this Mr. Ning was also someone who walked this path. That's right, that must be it. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's heart settled. Those that didn't know of this secret technique would be incomparably shocked. But those that knew would understand that it wasn't anything at all. He glanced at the calm old sea and sneered inwardly. Just wait, this sort of secret technique couldn't last long. Perhaps it would only last for a short period of time, but it simply couldn't compare with his disciple, Jing Guanjin. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's calm expression caused the other purple cards to reveal looks of surprise. If he was able to remain so calm in the face of danger, did he have some other card in his hand or something? Time quietly passed. A quarter-hour passed. Grandmaster Wu Zetian shifted his butt. He thought that this surname Ning had a bit of skill. An hour passed. Grandmaster Wu Zetian coughed, a trace of caution in his eyes. 2 hours passed. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's complexion darkened. 4 hours passed. Grandmaster Wu Zetian could no longer do it. No, it was more accurate to say that in this hall, none of the 10 purple cards knew how to do it. Hum, the sensory treasure continued to tremble. They could also do this sort of terrifying and high-intensity infusion of energy. But none of them could do it for 4 hours without interruption. No one. But the truth was right in front of them. Strange eyes turned to Old C. As they saw his incomparably calm appearance, they began to mutter inwardly. It seemed that this old thing, Si Lingdu, knew the reason. Some purple cards that were on good terms with him carefully probed him, but they were all brushed off with a laugh. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, they could only suppress their curiosity in their hearts. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Old C couldn't help but sigh. This was truly the Sky Spirit Sage lineage. It was inconceivably powerful. After an unknown period of time, the humming of the sensory treasure suddenly stopped. Wu Zetian hurriedly looked over and coughed, his complexion becoming even uglier. The sea spirit that represented Qin Yu actually had fluctuations of energy that surpassed Jing Guanjin's. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it was enough to shake his mind. No one noticed that the time-sensing coral placed in the corner had turned a faint red color. Wu Zetian's face darkened. He gently tapped the spirit shell with his fingers beneath his sleeve. Jing Guanjin opened his eyes and took out a spirit shell from his chest. This specially refined spirit shell didn't have a communication function. In addition to some careful preparations, it was possible to avoid the monitoring of the altar. At this moment, it was vibrating rhythmically and emitting tapping sounds, as if an invisible finger was gently tapping. Jing Guanjin's expression was unsightly. He hadn't expected that the spirit shell in his bosom would actually ring. This meant that his opponent's performance was better than his. Damn it! Jing Guanjin took a deep breath, a dignified look in his eyes. It seemed that his father's worries were justified. This surname Ning was indeed difficult to deal with. But so what? With the power of the Holy Spirit in hand, even if he had to face the 10 great purple cards, he would still be able to put up a fight. That's right, the heavenly spiritual power here was what Elder Hai believed to be the power of the heavenly spirit being. To continue this chapter, please turn the page. Unfortunately, the one who possessed it was not Qin Yu, but Jing Guanjin. Of course, Jing Guanjin was not born of the celestial spiritualist bloodline. It was only because he had a good father that he obtained this power through some rather bloody means. Rather than saying that this match was a battle between Jing Guanjin and Qin Yu, it was better to call it a battle between the power of the Sky Spirit and the little blue lamp. With a flick of his sleeves, the shining sea spirit in front of Jing Guanjin floated up on its own and pointed a finger. As his fingertip touched the sea spirit, faint traces of pale white strength constantly poured into it. The branches and leaves of the sea spirit swayed, as if they were cheering, and the fluctuations of energy rapidly rose. Thus, in the royal palace's grand hall, the sensing treasure representing Jing Guanjin's sea spirit became even more dazzling. In just a moment, it overtook Qin Yu and took the lead once more. This was because he was about to activate the sea spirit's advancement. The sea region was incomparably vast, and its surface area far surpassed that of land. There were countless treasures and astonishing richness. As the royal family that controlled everything, they were naturally the wealthiest family in the 4 seas. Thus, it was natural that the royal palace was luxurious. Warm jade covered the floor, bright round lamps, and sparkling jade railings. There wasn't a single place that didn't exude a sense of nobility and luxury. The great throne faced south and was carved in the shape of a coiling dragon. It was a deep purple and seemed to be made of metal but wasn't, like wood but wasn't. There was a figure sitting on the dragon throne. He wore a 5-clawed dragon robe and had an emperor's crown on his head. His face was simple and dignified, but he didn't seem angry at all. As he sat there without moving, he exuded an aura that seemed to dominate the world. He was the ruler of the sea races and ruled over the boundless sea region. He controlled the lives and deaths of trillions of seafolk, and he was the master of this royal palace. He was the most powerful person in the world. There was no one like him. How is the competition? Reporting to Your Majesty, both sides are currently in a stalemate. For the time being, victory and defeat have yet to be decided. The sea sovereign's eyes flashed. Oh, that's a bit strange. No one knew what he meant by strange. If His Majesty didn't speak, no one dared to say anything. After several breaths of silence, the sea sovereign waved his hand. It's fine. Let it be. As for the matter regarding the Netherworld sea region that I had you investigate, how is it going? There have indeed been some changes in the Netherworld sea region. I don't know the specifics yet, but old Mr. Sand has already set out to hunt. I believe he will bring back clearer information. As soon as you find out about this, immediately report it. There cannot be any delay. Yes. Where is Mr. Sand now? The Sea Sovereign suddenly asked. Reporting to Your Majesty, Old Turtle left a message saying that the weather is getting colder, so he went into hibernation. The Sea Sovereign was left speechless. He thought that if Old Turtle wanted to hibernate with his cultivation, then the sea would have long since frozen into a block of ice. This reason was a bit too perfunctory. He helplessly said, "He seems to be quite idle. He pushed the matter to me and is able to relax." He waved his hand. Everyone withdraw. This solitude wishes to be left alone. The Sea Sovereign wanted to be left alone. Of course, no one was brave enough to ask him who this quiet person was. It was just that there was no one in the hall. Even now, no one knew who he was speaking to or why he wanted them to withdraw. The hall quieted down. Only the voice sitting on the dragon throne remained straight, as if it had become one with the throne, as if it had become one with the entire hall. It was like he had been sitting here for countless years, and he would continue sitting here until the end of time. Ding! With a low ringing sound, the light on the surface of the sensing magic tool converged, turning into a pale purple. This represented that the sea spirit's promotion had been completed. Within the coral house, Jing Guanjin's complexion paled. He sneered. With the power of the sky spirit in his hands, how could he possibly fight with him? Mr. Ning? What was that? Could he eat it? Chapter 150. Qin Yu, who couldn't eat it, was currently refining the 3,000-year-old sea blue flower that Old Sea had gifted him. Its medicinal efficacy was truly amazing. He secretly thought that perhaps he had underestimated its value. If he really did make a trade, then even 2 million spirit stones might not be enough. The last trace of blue on the sea blue flower vanished. The withered flower broke apart, turning into powder in his palm. Qin Yu put away the powder. Before leaving the sea race capital city, he couldn't leave behind any flaws that would arouse suspicion. For instance, this powder. Calculating the time, night would soon arrive. Qin Yu thought about whether he should take out the 7-leaf grass or continue bathing beneath the little blue lamp for another night. The little blue lamp had an unimaginably powerful promoting effect on sea spirits. This was something Qin Yu already knew before he entered Sea Spirit Pavilion. If the little blue lamp's acceleration for ordinary spiritual plants was 1, then the acceleration for sea spirits was at least 10. That's right, it was so powerful that it didn't make sense. After hesitating again and again, Qin Yu decided to have the 7-leaf grass stay in the storage bag for another night. After all, that cold and callous President Jing Guanjin was the disciple of some Grandmaster Wu Zetian. It was always better to be a bit more careful. He was full of confidence, but in the end he was slapped in the face. Qin Yu didn't want this to happen to him. He flipped his hand and took out a soul-strengthening item that Chief Manager Wu had purchased from a large city in the sea region. Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to refine it. A night's worth of time was enough to enhance his soul a little more. He couldn't waste it like this. But what he didn't know was how his decision would force our cool CEO Jing Guanjin to face, and how miserable his fate would be. One was full of confidence, laughing at the other for overestimating his own abilities. As for the one being laughed at, he closed his eyes and began to refine it, working hard to enhance his soul. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely laugh out loud, because this was truly a funny scene. But the following story was extremely sad. Night fell. The time-sensing coral obeyed its instincts that had existed for billions of years. Some enzyme began to transform within it, causing the last trace of red to turn into a deep blue. Thus, a foot of sea blue light quietly bloomed in the storage ring. Thus, what appeared in front of the 10 purple cards in the royal palace's main hall was that the sensing treasure that represented Qin Yu's sea spirit had gone berserk once more. That's right, such an intense and continuous infusion of energy, in their opinion, could only be described as going berserk. Grandmaster Wu Zetian had finally learned his lesson. His expression was very calm this time, and he didn't taunt or ridicule Lin Ming. Even so, as he listened to the echoing humming sound, he felt his heart skip a beat. Damn it, just who was this surname Ning? He was actually so difficult to deal with. Qin Ye's eyes widened, and he stared fixedly at the sensory treasure. The light it emitted was gradually growing stronger, and its speed seemed to be even faster than yesterday. This was simply illogical. When it came to increasing the sea spirit's energy, the more difficult it became. But what Grandmaster Wu Zetian didn't know was that this 7-leaf grass had adapted to the little blue lamp's strength yesterday, thus it was able to absorb more energy today and increase its strength even faster. Suddenly, the vibrating sound of the sensing treasure stopped. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the light abruptly converged and turned into a faint purple. He broke through. Without any preparation, without a single spurt of energy, Lin Ming recklessly pushed the sea spirit to a higher quality. This style caused the purple cards to grimace. This junior is so fierce. Grandmaster Wu Zetian seemed to choke on his own saliva. He violently coughed, his body shaking and coughing to cover up his current movements. Within his sleeves, his fingers quickly tapped on the spirit shell. Jing Guanjin sat cross-legged. Even though he had rested for a long time, his face was still pale. His face was still pale. In the end, what he had seized was not for his own use. To him, activating the power of the heavenly spirit required a large amount of demonic power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, took out the spirit shell, and stared at it. Listening to the rapid tapping sounds, his face was full of shock and anger. His first thought was that it was impossible. Only by stimulating the power of the sky spirit could he help the sea spirit rise in quality within 2 days. But what did this surname Ning have? How could he accomplish this? But as the pounding continued, it became increasingly urgent. This clearly reminded him that this was the truth. It was impossible for Wu Zetian to play around with him. He fiercely struck the spirit shell. Far away, Grandmaster Wu Zetian seemed to be able to clearly feel his disciple's anger, so the tapping sounds came to an abrupt halt. Jing Guanjin took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. He placed the spirit shell to the side, and his complexion returned to its cold and callous state. His arrogant attitude was indeed that of a CEO. "You want to fight with me? Surname Ning, you are delusional." Bang! Boundless demonic power circulated within his body, driving the power of the sky spirit slumbering in his Dantian sea to flow through his meridians and pour into the sea spirit through his fingertip. He could clearly feel that as the power of the sky spirit entered, the sea spirit began to cheer and grow stronger. With every breath of time, its strength was increasing. 2 hours later, Jing Guanjin felt a bit dizzy. He used his other hand to strike the spirit shell 4 times. Tap, tap, tap. This was a question. How was he doing now? Soon, the spirit shell sounded out. Tap, tap, 2 sound. The meaning was no. Jing Guanjin narrowed his eyes. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth, dispelling the dizziness in his mind. Surname Ning, you are truly difficult to deal with. But no matter how many methods you have, you will still lose today. Sky Spirit power, continue to pour into me, continue to continue. Rumble, rumble, demonic power surged within his body. Another 2 hours passed. Tap, 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 still not enough. 6th hour. Jing Guanjin's complexion was deathly pale and his eyes were faintly red. 8th hour. Jing Guanjin tottered. He grabbed onto the workbench with both hands, desperately holding on. He had no choice but to go all out. He knew that the reason his father valued him so much was because of today's matter. If he could smoothly achieve his goal, then without a doubt he would obtain all of his father's favor, and he was destined to ascend to the highest heavens in the future. But if he failed, he had prepared for so long, paid an incalculable price, and even bestowed upon him the extremely precious sky spirit power. Jing Guanjin didn't dare to think of the consequences. Thus he could only go all out. 10th hour. Jing Guanjin's fingers trembled as he tapped the spirit shell. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. His luxurious robes were soaked in sweat and he leaned against the workbench in order to remain standing. Grandmaster Wu Zetian quickly responded. Tap tap, no. Da-da-da-da, speed up. Tap 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 tap. This boy is stronger than you. Jing Guanjin spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the workbench. When his forehead collided with the spirit shell, he had already fainted. Luckily, he was immune to the stabbing pain of his head bleeding. Then, he slumped to the ground. In the palace, the spirit shell in his hand nearly jumped up, frightening Grandmaster Wu Zetian. He coughed violently to cover it up and his heart calmed. Looking at the strength he used to strike the spirit shell, Jing Guanjin's current situation should be quite good. Although he was temporarily behind, there was still a chance he could catch up. This chapter is not finished. Please turn to the next page. Looking up, Grandmaster Wu Zetian frowned. The sensing treasure that represented Jing Guanjin had fallen silent. His thoughts raced and he was secretly overjoyed. Could it be that Jing Guanjin was still hiding some hidden card in his hands? That's right, that must be it. The reason he stopped now was to save up energy, to use his ultimate move. He was truly worthy of being that great figure's most beloved descendant. His strength was so formidable that it was shocking. If he hadn't encountered that abnormal surname Ning, Jing Guanjin would have already won. In fact, he wouldn't even need to sneak attack that old freak Sealingdu. By relying on his own strength, he would be able to seize the position of a purple card. Grandmaster Wu Zetian maintained a calm posture. He was waiting for his disciple to turn the tide at a critical moment and scare these old freaks out. As he looked at the eyes that swept over him, he remained expressionless. But, he sneered inwardly, just you wait, the competition isn't over yet. The two purple card sea spirit teachers that were on good terms with Wu Zetian and had received a great deal of benefits from him couldn't help but be curious. Brother Wu, your disciple hasn't fought in a long time. Is he all right? Wu Zetian had an enigmatic expression. Don't worry, Jing Guanjin is fine. He was still able to forcefully strike the spirit shell. Even from so far away, one could still feel his determination and strength. Of course, he was in excellent condition. After another period of time. Brother Wu, there's still no movement. Don't worry. Cough cough, Brother Wu, the sun is about to rise. Don't worry. Brother Wu, the competition is about to end. Don't worry. Brother Wu, the competition is already over. Bullshit. Grandmaster Wu Zetian stomped his feet. It started yesterday in the middle of the morning, and there's still 4 hours until the competition ends, so how could it possibly end? Although they were on good terms, as purple card sea spirit teachers, they were all top figures. Naturally, their complexions weren't too good after being scolded. Wu Zetian lightly said, His Majesty personally issued a verbal decree saying that this is the end. If the competition continues, someone will die. The verbal decree had just arrived. Grandmaster Wu Zetian had been completely focused on the competition, so he hadn't noticed it. At this time, he was left dumbfounded. As for the other purple cards, they looked at him with particularly strange expressions. Grandmaster Wu Zetian shivered. He suddenly regained his composure and rushed out. His Majesty had said that if the competition continued, someone would die. This was clearly referring to both sides. As for Jing Guanjin, it seemed that he hadn't moved for a long time. He rushed out of the palace gates and rushed out of the royal palace. As he stood beneath the ancient bell, Grandmaster Wu Zetian's face was filled with grief. He watched as his disciple, who had been brimming with confidence just a moment ago, was carried down the altar on a stretcher. Jing Guanjin's robes were nearly soaked in blood. The dazzling red was like a flame that ignited all of Grandmaster Wu Zetian's anger and grievance. Who was it? Who was it that injured my disciple? In front of so many people, in the finals of a great competition, someone actually dares to injure someone. Just what sort of audacity is this? The roaring Grandmaster instantly attracted the attention of countless people. The sea race audience that had been waiting for 2 days was immediately stirred up. All of them roared out in support of the Grandmaster and demanded an explanation from the competition committee. The response of the competition committee was indeed quick. Just as Grandmaster Wu Zetian's roar fell, several committee members appeared with awkward expressions. The one leading them was committee member Gudra. There was nothing he could do about it. Everyone knew that he came from the turtle race, and the defensive power of his turtle shell was astonishing. At this time, if he was the one to speak up, he would be able to protect himself. Gudra inwardly cursed the female family members of the committee members, especially the righteous chairman Su. He shrunk his head and said, Grandmaster Wu, please calm down. As for your disciple's injury, we have already investigated it. It wasn't a sneak attack by someone, but he hit himself. Chapter 151. Just as his voice fell, it was immediately drowned out by Grandmaster Wu Zetian's roar. He hit himself? Are you saying that in the competition, Jing Guanjin severely wounded himself without any reason? Or is it that a high-level Golden Core Realm C-race would have such a slippery hand? The Grandmaster's eyes were cold and gloomy, as if he wanted to eat someone alive. I don't care who you received orders from, I will definitely investigate this matter to the end. Whoever dares to shield the perpetrator will be my enemy. Committee member Gudra nearly cried. He had some status, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to become a member of the committee for the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition. But to a purple card Sea Spirit Teacher, this bit of wealth and strength was nothing at all. A casual finger could crush him to pieces. Grandmaster Wu, even if I had the courage of the heavens, I still wouldn't dare to lie to you. It really was Jing Guanjin who hit himself. Bang! Before he finished speaking, committee member Gudra was sent flying backwards. His thick turtle shell rubbed against the hard ground of Prosperity Square, producing a series of sparks. Pitter-patter. Then, countless cracks appeared on the turtle shell that was famed for its defense, spreading outwards like a spider web. This scene left the other committee members pale. They gulped, thinking that they were lucky that the one who spoke up wasn't them, otherwise they feared they would have lost their lives. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's anger soared to the heavens. Where is Chairman Su? Have him give me an explanation. After Gudra was sent flying backwards, the clever Chairman Su finally arrived with an explanation. There was a physical examination of Jing Guanjin's body due to excessive consumption of strength. There was also proof that Jing Guanjin had lost too much blood due to an external force. Besides these, there weren't any other injuries. Chairman Su picked up the bloodstained spirit shell of good quality and earnestly said, Grandmaster Wu, according to our comparison, Jing Guanjin's forehead wound is completely consistent with this spirit shell. Moreover, the competition was carried out on the altar and was completely sealed off. I have carefully inspected the spells and haven't found anything abnormal. So, Grandmaster Wu Zetian was instantly dumbfounded. He thought back to Jing Guanjin's final response and the powerful blow that had given him confidence. So it wasn't a finger, but his forehead. This contrast was a bit too great. His complexion darkened like rain. After a long time, Grandmaster Wu snatched the spirit shell, clenched his teeth, crushed it to pieces, and turned to leave. A committee member whispered, This is the evidence. Chairman Su interrupted, That's enough. It's understandable that Grandmaster Wu is angry for a moment. As long as you explain it clearly, everything will be fine. This shell was too hot. Once it was discovered, it was bound to cause trouble. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Bringing it here was giving others a chance to destroy it. Now is the right time. It was unknown whether Jing Guanjin was alive or dead, but the result of the match was self-evident. Grandmaster Wu Zetian was filled with anger, burning his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys with a burning pain. Thus, in this state, he was particularly disgusted by the cheers he heard. He gloomily looked up and saw that it really was people from Sea Spirit Pavilion. One of the black-robed figures was surrounded by the crowd, receiving congratulations. How glorious! Grandmaster Wu Zetian's complexion became increasingly ugly. He strode forwards. Steward Wu was overjoyed. He was ashamed of his previous doubts. When he saw the person walking toward him from the corner of his eyes, his expression changed, and he looked nervous. Greetings, Grandmaster Wu. There was only one Grandmaster surnamed Wu that could cause the chief manager of Sea Spirit Pavilion to treat with such respect and awe. Everyone stopped cheering and hurriedly lowered their heads to greet him. They looked at his purple robe and the purple plate on his waist. His heart was filled with uneasiness and uneasiness. After all, this great figure that stood above the highest heavens was Jing Guanjin's teacher. Moreover, he had a lot of opinions about their Sea Spirit Pavilion. Could he have come to pick a fight with them? As expected, Grandmaster Wu Zetian didn't disappoint them. He coldly sneered and stared at Qin Yu. I have no idea what method you used to win, but I will definitely investigate this matter. It's best if I don't find any evidence that can be used against you. Even a purple card couldn't maintain a high intensity of energy for several hours straight. Yet, this surname Ning had such a relaxed appearance. If someone said that there wasn't something fishy going on, old Wu wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Of course, even if there wasn't a problem with his status, this surname Ning could only accept it. Even if he couldn't do anything, he would at least feel a bit better. It wasn't that Wu Zetian was bored, but that his heart was suffocating right now. If he didn't vent some of it, he feared he would suffocate to death. After all, only he knew what Jing Guanjin's defeat meant to him. The power of Sky Spirit. This was something he had dreamt of for countless years. Just as he had thought it was within reach, it had suddenly become nothing more than a bubble. For old Wu to be able to maintain his reason and not tear apart this black-robed boy who was deliberately trying to mystify him, he felt that he was already a very shrewd person. Just what sort of status did the 10 great purple cards have? To the common seafolk, they were like gods. Thus, when Grandmaster Wu Zetian appeared with a gloomy face, the audience fell silent. Even those rich young masters of the capital city, who were gloating over Jing Guanjin's misfortune, suppressed their emotions and remained silent to show their respect to Grandmaster Wu. Because they were too far away, they originally couldn't hear Grandmaster Wu Zetian's voice. But the finals were far too important and all the spells were activated to prevent anyone from interfering in the match. During the post-match inspection, one of the sound-amplifying arrays used to make sacrifices to the sea spirit had been activated at this time. It was unknown whether it was because someone had slipped or something, but it happened to open at this time. Thus, Grandmaster Wu Zetian's voice resounded throughout Prosperity Square. In that instant, everyone's eyes gathered on him. Wu Zetian was startled, as if he hadn't expected his voice to spread out. But he soon composed himself. With his status, there was no need for him to care about these things. Rather, the more people heard, the more embarrassed this surname Ning would be. He felt a bit carefree in his heart. Chief Manager Wu squeezed out a smile. He stepped forwards. Grandmaster Wu, you must have misunderstood. Mr. Ning, Wu Zetian remained expressionless. Who do you think you are? When I am speaking, do you think you can interrupt? Chief Manager Wu's face flushed red. He took several deep breaths, his smile becoming even more forced. That's right, even though he was being mercilessly reprimanded, he still had to smile. This was the third ranked of the 10 great purple cards. Even if he knew that he was hostile towards Sea Spirit Pavilion, he still didn't dare to offend him. This was the instinctive awe that the entire sea races had towards purple cards for countless years. Chief Manager Wu was a member of the sea races, so no matter how high his status was, he was no exception. Leon felt injustice for his teacher. His eyes widened, but he could only suppress his words in his heart. Everyone from Sea Spirit Pavilion had to lower their heads in fear. But there was an exception here. He wasn't a member of the sea races, so he didn't care much about purple card sea spirit teachers. Thus, the incomparably cold and lofty Grandmaster Wu Zetian, who stood there with his hands behind his back, had suffered an unexpected blow. Qin Yu lightly said, Chief Manager, may I ask who this person in front of you is? Chief Manager Wu was dumbfounded. Old C had personally seen Qin Yu before, so he should be familiar with the clothing of the purple cards. In addition to this person's aura and address, how could he not recognize him? His first thought was that Mr. Ning was. He was angry, so he didn't follow the rules. He was secretly anxious. To offend a purple card in such a public place was far too serious a matter. But there were some words that couldn't be said clearly. He could only turn and glance at Qin Yu. Mr. Ning, the one in front of you is the third-ranked purple card, Grandmaster Wu Zetian. You absolutely cannot be disrespectful. The underlying meaning was, "Big brother, let's not mess around and hurry up and lower our heads." Qin Yu nodded, seeming to understand. So it was Grandmaster Wu. I'm lucky that Chief Manager reminded me, otherwise I would have thought it was some ignorant old fart that didn't know the rules of etiquette and would have hurled insults at him. He cupped his hands together. Grandmaster Wu, I don't understand what you said before, but that doesn't matter. It's just that you aren't hurrying over to see Jing Guanjin, so how come you have the time to waste with us? Chief Manager Wu covered his face. He knew it would be like this. The entire Prosperity Square fell deathly silent. All of the seafolk stared with wide eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. How could you dare? Grandmaster Wu Zetian was so angry that his entire body trembled. At this time, his thoughts were no different from those of the ordinary seafolk. How could this surname Ning dare? How could he dare? But whether or not he dared was meaningless at this time. After all, this person had already done it, so of course he dared. Ignorant old fart that didn't know the rules of etiquette. It doesn't matter if I don't understand. I'm just wasting my time here. Although these words seemed ordinary, they contained far too much malice and malice. And because of this ordinary tone, it seemed that Ning Zetian didn't place him in his eyes at all. Since when had someone dared to offend him like this? Grandmaster Wu Zetian suddenly calmed down. Mr. Ning, you have truly angered me. Countless seafolk who heard these words shivered. It was like an electric current had spread from their tailbone to their entire body, leaving them numb and cold. Then, besides the pale faces of those from Sea Spirit Pavilion, the eyes of all the seafolk brightened. They seemed to have already expected that a lively scene would arrive. Mr. Ning, who had offended a purple card, would be hung up and beaten, and his final ending would be miserable. In fact, even the people of Sea Spirit Pavilion thought this way. It was just that while the seafolk had guessed the beginning, they hadn't guessed the ending. The entire process and direction of events were completely different. This was because at this time, Qin Yu also calmly said something. Grandmaster Wu, you have already angered me since a long time ago. What did he mean? What did he mean? He dared to speak such ruthless words to a purple card? But soon after, the seafolk realized that not only did Qin Yu dare to speak such ruthless words, but he also put them into practice. He turned around and looked at Chairman Su, who had been watching from the sidelines for some time and didn't want to get involved in these muddy waters. Has the match result come out yet? Chairman Su frowned. He thought that Qin Yu wanted to use this to humiliate Grandmaster Wu, and he regretted standing so close to the front. But he couldn't dodge at this time. He could only maintain his calm and dignified expression and say, "According to the judgment, Mr. Ning, you have won this match." Qin Yu had won and he had lost. He didn't mention Jing Guanjin's name because he had to be tactful. He hoped that the narrow-minded Grandmaster Wu wouldn't bear a grudge against him because of this. Qin Yu didn't know that Chairman Su was worried and wished that he could leave right now. He continued to ask, "In other words, I now have the right to challenge a purple card." "That's right. In half a month, you can choose a time." Qin Yu interrupted him. "No need." He lifted a hand and pointed. "Old thing, I've found you displeasing to the eye for a long time. You today." Chapter 152. Whether it was the match with Jing Guanjin or the final challenge of a purple card, to Qin Yu, there was no difference. In the end, he would win. Qin Yu had underestimated how extraordinary a purple card was. The status and attention that came with this status was enough to place him in the limelight. Since he was sure to win, he might as well be a bit more high-profile and attract attention ahead of time. Only then would he not be suspected after he obtained a purple card. Simply put, he wanted to use this high-profile method to add another layer of camouflage to himself. This was because it was impossible for a problematic person to do something like this. Of course, his dissatisfaction with Wu Zetian was also one of the reasons. The right to test. "Sorry, I won't give you that chance." If Prosperity Square had been quiet enough when Qin Yu taunted and ridiculed them, then now it was so quiet that not even breathing could be heard. All the sea folk seemed to be frightened. They stood there in a daze, forgetting to breathe. It was only when a sea folk couldn't hold it in any longer that they took a deep breath that it seemed to start an avalanche of chain reactions. Nearly 1,000,000 people sucked in breaths at the same time. With a loud rumble, there was quite a bit of momentum to it. Chief Manager Wu seemed to have a stroke. Several gurgling sounds came from the depths of his throat. If even such a fierce character was scared to such a degree, then it could be imagined just how panicked and shocked everyone else was. For instance, Chairman Su. As one of the peak nobles of the capital city, he had a close relationship with the royal palace. He had experienced countless twists and turns in his life, and he had even witnessed the bloody years when the throne changed. Perhaps it was a bit exaggerated to say that he wouldn't bat an eyelid if Mount Tai collapsed, but his calm demeanor wasn't something that the average person could compare with. At this time, his mouth was slightly open. Although his instincts told him that this appearance was far too ugly, he couldn't force himself to obediently close his mouth. That old thing, in the records of the sea races, there had never been such a scene of someone pointing at a purple card and cursing at them. Of course, there would be after today. And no matter what the result was, it would be a thick brush stroke in history. For such a scandal to appear in the annals of the sea race's history, it could be imagined just what sort of state Grandmaster Wu Zetian was in right now. If anger could really burn, then the current old Wu would be like a sun, and the brightest kind at that. His face flushed red, turned purple, turned blue, and finally became expressionless. His eyes were so gloomy that they seemed as if he could eat someone. "Junior, I guarantee that you will regret this." Qin Yu's voice was light. "Your master and disciple styles are quite similar. Shooting your mouths off is just too annoying." Wu Zetian laughed in anger. "Good, good. Chairman Su, since this junior has challenged this old man, then according to the rules, I will be the one to set the topic." Chairman Su had a solemn expression on his face, as if he knew nothing. "That's how it should be." Wu Zetian flipped his hand and 2 lotus seeds appeared in his palm. These 2 lotus seeds were obtained not too long ago from a withered blue sea lotus. When the main body died, these 2 lotus seeds hadn't matured yet, so they were innately damaged and it was extremely difficult for them to germinate. So, the topic is to cultivate lotus seeds. Chairman Su personally examined the 2 lotus seeds with the other committee members. They confirmed that the 2 lotus seeds were almost exactly the same, and they left their respective marks on them. "No problem. Mr. Ning, do you have any objections to this topic?" In truth, these words weren't necessary. This was because the topic would be chosen by the challenged purple card sea spirit teacher. This was a rule that had been passed down through the ages, and if there was any objection then that was the same as forfeiting. Grandmaster Wu Zetian remained expressionless. "Junior, if you are worried then you can have the first pick of the 2 lotus seeds." Old Wu was enraged. He wished he could tear Qin Yu to shreds, but his reason remained clear. Even Jing Guanjin, who possessed the power of the Sky Spirit, had been forced into such a miserable situation. From this, it could be seen that in terms of healing and strengthening sea spirits, this surname Ning did have some skill. Luckily, the scope of a sea spirit teacher's work wasn't limited to just this. For instance, cultivating lotus seeds. There weren't many sea spirit teachers that were skilled in cultivating sea spirit seeds to begin with. This was because it required a great deal of time and effort, and the investment wasn't proportional to the harvest. Besides a small number of sea spirit teachers that focused on this, most ordinary sea spirit teachers only had a rough understanding of it. Unfortunately, in his early years, Old Wu had been crazily infatuated with cultivating sea spirit seeds for a period of time. Afterwards, he hadn't given up on it. After becoming a purple card sea spirit teacher, status and wealth were no longer things that bothered him. He began to secretly cultivate sea spirit seeds, trying to find a way to improve himself in this aspect. Thus, Grandmaster Wu Zetian was filled with confidence. Challenge him? This junior was asking to be humiliated. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu lightly said, "No." Chief Manager Wu hesitated. But with things having reached this step, there was no room for him to interrupt. Gratitude surged in Clearwood's eyes. Her lips moved and she said in a low voice, "You can do it." However, even as she said these words, she didn't have the confidence to do so. Since Wu Zetian had chosen to cultivate sea spirit seeds, he must be skilled in this aspect. But Qin Yu had never revealed anything in this aspect. Leon's face flushed red. "Teacher, you can definitely win." Wu Zetian coldly sneered. He flicked his sleeves and walked away. He no longer had any interest in saying anything more. These were just a bunch of frogs in a well who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. He would let the facts speak for themselves. Qin Yu smiled. He patted Leon's shoulder. "Once teacher wins, you can try a bit harder and you'll be able to win over Miss Qingqing." He winked as he spoke. Leon's face flushed red. He didn't know what to say. As the surrounding people of Sea Spirit Pavilion saw him joke around with his disciple at this time, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, they secretly admired him. Mr. Ning, he was truly worthy of being Mr. Ning. At the very least, his courage wasn't something the average person could compare with. Unfortunately, something like courage didn't increase one's strength at all. Inside and outside of Prosperity Square, countless seafolk were stirred up. The match between Qin Yu and Jing Guanjin had been far too dull and boring. In particular, that cold and ruthless young Master Jean hadn't displayed any of the domineering aura he had, and had instead nearly tripped himself to his death. It was simply shameful. Luckily, Grandmaster Wu Zetian was about to make his move. He was a purple card sea spirit teacher, the incarnation of unparalleled sea spirits in the world. Indeed, Grandmaster Wu Zetian wasn't someone who would disappoint. Chairman Su, as a purple card sea spirit teacher, not only are we the spiritual faith of the vast majority of sea spirit teachers, but we should also shoulder the corresponding responsibility. So, I will make this challenge public. I hope that this will be able to help some sea spirit teachers and give them some harvest. The cheers shook the heavens and earth. In the crowd, the countless watching sea spirit teachers trembled with excitement. Some of them even had tears streaming down their cheeks. To be able to watch a purple card sea spirit teacher fight, what sort of lucky chance was this? Chairman Su readily accepted the advice. He first expressed his thanks on behalf of the vast majority of sea spirit teachers and then spoke several words of righteousness, calling him a role model for his generation. With a glance, a servant immediately turned and left, notifying the two little bastards who only knew how to enjoy themselves at home to hurry up and come over. For a purple card sea spirit teacher to personally demonstrate, this was an opportunity that only came once in 100 years. Even if they couldn't learn anything today, when they spoke to others in the future, they could still shamelessly say that they had once studied under Grandmaster Wu Zetian. A teacher for a day was still a teacher. Even if Grandmaster Wu didn't know, it was fine as long as they knew in their hearts. Grandmaster Wu Zetian regained his composure. He lifted a hand and the waves of cheers soon subsided. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Junior, do you dare to do the same as me and do your homework in front of everyone?" Qin Yu shook his head. Old Wu had a cynical expression. "Could it be that you don't dare?" Qin Yu lightly said, "I don't dare. This involves the secrets of my sex inheritance. Although I am unworthy, I cannot casually reveal it without permission." Old Wu was stabbed once more. He stuffily coughed in disappointment. He originally thought that the young were proud and arrogant, and that this surname Ning wouldn't allow himself to suffer a loss. But he never imagined that his provocation would be completely useless. In any case, his original intention was to improve his reputation. As long as he could easily crush this junior, The humiliation he suffered just now would vanish into thin air. In fact, he could even use this chance to further his reputation. Grandmaster Wu flicked his sleeves. Then let's begin. Qin Yu said, hold on. Grandmaster Wu sneered. Are you afraid? Qin Yu lightly said, the topic is up to you. When the competition begins, that is up to me. Grandmaster Wu stuffily coughed. Chairman Su coughed. Mr. Ning does indeed have this authority. When will the competition begin? And how long will it last? Qin Yu said, since someone wants to publicly teach me, I will give him a chance to display himself. The competition will begin in 3 days. Once I am well rested, I will begin. Chairman Su hesitated. Don't worry, I will only rest for a day at most. Chairman Su nodded. Good. Let us first prepare the field. Grandmaster Wu chose the altar. The highest quality workbench was quickly assembled, and all the supporting equipment was the latest and most advanced model. Then, the committee cultivators began to lay down an isolating array formation to prevent outside disturbances during the work. Of course, the isolating array formation was unidirectional. Grandmaster Wu's voice could pass through and the outside world could clearly see the details of his work. Outside Prosperity Square, at the intense request of the Seafolk, the broadcasting array formation was aimed at Grandmaster Wu. After being authorized by the Royal Palace, the entire process was broadcasted live to the capital city and the surrounding areas. Qin Yu chose to stand below the altar. This was because he felt a bit uncomfortable on the altar. There was no basis for this feeling, nor was there anything wrong with it. Perhaps it was just a psychological reason. The Coral House was moved over. The committee cultivators hurried in and out, cleaning and arranging everything. Qin Yu turned and boarded the carriage. Chief Manager Wu hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't follow. Since things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. It would be better to let Mr. Ning rest a bit longer. Perhaps he could even win the challenge? Thinking of this, Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. The chances were slim. Clearwood suddenly stepped forwards. She respectfully bowed. Greetings, teacher. Old C nodded. Rise. As Chief Manager Wu saw this, his heart shook. He finally understood Clearwood's background. No wonder she had disappeared several days ago. It was likely that she had gone to take care of Old C. He hurriedly bowed. Old C waved his hand, sending away the group of people. Where is little friend Ning? Clearwood said. Mr. Ning is resting in the carriage. Teacher, what do you think of this challenge? Old C sneered. Old Wu is narrow-minded and narrow-minded. It's good that little friend Ning chose him. Otherwise, even if he won, he would still be manipulated by his examination authority. As for the result, he paused for a moment. Although I hope that little friend Ning will win, his lineage is indeed lacking when it comes to cultivating sea spirit seeds. Humph! Old Wu is quite astute. I thought he would lose his sense of propriety in his anger. Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. Old C, you also don't think so? Old C didn't directly answer. Concerning my matter, what compensation did Sega City give? The target was naturally Qin Yu.